Chapter 341. The delicate O Yen was very determined at this time. She bowed from afar and said loudly, "Master, my elder brother didn't tell me anything about the sheepskin scroll." "Good." Master Jing-yi nodded and turned to Zhang San. "Leader Zhang, did you hear that clearly?" "I understand." "Master, O Peng must be afraid of implicating his sister, so he may not give the sheepskin scroll to O Yen for safekeeping. However, I think O Peng just said something about the Huanxi Mountain Villa. Do you think he will put the sheepskin scroll there?" Yang Rupiying said angrily, "Leader Zhang, my husband said very clearly just now that the Huanxi Mountain Villa belongs to O Yen, not the Misty School. I will protect my sister and won't let you harass the Huanxi Mountain Villa. In addition, you keep saying that the Misty School has a sheepskin scroll in their hands and that it was a message from Situ Ping of the evil tiger gang. Where is this so-called Situ Ping?" Zhang San said, "This Situ Ping's matter is absolutely true, but she suddenly disappeared some time ago. Our righteous alliance has sent many disciples, but we haven't received any news yet." "What? Alliance Master Zhang, why didn't you inform us earlier about what we were waiting for?" Nun Jingyi and the elders were both angry. Please calm down. It's not that I didn't want to report it, but the arrow has already been knocked. I'm afraid that we won't act according to the plan. Alliance head Zhang, you're too scheming. Nun Jingyi said coldly. I don't dare. Let's talk about this another time. The key now is the sheepskin scroll in the Misty School. Master, we can't guarantee that the sheepskin scroll is hidden in O Peng's body. Yang Rupiying raised her sword and pointed it at Zhang San. If there was an invisible sword chi, it would have already pierced through him. Nun Jingyi thought for a while and said, "Rupiying, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. I will help you. However, since the three sects came here with such great fanfare, if we don't get to the bottom of this, it will be hard to explain to anyone. I'll give you half a day's time. No matter what you find, you must evacuate. From now on, your righteous alliance is not allowed to take a single step into Huanxi Manor." "Oh right, you've heard from O Peng that Huanxi Manor is not a part of the Misty School, which means it's not part of our plan. You can't touch a single blade of grass, a single tree, a single person or a single animal in Huanxi Manor. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you." Zhang San pondered for a moment and said, "Nun Jingyi is right. We'll do as Nun says." After saying that, he nodded at Yu Zhanfei. Yu Zhanfei turned around and went down the misty peak. On the other side, Chang Gung of the Dalan Temple and one of the consecrators of the incense cult also followed. Then, the elder put his palms together and said in a low voice, "Nun Jingyi, what Nun Zhang said makes sense. There are many disciples in the Misty School. It's hard to guarantee that someone is hiding the sheepskin scroll." Hearing the elder's words, Nun Jingyi smiled and said, "Elder, you worry too much. I won't say anything about the Luo Shui gang. When your Dalan Temple takes over, please pay more attention and don't lose track of the sheepskin scroll. Since the disciples of the Misty School are accepted by my incense cult, they will naturally be under my management. When they come down from the Misty Peak, they will change into my incense cult's clothes. My disciples will inspect them one by one. If the elder is still worried, you can also send people to participate. Also, O Peng's body will be changed and placed in the coffin. Elder, you can recite sutras for him." The elder smiled and said, "That's good." Then he turned to Zhang San and said, "Nun Zhang, you have to work even harder to take over the Misty Mountain Villa and the Misty Peak. If you find the sheepskin scroll, please inform us as soon as possible. This year's time to enter the forest is approaching. Our three sects still need to make more preparations." Zhang San's face showed unconcealable excitement. He cupped his hands and said, that's right. Master and Nun don't need to worry. This one will definitely worry. I hope that our three sects can find a way to enter the secret plane soon so that our three sect strength can be further improved. Others were the meat on the chopping block, while others were the meat on the chopping block. In the blink of an eye, the incense cult, the Dalan Temple and the alliance of the righteous Tao had settled the Misty School's 10,000 years of inheritance. As the master of the Misty School, the disciples of the Misty School could only watch from the side and listen. They were at the mercy of others without the slightest bit of argument. Even Yang Ruping, who was now the barrier, could only wipe her tears and endure in order to complete her husband's unfulfilled wish. At this time, half of the blood-red sunset in the sky was still exposed outside the mountain. The blood-red glow was like the blood dripping from the misty peak. When the sun set, there was no trace of people on the misty peak. The mountain wind only whimpered and whistled. No one knew that the whole mountain had changed owners in one day. Another sect with 10,000 years of inheritance had been annihilated in the cruel Jianghu. The stars have changed, mulberry fields have changed, and the sea has changed. Chu Yunfei escaped from the back of the mountain with Hu Yuni that day. He did not know the details after that. Many of the details were heard from Jianghu later. However, after Chu Yunfei finished, Zhang Xiaohua sighed and sighed again and again. She only regretted that she was not at the top of the misty peak that day. But he forgot that at that time, no matter how good his martial arts were now, he only knew that at that time, he could be beaten from the top to the bottom of the mountain with one punch. How could he have a chance to stand out? Everything had to be done with strength. Courage and hot-bloodedness were the only things that mattered. Under the bright moonlight, Zhang Xiaohua played with a small sword in her hand. She asked with concern, "What about the surviving Misty School disciples?" Chu Yunfei looked at the moon hanging in the sky and said, "I heard that they went with the wife of the first sect master to the incense cult." A new Misty Hall was added to the incense cult. The wife of the first sect master became the hall master and protected all the Misty Hall disciples. Wife of the first sect master. Do you still recognize her as the wife of the first sect master? Yes, of course. She and the first sect master are in love. She did not marry into the Misty School for the benefit of the sect. She even protected the surviving disciples when the Misty School was in danger. Why don't we respect her? Even the great elder said the same thing. First elder? Oh, right, it's Elder Hu. I seem to have vaguely seen him before. Is he all right? Alas, the first elder was seriously injured and almost lost his cultivation. Otherwise, how could the Dalan Temple and the incense cult let him go? Now he is barely holding on. He is afraid that if something happens to him, the Misty School's disciples outside will be scattered. Alas, the Misty School is already like this. Do you still think that you are from the Misty School? Although the Misty School is no longer in the Misty Peak and the Misty Heights, the Misty School will always be in our hearts. We will always be the disciples of the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. She also had deep feelings for the Misty School. Thinking of O Peng's words, it seemed like it was only yesterday. Unfortunately, now they were separated by life and death and could never see each other again. Even Zhang Qingyue, who was very good to her, had already entered the Yellow Springs. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but think of the scene when he gave her the banknotes. By the way, I forgot to ask. What's the situation in the Huanxi Villa? No one in the Huanxi Villa has moved. Even the guards are still the same. But the incense cult has taken over. Everything is the same as before. Alas, is Miss O still in the villa? How is that possible? Although the Huanxi Villa is still Miss O's, how can she establish herself in the villa without the protection of the Grand Master? She is now following the Grand Master's wife in the incense cult. Then, what about Qiu Tong? Brother Zhang, it seems that you are really from the Huanxi Villa. You are so familiar with it. Nonsense. It's the real deal. I guarantee it's genuine. Except for Miss O, I don't know about the others. Qiu Tong may be in the Huanxi Villa or in the incense cult. After talking for so long, where are you hiding now? In. Speaking of this, Chu Yunfei glanced at Zhang Xiaohua vigilantly. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and then understood. She hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Alas, Brother Chu, I was wrong. You don't need to answer me. I'm not the Righteous Alliance. Where you are has nothing to do with me. By the way, I want to ask you, where is the incense cult? Or where is the Misty Hall? Brother Zhang, I'm sorry. You saved my life, so I shouldn't hide anything from you. But after all, this is related to the survival of the Misty School. Please forgive me. It doesn't matter. I was just asking." Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the moon. It was getting late. She got up and said, "Brother Chu, I want to ask you one last question." Chu Yunfei smiled and said, "Just say it. Do you know where the incense cult is?" "Well?" Chu Yunfei bitterly smiled and said, "The incense cult has always been mysterious. They rarely appear in Jianghu. How would I know where they are? Even Zhang San of the Righteous Alliance wouldn't know." "Ah." Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. "Is the Misty School and the incense cult so complicated that you don't know where they are?" Chu Yunfei bitterly smiled, "I'm just an ordinary disciple. How would I know? Maybe the Grand Elder would know." "Oh, right, there's a rumor in Jianghu that the incense cult is on the moon. I don't know where this came from." "On the moon?" Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the moon and smiled. She was already at the 6th level of qi refining and could be considered a member of the Immortal sect. But she still couldn't fly. How could the incense cult be on the moon? However, if she wanted to find her second brother, she had to find the incense cult. The only person who might know the location of the incense cult was the Misty School's Grand Elder Hu Yuni. What should I do? If Chu Yunfei doesn't let down his guard, how can I find Grand Elder Hu? But I can't tell anyone about my background, so it's difficult. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, "Senior Chu, there's something I need to trouble you with. Tell me, I'll listen first. I would like to trouble you to go back and ask Great Elder Hu if he knows the address of the fragrant religion. If he knows, can I trouble Senior Chu to tell me the address?" "Huh? You want to go to the incense cult? Is that Zhang Xiaohu your brother?" "Yes, Zhang Xiaohu is my brother. We haven't seen each other for 4 or 5 years. I want to see the incense cult with my own eyes." "What if you can't find it?" Chu Yunfei frowned. Zhang Xiaohua had a harmless look on his face. He shrugged his shoulders and spread out his hands. "A debt of blood must be paid in blood. Please vote for me. Thank you." Qidian website welcomes all readers to read. The newest, fastest, and most popular series is Qidian's original. Chapter 342. Chu Yunfei frowned when he heard this. He thought that Zhang Xiaohua would gnash his teeth or even fly into a rage, but Zhang Xiaohua's reaction was far beyond his imagination. Could it be? Chu Yunfei was a little hesitant. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua had already mentally prepared herself before Chu Yunfei spoke. After talking for so long, she already had a plan in mind. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua had lived alone on the deserted island for 4 years and had matured a long time ago. It would be strange if she was still so hot-blooded. Since Chu Yunfei did not want to tell Zhang Xiaohua where the Misty School was hiding, and Zhang Xiaohua did not want others to know where her home was, of course, she had to find another place. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Senior brother Chu, of course you won't go to Pingyang City. You see, not far from here, there is a town called Songning Town by the sea. Do you know of it?" Chu Yunfei frowned. It seemed that this young man wanted him to go to Songning Town. Although he did not know where Songning Town was, could it be a trap? However, after thinking for a while, he felt relieved. With this young man's martial arts, it would be easy for him to take him down now. Why would he go through so much trouble? Why would he go to Songning Town to set up a trap for him? Chu Yunfei cupped his hands and said, "Little brother, please tell me. Although I don't know where Songning Town is, since it is not far from here in the east, it is extremely easy to find. Since little brother has saved my life tonight, I should be able to help little brother inquire about some information. Zhang Xiaohua said, then thank you, senior brother Chu. If you can get the address of the fragrant cult from Elder Hu, please go to the south of Soning Town and find a scabby boy. His family is very poor and doesn't live well. It should be easy to find him. I don't know the specific location. By the way, his name is Xiaohua Ji. Xiaohua Ji? Chu Yunfei was stunned. Why was there another Xiaohua Ji? Was this name very popular this year? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, what a coincidence. It's the next name. Oh. What else could Chu Yunfei say? You can just say that you're my senior brother wherever you go. Just tell me the address of the fragrant religion. You don't have to tell me anything else. Is that okay? Chu Yunfei pondered for a moment and said with a smile, didn't I just say that little brother saved my life? How could I forget? This isn't something that requires me to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire. How can I not agree? It's just that I've just come out this year, and I've already encountered so many things. This time, I might not be able to come out so easily. However, little brother, you don't have to worry. It's just a message. Anyone will do. If I can't come out, I'll let the other brothers do it for me. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was overjoyed and said, thank you, senior martial brother Chu. Chu Yunfei repeatedly said that he didn't dare. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the sky and saw that it was getting late. She cupped her hands and said, senior martial brother Chu, the night is still long. It's a good time to hurry up. I'm in a hurry to go home, so I can't send you off. Please forgive me. When Chu Yunfei heard this, he also agreed. He said with a smile, I also have the same idea. Then let's part here. I don't dare to forget the kindness of saving my life. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay it. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and used her qinggong to go up the mountain. She turned around and waved her hand at Chu Yunfei. Then she jumped onto the David's deer and left. Chu Yunfei was not in a hurry. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua leave, he took his time to clean up and bandage all the wounds on his body. Then he walked to the 3 corpses that Zhang Xiaohua had just killed. Using his hands, he lifted up their stiff heads and carefully examined the sword marks on the 3 corpses. His face was once again filled with shock. He squatted on the ground and pondered for a long time before standing up with a serious face. He turned around to leave, but after taking a few steps, he hesitated and turned back. He bent down and took out the items on the 3 corpses. Then he used his uninjured hand to carry the 3 corpses to a hidden place. He took off their clothes and used the sword he picked up to stab the heads and necks of the corpses a few times. Only then did he stand up and use his qinggong to fly in another direction. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was sitting cross-legged in a tree hole in the distance. She smiled in the darkness. With her divine sense, where could she not see clearly? In her divine sense, Chu Yunfei flew for a while, looked around and listened carefully. Then he went in another direction. Zhang Xiaohua smiled again and withdrew her divine sense. She took out some primeval stones and closed her eyes to meditate. As for Chu Yunfei, after walking for a long time, he looked at the stars in the sky and determined the direction. Then he chose a new direction and went in another direction. Luckily Zhang Xiaohua did not have any thoughts of following him. Otherwise, she would have been played by this disciple of the ethereal sect that she had just saved. After a night of silence, Zhang Xiaohua woke up in the morning. She went out of the tree hole and breathed in some fresh air. Then she began her morning practice. Yes, it was naturally the Big Dipper magical fist. After 18 rounds of the fist art, the 9 streams of bone-honing energy flowed through the bones in her body. Zhang Xiaohua faintly felt that her fist art seemed to be showing signs of leveling up. This was a feeling that she did not have when she practiced the Big Dipper magical fist in the past. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while. Could it be related to the body odor in the tea house a few days ago? Since she could not think of a reason, she could only scratch her head. However, wasn't it a good thing to be able to improve? Zhang Xiaohua grinned. She lifted her leg and got on the David's deer. Without waiting for him to speak, the David's deer galloped forward. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua laughed like a happy person. Her laughter shocked many birds that had gone to look for insects to eat. In the next few days, there was nothing much to talk about. Zhang Xiaohua was in a hurry. However, there were a few things that were quite troublesome. You say, this person is too much. I'm just traveling alone. I don't have any bags with me and I don't wear any gorgeous clothes. Why would someone want to take advantage of me? Zhang Xiaohua thought about this from time to time. Although the route map that Ji Xiaohua gave him was basically the official road, there were still some secluded places on the official road. There were still some unsafe factors. In Zhang Xiaohua's opinion, he was just an ordinary country boy. Yes, he was riding a mule. How could he be liked by people? However, there were still a few ignorant boorish people who actually asked him to pay for the road. They even took a fancy to Huanhuan and wanted to sell it or kill it to eat. Zhang Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. It was not worth it to smash them into meat paste. However, if he let them go like this, who knew if they would rob ordinary passers-by like him in the future? By the way, who knew if they had done such things like robbing and killing before? There were too many injustices in this world. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua could not care less about all of them. However, since they dared to bully him, how could he let them go? Therefore, whenever he encountered such a situation, Zhang Xiaohua would give them 2 tight slaps. First, he would slap the teeth out of their mouths. Regardless of whether they had any difficulties or not, would they have a reason to rob you? Then, he carefully looked at this person's face. He looked passable and seemed like a kind person. All right, brother, take out the money and other things from your pocket, and this young master will spare your life. Then, make a vicious oath, and if this young master hears it well, I will kick you away. Next time, don't mess around. Even if you want to rob, find a fat head with big ears, or a corrupt official or something like that. Io, you still dare to argue, saying that this person has bodyguards? You only know how to bully the weak. I will teach you a lesson. Let's see if you still dare to go down the wrong path. If you look at him, he doesn't look like a kind person. Moreover, his actions are also vicious. Well, brother, first take out the money and other things in your arms. Then, if you want me to spare your life, well, no problem. Kacha, I will use a small sword to cut off your thumbs. Let's see if you have any way to raise a sword in the future. Cough. Although it was said that one could not judge a book by its cover, perhaps there were people who were wicked beyond redemption who had a likable face. However, I don't have the time to distinguish between them, right? Sorry, I only judge a book by its cover. Zhang Xiaohua could only comfort herself like this. When it came to judging a book by its cover, not only was Zhang Xiaohua like this, but other people were also like this. Why? Wasn't it because of the mule that Zhang Xiaohua was riding on that had a lot of its fur rotted? When it came to using a mule to carry things or drive a carriage, people had seen many of them. However, people who traveled on horseback were all riding horses. Even if a shepherd boy rode an ox, this person was just herding the ox. Moreover, the shepherd boy looked childish and cute. Riding on him would make people feel comfortable. This country boy was not young anymore. He actually rode an ugly mule on the road and swaggered through the streets with his head held high. It was as if he was riding on a handsome horse. He even waved a crutch in his hand from time to time. Yes, that's right. He was also holding a small stone in his hand. Please, he was not small anymore. Was he still playing with stones? With such an image, how could it not attract people's attention? In the beginning, Zhang Xiaohua still felt awkward. That's right. In her divine sense, all the aunties and children on the roadside were pointing at Huanhuan and laughing. Just thinking about it made her want to cover her face and run away. However, after a long time, she naturally turned a blind eye to it. Can't I withdraw my divine sense? Can't I close my eyes and rest my mind and draw the chi into my body? Just as she drew the chi from the vitality stone into her body and refined it, she heard the sound of horse hooves behind her. There was also the sound of the coachman scolding the horse. Without releasing her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua knew that it was another group of bodyguards protecting the carriage on the official road. Zhang Xiaohua consciously patted Huan. Huan ran to the side of the road unwillingly. These four odd beasts were also strange. Not to mention the mountain road, as long as they walked on the main road, they had to walk in the middle. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaohua would not have the reputation of being arrogant. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how many carriages like this in a day, so he naturally couldn't be bothered with them. When the bodyguards saw that he was tactful enough to make way for them, they also took a few more glances at his ugly Huan and waved their whips to pass. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua heard a bell-like laughter. Miss, quickly come and see. Quickly come and see. There's a strange kid here. He's actually riding a four odd beasts. Moreover, this kid is actually sleeping on the four odd beasts. Four odd beasts? Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He really didn't know what Huan was. He only thought that it didn't look like a cow, a deer, a horse, or a donkey. Zhang Xiaohua casually called it a four odd beasts. Now, someone actually recognized it and stopped calling Huan a mule. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but open his eyes slightly. Chapter 343. The carriage that sped past Zhang Xiaohua was a rather luxurious one. It was only slightly inferior to the one that Yen used to sit in. With a single glance, one could tell that it belonged to someone of status. There were 8 bodyguards in the front, back, left, and right of the carriage. They were all riding horses of different colors. All of them were very handsome. They looked 100 times better than Zhang Xiaohua. The carriage was running very fast. However, the odd beast that Zhang Xiaohua was riding was not slow either. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua could still see everything clearly. The curtain on the carriage was lifted up slightly. A round baby face peeked out from the curtain. He was looking at the carriage with a smile. Suddenly, the curtain on the other side of the window was lifted up as well. A pair of black eyes appeared. That pair of eyes looked at the ugly odd beast that Zhang Xiaohua was riding. They were also full of surprise. Little Orange, the young man sitting on the odd beast, is a mutant. Lower your voice. Don't disturb him. Oh, really? Zhang Xiaohua was a little muffled. She thought about it carefully. Wasn't he just using his hand to cover his mouth? He really thought that he was a mutant. Then, someone said in a low voice, Miss, I think this young man looks just like Ma San Air who grows vegetables in our house. He just looks very handsome. Why do you say that he is a mutant? Little Orange, didn't I always tell you that you can't judge a book by its cover? Don't look at the young man's ordinary clothes. Have you noticed that his clothes are not ordinary? He must be wearing very rare clothes. Also, think about it. Although our odd beast is not an adult yet and has a gentle temperament, is there anyone who can get close to it? Our odd beast is very alert. As long as there is any movement, it will immediately run far away. Don't even mention being ridden on its back. That's right, young Mississippi. Now that you mention it, I do remember. Last year, young Master Biyao wanted to feed the 4 odd beasts some food, but the 4 odd beasts refused to eat no matter what. This made young Master Biyao angry and he starved for a few days. It was almost starving to death, but it still refused to eat. In the end, when old Master Biyao found out, he severely punished young Master Biyao in front of the 4 odd beasts. Only then did the 4 odd beasts slowly walk away and start eating. The odd beast seems to be able to understand humans. This young man can actually subdue an adult odd beast. He really is a real person, does not show his true appearance. He even fooled me. Miss. What a pity. A pity? A soft and pleasant voice sounded. She asked curiously, what's there to pity? Of course it's a pity. Miss, you see, this young man's age is quite suitable for you. Moreover, his skin looks very good. It's just that his appearance is really too ordinary. He doesn't look like the handsome type. Moreover, he actually has a stick in his hand. Why isn't it a folding fan or something like that? I reckon that he doesn't even know how to recite poems or paint. Otherwise, miss, you can invite him to have a chat on the horse. Who knows, maybe there will be some kind of marriage linked by a thread. Bah, you little girl. You're really bold. You actually dare to say this to me. Is it because you're moved by love? If you like, I'll stop the car and ask about this young man's origin. I'll just let you marry him. With the name of our villa and the rich dowry that I'll give, this young man will definitely be very happy. As the two girls talked, they looked outside. At this time, they were already some distance away from Zhang Xiaohua. Presumably, they couldn't hear the soft whispers in the carriage clearly. However, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes and ears were very clear now. They were practically talking beside his ear. Hearing this, he was very depressed. He really wanted to find a ditch and see which part of him was not handsome. Then, he would drown himself. Just as he was thinking, he saw that the two girls were looking at him. However, he didn't hear what they were saying. Zhang Xiaohua's heart was moved. He raised his hand and waved at the two girls. He smiled kindly, revealing his white teeth. The two girls were shocked. They hurriedly put down the curtain. Moreover, there was a light bang sound and the sound of someone crying out in pain. Presumably, someone hit their head. Could it be that this person actually heard us talking? The soft voice in the carriage said timidly. Behind the carriage, on the side of the official road, Zhang Xiaohua, who was riding on the odd beast, was very pleased with himself. However, not long after he was pleased with himself, he saw the carriage gradually moving away. He suddenly patted his head and shouted, "Oh, I forgot one thing." After saying that, he patted Huan's head. The odd beast immediately sped up and chased after them. Huan's feet didn't have horseshoes, so she ran very lightly. It wasn't until she was about to catch up with the carriage that the bodyguards behind them noticed. Seeing that the young man they had just seen had caught up, the bodyguards all showed vigilant expressions. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, he called out loudly, "Miss on the carriage, greetings. I have a question to ask. Please stop for a moment and let's talk." "Oh, miss, that young man really caught up with us. How did he know that we were sitting in the carriage?" "Oh, he really heard us talking. It's all your fault. What should we do? Could it be that he's here to judge?" The girl was anxious. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Do I have to?" He really wanted to release his divine senses to take a look inside the carriage, but after all, there were two girls sitting in it. No matter what, he had to avoid some taboos, right? Even thieves have morals. He was also a Qi refinement warrior of the Immortal Tao. How could he be so unprincipled? The girl in the carriage didn't say anything. The bodyguards slowed down their horses slowly, and the carriage naturally came to a stop. The leader, a man with extremely thick eyebrows, turned his horse over and shouted, "That brat you, what's the matter?" Zhang Xiaohua cupped his fists and said, "Brother, I have an extremely simple question to ask the girl in the carriage. Please do me a favor." The man immediately put his hand on the hilt of the knife at his waist and asked vigilantly, "How did you know that the person in the carriage is a girl?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Just now when you passed by me, the person in the carriage opened the curtain and I accidentally saw it." At this moment, the soft and pleasant voice in the carriage said, "Young master, it was this little girl who spoke rudely and hurt you. Please forgive me." This little girl apologizes. Spoke insolently? What did you say about me? Are you scolding me? Zhang Xiaohua looked innocent. Well. The girl in the carriage was speechless. Yes, she apologized as soon as she arrived. What kind of path was this? Yes, my miss was wrong. She said, in the future, not just now. You're disturbing our journey. Who knows, we might be annoyed and scold you later. I'm apologizing to you now, in case you start sneezing all over the place and don't know who to look for, Little Orange said impolitely. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. How could there be such an unreasonable girl? However, he was too lazy to argue with her. He continued, if you can answer my question, you can scold me all you want today. Zhang Xiaohua actually called himself a young man. It seemed that he was really holding a folding fan and wearing a scholar's headband. Young master, please tell me. See if I can answer your question. Oh, it's very simple. I'm just asking. What do the odd beasts usually eat? Fuck, what else can the odd beasts eat? However, the odd beasts really like to eat the grass with dew in the morning. If there is a bit of yellow in it, it won't eat it. If that's the case, then thank you for answering my question. This young man thanks you. Please go on. Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands in a polite manner again. The bodyguards were confused by the two's conversation. When they saw the young man cupping his hands in farewell, they also cupped their hands casually. With a wave of their hands, the carriage continued to move forward. However, after a few steps, a scream came from the carriage. Oh, we were fooled by this guy. Since he didn't hear us, how did he know that we know what the odd beasts eat? After that, the curtain of the carriage was lifted again. A pair of black eyes accompanied by a thin oval face stared hatefully at the ordinary young man sitting arrogantly on the odd beasts in the distance. At this time, there was no one on the official road. That Huan leisurely ran to the center of the road again. In fact, after asking the young lady, Zhang Xiaohua was a little regretful. Wasn't it a waste of time to ask? Cows eat grass, horses eat grass, donkeys eat grass, and deer also eat grass. Could it be that the odd beasts could eat meat? She was concerned about Huan and wanted it to recover as soon as possible. And the key was to make it prettier as soon as possible. That was why she was anxious to seek medical treatment. However, Zhang Xiaohua regretted one thing. Why didn't she release her divine sense to take a look? This girl who spoke so nicely, was she also good-looking? Sometimes, being a gentleman was also not a good feeling. Although she was unhappy, who asked her not to take a peek at that time? Now, she couldn't chase after them. Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes again. Holding two primordial stones in her hand, she continued to cultivate in a half-asleep state. In the afternoon, Zhang Xiaohua found a place to rest for a while. She let Huan rest and drink some water before continuing on the road. Not long after they walked along the main road, they heard the sound of hurried horse hooves behind them. It was actually louder than the sound of the carriage in the morning. This time, without Zhang Xiaohua's signal, Huan took the initiative to move to the side. Alas, this beast also knew how to bully the weak and fear the strong. Sure enough, just as Huan moved to the side, about 20 burly men dressed in the same clothes and riding horses rushed over from the main road. Zhang Xiaohua scanned with her divine sense and found that there were actually a few people with bulging temples. They were actually inner force experts. This group of people hurriedly passed by. The few people in the lead didn't look at Zhang Xiaohua and only treated him as a youth from the countryside. The last few people stared at him fiercely for a long time, as if trying to find a flaw. However, Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and looked like she was sleeping. She only released her divine sense and looked at them coldly. Those few people only retracted their gazes when they saw that there was nothing unusual and left on their horses. Chapter 344. Zhang Xiaohua didn't withdraw her divine sense after the group of people walked away. She just followed them from a distance, wanting to see what they wanted to do. Yeah, I just walked my own path and didn't provoke anyone. How dare you stare at me so fiercely? Do you think I'm not pleasing to your eyes and want to cut me down? Really, I just want to go home. Why is it so difficult? If I'm not being robbed, I'm being molested. How dare you guys stare at me? Is this Jianghu? A place where you have to draw your sword if you don't like it? A place where you have to kill and rob for some benefits? A place where there's blood everywhere and where you can only protect yourself with your fists? A series of self-questioning made Zhang Xiaohua confused. Was this the Jianghu that she had painstakingly found after leaving the Guozhuang house? In fact, it was normal. It wasn't as good as the ancients said. People in the city want to go out, and people outside the city want to come in. People in the city and outside the city were always envious of each other and desperately wanted to live the life of the other. The life that they hadn't experienced was always full of novelty and temptation. When she finally lived that kind of life after racking her brains, she found that the taste of it was far from what she had imagined. The price she had to pay was far from what she could bear. Thinking about the years she had spent in Jianghu, she had experienced a lot of conspiracy, darkness, and killing. Yan's attack, the destruction of the Misty School, the evil deeds in Shitsu Mountain, and the murder of the Righteous Alliance. But there were also a lot of kinship, love, justice, and axioms. The loyal love of Aunt Qin in Mingsue Hall and the loyalty of Master O and his wife in the Misty School all left a deep impression on her. Especially, if she hadn't been in Jianghu, how could she have met her dream? Thinking about this girl made her feel sweet in her heart. Moreover, if he hadn't come out of the Guozhuang house, how could he have had these opportunities? How could he have learned the Immortal Dao cultivation method and learned the mystical magic? In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua smiled. The road was under her feet, and it was up to her to decide where she wanted to go. Since she had already stepped into Jianghu, she had to get used to the rules of Jianghu. If she didn't want to get used to other people's rules, she had to be strong enough to establish her own order and make others follow her rules. Just like just now, if Zhang Xiaohua hadn't stepped out of the Guozhuang house, the other party wouldn't even look at her. She was just a chicken or a kitten, and the other party could kill her with a wave of his saber. If it was the Zhang Xiaohua from 4 years ago, the other party would certainly stare at her and might even dismount to chop her, but what kind of temper could she have? You should have used your qing gong to escape. Fortunately, you still know ethereal steps. But what about now? Although they would glare at you, although they would dismount and chop you down, would you be afraid? Don't you want to give it a try? Don't you want them to dismount and chop you down? Don't you want to go on a killing spree and leave behind all these things that you don't like? Even when the other party had already run far away, you still used your divine sense to chase after them, trying to figure out their background. What did this mean? With strong martial strength, you would have the right to speak. You would have the right to control the fate of others, and you would have ambitions and desires that were different from ordinary people. This Jianghu is no longer the Jianghu of the past. Zhang Xiaohua instantly retracted his divine sense. He seemed to have understood something. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He casually played with the long sword in his hand and walked calmly under the autumn sun. Winter was always poetic, and the afternoon sun was always very long. Zhang Xiaohua, who had not enjoyed such peace for a long time, felt tranquil in his heart. He seemed to have entered a state of being unperturbed. He was very satisfied with his current life. It was as if this boring road was very charming. He did not feel that the long journey was far. Even when the sun set, Zhang Xiaohua and Huanhuan's shadows were elongated. When the sun set, the moon peeked out, and the stars in the sky shone brightly. Zhang Xiaohua did not open his narrowed eyes. However, at this moment, a clanging sound of weapons clashing sounded from afar. It completely disrupted the tranquil mountain and the tranquil night sky. Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes abruptly. There was anger in his eyes. Could it be that he was in the mood to relax but was disturbed? He was very unhappy. He looked far ahead and saw some smoke rising in the night sky. Wasn't that the place where the clanging sound came from? If it were not for the silence of the mountain, the sound would not have spread so far. However, when Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense and saw the situation over there, guess what? Zhang Xiaohua was sick of it. Almost instantly, a voice sounded from the bottom of his heart, as if a small hand was trying to reach out from his throat. Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the sky and shouted, "God, you're not playing with me, are you? Why am I met with an assassination again? What's wrong with this world?" Yes, in his divine sense, far away, next to a few bonfires, the gorgeous carriage that he had met earlier was parked there alone. The horse pulling the carriage had been cut down. He did not know if the coachman was dead or had run away. The 8 arrogant bodyguards were being beaten up by dozens of uniformed men. Weren't these men the ones that Zhang Xiaohua had met in the afternoon? This is Jianghu. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but think of his previous experience. Just like Jianghu, there was no choice. Even if he did not want to participate, he would always encounter such things. Tell me, do you want to help or not? In fact, Zhang Xiaohua was a little sick of it. There would always be a time when one's hands would be soft when killing someone. However, looking at the merciless manner in front of him, if he interfered, how could it end without killing? Or rather, if he encountered it, if the other party did not kill him to silence him, how could it end? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to turn the horse's head. Oh, no, turn the mule's head, and go back. I really want to go home quietly. I don't want to cause trouble. God, do I look like a naughty child? However, in front of him was the road that he had to pass. Who knew if that group of bad guys, yes, let's call them bad guys for the time being. Who knew who was right and who was wrong? Who knew which direction they would go after they finished their evil deeds? If nothing goes wrong, they will definitely turn back. At that time, won't I have to meet them head-on? Bumping into him head-on? And the direction I'm going is the direction they are killing people in. How could they let me go? Hide to the side? Hide underground? A few ideas flashed through Zhang Xiaohua's mind. However, they were immediately rejected by Zhang Xiaohua. That's right, who am I now? I am an immortal cultivator. Why would I be afraid of you martial arts clowns? Look at you guys. You guys are nothing more than trash, and you still want me to hide from you guys? It's not that I don't want to care. It's just that I have met too many of such people along the way. I can't be bothered. However, if I continue to hide like this, wouldn't I be throwing the face of the immortal cultivators? If Venerable Fiery Dragon knew about this, wouldn't he jump out from the underworld and scold me? Sighing slightly, Zhang Xiaohua could only temporarily and unwillingly accept the mission given to her by the heavens. She released her divine sense and sat on the back of the 4 odd beasts. She continued to move forward at her original speed. It's best that you guys play your own vendetta and quickly finish it. After that, you guys can go on your own way. When I'm there, you guys will have left too. That's what Zhang Xiaohua thought. However, the 8 bodyguards were actually quite skilled in martial arts. They carried Zhang Xiaohua for a long time before they reluctantly left this world. At this moment, the curtain of the luxurious carriage had already been lifted, revealing the timid little orange who had long been frightened by the bloody scene in front of her. This lively little girl's body was trembling violently, as if she was sifting chaff. Even so, she still stood strong in front of an even weaker little girl. Her skin was also dark, and she still looked like a silly little girl. The girl behind her had a skinny oval face. Her lacquered eyes were unusually clear. There was only a slight hint of panic in her eyes. She did not have the fear and terror that little orange had. Looking at the 2 girls through her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. It seemed like this little girl was not simple. Under the watchful eyes of so many tigers and wolves, she could still be so shocked. Her background was definitely not simple. Wasn't that a little too unethical? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. She allowed Huan to jog forward while she took out a small sword from her bosom. With a wave of her hand, the small sword whistled through the air like a cheerful cry and shot towards the scene. Next to the carriage, a group of bad guys tidied up the place a little. Like a pack of wolves, they surrounded the two little girls who were not wearing red hats. "Miss Nia, I'm really sorry for interrupting your progress," the man said fiercely. "I'm sure you know what we're going to do. I can guarantee that if you hand over the item, we'll leave right away. We won't harm you or the girl's life." Miss Nia stood behind Little Orange and asked very calmly, "Who are you? How did you know I had something on me?" "Haha." The man laughed rudely. "Miss Nia, are you trying to find out where we came from? If you know, do you think you'll be able to survive?" Miss Nia bit her lip, thinking about something. Then she asked, "Good man, I don't know who you are, but although the treasure is precious, it's a dead object. It's not as important as a human life. This little girl will hand it over right now. However, I'll have to ask you to swear an oath. What do you think?" "Huh," the man laughed. "If I take the treasure and harm Miss Nia's life, I'll die from the flying sword." "This?" Miss Nia muttered. "Good man, you're trying to deceive me. Why don't you include my maid?" "Well said, well said. If I harm Miss Nia and this unknown maid's life, I'll die from the flying sword." However, Miss Nia was still worried. This thug's martial arts were powerful. How could a flying sword take his life? However, she didn't dare to say anything else. She was just a little lamb. Whether or not he swore an oath, he could still forcefully take the item. Now that she was given a way out, it was best to quickly accept it. Chidian Chinese website welcomes all readers to read. The newest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all at Chidian Originals. Chapter 345. With that thought, Miss Nia bit her lip and was about to walk into the carriage when Little Orange suddenly said in a trembling voice, "Miss, you mustn't trust them. These people have always been untrustworthy. If you give them the item and they go back on their word, what will we do?" Miss Nia smiled bitterly. "Little Orange, you think I don't know? But look, even if we don't give them the item, they can still find it if they kill us, right? If we know what's good for us, maybe they'll spare our lives on account of our straightforwardness." Then, without waiting for Little Orange to say anything else, she lowered her head and entered the carriage. After a while, she hid one hand in her sleeve and held a small brocade box in the other. Standing on the carriage, she raised her voice and said, "Hero, this item is for you. Please be magnanimous and spare us two defenseless girls." Then, she threw the brocade box to the man. Seeing this, the evil man rejoiced in his heart. He raised his hand and carefully caught it. Then, he carefully opened it to take a look. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with it, he put it away. He did not think that he would be able to get it so easily. For a moment, he did not know what to do. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and turned his horse around to go back. At this time, a man with a scar on his face said, "Vice Hall Master, we're going back now?" "Nonsense, we're done here. Why wouldn't we go back? But how should we deal with these two girls?" How to deal with them? Didn't we just talk about it? Let them live. Since they're so straightforward, we can't just let them do the same. But if we don't kill them and they find out who we are, it won't be good. After all, we're not masked today. But didn't I swear to the heavens just now? Do you want me to die a horrible death? No, Hall Master. How could I dare to curse you like that? It's just that. It's just what? I'll be frank with you. I just feel that it's a pity to let these two girls go like this. Ah. The so-called Vice Hall Master looked at the two thin and weak little girls under the night sky. How could he have any appetite? Then, he turned to look at the lecherous light in the eyes of the scarred man. He smiled and said, "Thief, I didn't expect you to like this." Scarface waved his hand and said shyly, "Hall Master, you're so naughty." To each his own. The so-called Vice Hall Master immediately had goosebumps all over his body. He shrunk his neck in fear and said, "That's good. Later, if you have any goods you don't like, leave them for this hall master. That's right, remember not to take their lives. This hall master has already promised. In addition, after you're done, remember to sell them to a brothel far away. I seem to have only promised to take their lives. After today, I won't care so much. After saying that, he laughed and stood to the side as if he was waiting to watch a good show. At this time, many of the men next to him looked at Scarface with resentment and jealousy. Why didn't they think of that? When Little Orange in the carriage heard this, his face turned ashen. He had already lost his mind. He just hugged his chest and trembled non-stop. Miss Nia clenched her teeth and flames of anger appeared in her eyes. Yes, she was really too naive. He said that he wouldn't take her life, so he naturally had many methods to deal with her. How could these men, who were old enough to be her elders, be so filthy? Suddenly, the hand hidden in her sleeve reached out. There was a small knife in her hand. She resolutely put it to her neck and looked at the moon in the distance. The sky was full of stars. Under such a beautiful night sky, such a shameless scene was still playing out. She then looked in a certain direction. There seemed to be endless longing. Then, her eyes flashed with determination. She waved her arm and was about to commit suicide. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua, who was sprinting over, saw this scene through her divine sense. She couldn't help but think of O Peng, who was forced to commit suicide, and Yang Ruping, who put a sword to her neck and used her life to show her determination to protect the disciples of the Misty School. Although O Peng was using her, in order to repay her for saving O Yan, he treated her extremely well. Regarding this, Zhang Xiaohua had always been grateful. And Yang Ruping used her life to protect the disciples of the Misty School, including her second brother, Zhang Xiaohu. This couldn't help but be said to have touched Zhang Xiaohua greatly. And now, a dark and thin girl actually had such determination and decisiveness. How could it not resonate with Zhang Xiaohua? With a thought, the small sword circling in the air was about to strike down Miss Nia's knife like lightning. However, someone was even faster. Scarface casually threw an iron ball in front of her and hit Miss Nia's wrist with great force. Ouch! The knife fell to the ground. Her wrist went limp and tilted. Miss Nia held her wrist in extreme pain. Tears streamed down her face. Her wrist was actually broken. She heard Scarface say with a lewd smile, "Little girl, this uncle has long been guarding against this move of yours. Who knows how many little fellows have the same idea as you. Hee hee, seeing you in pain, this uncle's heart feels so good." His howl, like a hungry wolf, traveled far into the night sky. Speaking of which, Zhang Xiaohua had already arrived. Naturally, she heard those words. Her heart was filled with anger. If you guys want to rob me, then just take it. I'm not trying to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, but going back on your words is your fault. Since you promised to let me live, then don't try to deceive me. What's more, from what Scarface said, this scoundrel has done many such bad things. This is good karma sent to my door by the heavens. How can I reject it? Having made up her mind, Zhang Xiaohua stopped moving forward. She jumped down from Huan's back and found a big tree. She floated up and sat cross-legged. Releasing her powerful divine sense, the small sword that had stopped in midair suddenly sped up. Like lightning, it streaked across the night sky and directly stabbed into Scarface's throat. Scarface was proudly taking off his shirt and walking around happily. The lightning came so fast that he didn't have any time to react. He immediately covered his neck and collapsed on the ground. The vice hall master, who was prepared to watch a good show, couldn't help but laugh when he saw Scarface like this. He said, "Bastard, other people ride horses. Why did you go crazy before you even got on the horse?" While he was talking, he saw a flash of black light. It was the small sword that was shooting towards his throat. Since this vice hall master was able to become a vice hall master, he naturally had extraordinary skills. Although he was in a dangerous situation, he wasn't in a hurry. Seeing that it was too late to pull out the long sword from his waist, he boldly grabbed it with his hand. Seeing that he was about to grab it, the vice hall master was prepared for his hand to bleed. At least it wouldn't be cheaper than having his throat pierced. However, at that moment, the small sword that the vice hall master regarded as a hidden weapon rose up and avoided his hand. Like a snake, it quickly moved towards his throat. Flying sword. The vice hall master cried out in horror. Then, the small sword lightly touched his throat, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, and flew away. The vice hall master was like a piece of rotten wood. With a plop, he fell off his horse. Before he died, he only had one thought: there are gods 3 feet above my head. Heaven is watching everything that I do. Why would I make such a vicious oath when I have nothing better to do? If what? Who knows? Maybe if I don't do evil anymore and take the things and leave? Maybe if there's a next time, I swear that I'll be struck by lightning and die a horrible death? No one paid attention to Scarface's fall, but the vice hall master's fall attracted the attention of the people who were always trying to flatter him. A few people immediately jumped off their horses and rushed to help the vice hall master up. However, before they could express their loyalty, there were a series of people who fell off their horses. Someone with sharp eyes immediately saw the small sword flying in the crowd and shouted, "Be careful of hidden weapons." The rest of the people immediately drew their long swords from their waists and were carefully on guard. At this time, someone finally saw that the vice hall master was dead and there was blood in his throat. Ah! Flying sword. The legendary flying sword. The vice hall master actually summoned the legendary flying sword. Before he could finish his sentence, another one was killed and fell off his horse with a plop. The rest of the people didn't dare to stand there in a daze. What a joke! Although the Immortal Tao had been lost for 10,000 years, the legends of the Immortal Tao had not been lost. The flying sword was already a magical power that people in the Jianghu dreamed of having. Now that they suddenly saw it was their own chasing sword, how could they not tremble in fear? These well-trained people actually scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. There were originally about 20 people in this group of bad guys. In the battle with the bodyguards, a few of them had died. Just now, the small sword had killed a few more, so there were only about 10 left. They all turned their horses around and fled in all directions. In an instant, there were only a few batches of horses without masters left in the field. There were also corpses on the ground and 2 dumbfounded little girls who couldn't believe their eyes. Flying sword. It was a flying sword. It was the flying sword that the bad guy who swindled her trust wore. Although her martial arts were low and she couldn't see clearly, from the moment the evil man who was about to humiliate her fell to the ground, to the moment the bad guys inexplicably fell off their horses and didn't get up again, to the moment the bad guys fled in panic while shouting, how could she not know that this really was a flying sword? Although Miss Nie's wrist hurt terribly, she endured it and put her palms together to thank the heavens. When Little Orange saw that the bad guys had scattered, her body stopped trembling and her face was no longer pale. She scolded Miss Nie, "Miss, why are you thanking the heavens? You should be thanking our Grandpa Immortal. If you want to thank the heavens, you should wait until you meet your Mr. Right." Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua was far away and couldn't hear her. Otherwise, she would have fallen off the tree. Chapter 346. The remaining dozen or so mounted their horses and fled in all directions. In their minds, even if the flying sword was powerful, there was only one after all. By the time he killed one of them, the others would have already fled far away. Even if he killed the others, there would always be a number of people who would be able to escape alive. As long as they could outrun the others, this path of survival would be theirs. Unfortunately, they were extremely wrong. How did Zhang Xiaohua practice the flying sword? It was a real kung fu that was practiced by killing birds and roasting meat. Even the seabirds on the island, which were not afraid of thunder and lightning, could not escape from Zhang Xiaohua's flying sword. How could a dozen bad guys on horses escape from Zhang Xiaohua's evil hands? Zhang Xiaohua made a gesture with her hands. Like threading a needle, the small sword shuttled back and forth in the darkness. Every time it passed by, it would take a life. Every time it turned back, it would take a little bit of blood. Since the secret of the flying sword had been exposed, it was impossible for Zhang Xiaohua to let any of them go back alive. Moreover, looking at their behavior, it was even worse than the bandits of Shichui Mountain. How could Zhang Xiaohua let them go? Not long after, before these bad guys could escape far, their lives were all taken by the small sword. Everyone died with the same question in their minds: I still can't outrun others. It was not that they did not resist. After all, they were a little scared, thinking that there was a white-bearded old man in the sky staring at them angrily. Moreover, the flying sword was really strange. The angle was tricky and the speed was very fast. They could neither catch nor block it, so they had to use their throats to block it. The flying sword completed its heroic feat of saving the beauty and flew back happily. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and caught it. Under the moonlight, she looked at the tip of the sword that had killed a lot of people. There was not a drop of blood. Zhang Xiaohua secretly praised it in her heart. What a necessary weapon for killing and robbing. She put it in her arms casually. With a crooked mouth, Zhang Xiaohua pinched her chin with her hand and looked far ahead. There were still some bonfires shining, but she did not jump down the tree to report the merit and receive the reward. I just used a flying sword to kill people. If I go down now, wouldn't I be putting a label on my forehead saying that I know how to use a flying sword? I can't kill these two little girls to silence them, so why should I go down? A hero saving a damsel in distress? Am I a hero? The two little girls aren't beauties, so there's no need for me to go down. Even if the young lady is a beauty, she's still too young. I really don't dare to be interested. Moreover, I'm not the type that she likes. Why should I ask her to marry me? It's better not to go down. God, I really don't want to cause any trouble. I just want to go home quietly and not cause any trouble. You saw what happened today. You forced me to be a chivalrous person and I satisfied your curiosity. Please let me go. It's already late and it's not good to sleep in the wild. The ground is full of corpses. I'm sure the two girls will be scared. They will drive the carriage away by themselves in a while. I won't go down to greet them. Anyway, we will have to part, so why do we have to meet them? It's already late. If I go down now and see them, I won't be able to talk much to them. How rude would it be if I go down now? Moreover, where do I sleep? How can they sleep? Men and women shouldn't touch each other. I still have this bit of manners. Forget it, I'll sleep on the tree branch. I won't go down. Zhang Xiaohua found countless excuses to hide herself between the branches of the big tree. It seemed that she wanted to escape from something. Sure enough, not long after, night fell. Zhang Xiaohua fell asleep peacefully with a primordial stone in her hand, leaving Huanhuan to walk slowly under the tree. Tonight's tree was found by Zhang Xiaohua in a hurry. It wasn't very tall. When Zhang Xiaohua fell asleep, the starlight in the night sky was still shining around Zhang Xiaohua, forming a cluster of light that was invisible to the naked eye. This cluster of starlight was quite big. At this time, it was already close to the ground. Huanhuan was originally pacing under the tree. Suddenly, its nose sniffed as if it had asked something. It slowly walked to Zhang Xiaohua's body and lay down in the cluster of starlight. Its mouth and nose instinctively inhaled and exhaled endless starlight. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and looked at Huanhuan. Suddenly, her face changed. She instantly released her divine sense and her face changed greatly. Io, this is bad. These two little girls still haven't left? Others may not know what Huanhuan's cry is, but they have raised Huanhuan before. They must know that I am here. If I don't appear, won't it be more conspicuous? This Huanhuan is really too much. Of all times, why is she shouting now? Io, this is bad. Why is that young lady lying there motionless? Why is the little girl crying so sadly? Is she dead? No, she still seems to be breathing. I have to be a good person to the end. I should go and take a look. I don't know what has happened. When Zhang Xiaohua got down from the tree, she rode Huan to the side of the carriage. Several bonfires had been extinguished, leaving only embers. There were many corpses scattered around the carriage. Several horses were also scattered in the surrounding bushes. It was silent and strange. If all of this was not caused by Zhang Xiaohua, she would definitely be scared. Hearing some noise, the crying little orange raised her head in horror. But when she saw that it was the village boy she had teased yesterday morning, she could not help but let out a sigh of relief. However, she was also slightly disappointed. She and the young lady were saved by the flying sword yesterday. They thought that a godlike person would appear and tell them something. But when it was late at night and the bonfires were extinguished, he did not appear. It was very different from the plot in the novel. And in such a dark night, the two of them really did not know where to go. Should they drive the carriage forward? Needless to say, the horse driving the carriage had already been killed, and needless to say, the young lady's wrist had already been broken. She couldn't tame the other horse by herself, not to mention harnessing the carriage. Moreover, so many people had already died here. Even if there were any bad guys coming, they would definitely be terrified and would definitely stay far away. It was much safer than two young ladies traveling alone. After thinking about it, the two of them finally decided to stay in the carriage surrounded by about 30 corpses. However, Miss Nie's wrist had been broken by Scarface's iron ball and was already in extreme pain. In the first half of the night, she fumbled around to fix the bone, applied medicine, and bandaged it carelessly. After that, she could barely hold on. But in the second half of the night, she could no longer hold on. In addition to the shock, she finally fell sick and had a high fever. She started talking nonsense and her wrist was swollen to the point that it was bigger than a steamed bun. Seeing this scene, Little Orange did not even close her eyes for the rest of the night. She kept crying. At this moment, she saw Zhang Xiaohua looking around curiously and looking at the corpses on the ground with curiosity and fear. Little Orange couldn't help but laugh. Could this be the mutant that the young lady mentioned? No matter how she looked at it, it didn't seem like it. However, thinking about how this guy waved his hand with bad intentions yesterday morning, he probably wasn't a good person. Would he take advantage of the situation to rape her? Thinking up to this point, Little Orange became a little scared again. Seeing Little Orange's worried expression, Zhang Xiaohua was very depressed. She had already worked hard enough pretending. Big sister, can you please say something? Left with no choice, Zhang Xiaohua could only timidly say, Miss, did you meet some bad people? This guy was really good at pretending. Little Orange immediately threw her fear to the back of her head and said while crying, young master has good eyesight. That's right. Yesterday, when we came here, some bad people tried to rob us. Thankfully, our bodyguards were capable and killed them all. However, our bodyguards also died together with them. Only one of them survived, and he was also heavily injured. Last night, he already went ahead to seek help. I believe he'll be back soon. Oh, is that so? Zhang Xiaohua blinked and said, I thought that miss would need some help. Since that's the case, this one will take her leave. It's not proper for a man and a woman to be alone in the wilderness. After saying that, she turned to leave. However, it wasn't easy to find someone to vent her anger on. How could Little Orange let him go? She hurriedly called out, young master, although our bodyguards will be back in a while, there is still some time. Look at us two weak girls, it's not good for us to stay in this pile of corpses. Oh. Does Miss have any orders? However, this one is scared to death of these corpses. I want to leave as soon as possible. Little Orange heard this and was delighted, that's good. I wonder if young master knows how to drive a carriage? Drive a carriage? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. Don't you know how to drive a carriage? You don't seem to be very good at it. Do you really not know how to drive a carriage? Little Orange was a little anxious. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Don't worry, Mississippi. It's not that I don't know how to drive a carriage. It's just that the teacher who taught me said that since I've already started studying, it's best to forget about the past. I naturally know how to drive a carriage. But I've already started reading the sage's books. Why do I have to go back to the past and drive a carriage? Looking at Zhang Xiaohua in front of her, Little Orange really didn't know what to say. She turned around and looked at the unconscious Mississippi. She couldn't help but feel sad and started crying loudly. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua asked, Miss, why are you crying? Could it be that you're moved to tears by seeing a village boy go from being ignorant to being knowledgeable? Little Orange heard this and cried even harder. She choked and pointed at the carriage and said, You'll know when you come over. Don't, Mississippi. See no evil, see no evil. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hands. Little Orange was anxious and jumped down from the carriage. She grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said, Come over, come over. You'll know when you come over. Zhang Xiaohua covered her face and said, A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. See no evil. Sigh, this guy is really good at acting. Chapter 347. Little Orange was still the generous one. She pulled off the sleeve that was covering Zhang Xiaohua's face and said with a sobbing tone, My miss is already so sick. What's there to molest? Zhang Xiaohua pursed his lips and thought to himself, She's just a silly little girl. She's not worthy of my molestation. However, when he looked at her, he really couldn't bear to do it. Miss Nia's face was flushed, and there were small blisters on her lips, which were dry and pale. Her wrists had been carefully bandaged, but they were bulging. She lay there weakly, mumbling something indiscernible. Zhang Xiaohua looked at her delirious appearance and frowned slightly. He wasn't a doctor, so he didn't know how to treat her. Even if he was full of vital energy, what could it do? He asked weakly, Miss, have you fed her water? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua acting like an amateur, Little Orange was a bit angry. She raised her arm to block his view and said, Go, 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 don't look. It's enough to know how sick my miss is. How can you stare like that? I'm the miss's personal maid. How can I not know how to feed her some water? They all say that scholars are useless. It's true. Zhang Xiaohua defended himself. Miss, you're wrong. I've just entered the school and can't be considered a scholar. However, if you think I'm a scholar, I'm very happy. I didn't waste my 2 months of studying the 3-character classic. Pfft, Little Orange's sadness almost turned into joy. This guy was too funny. She said, You've only been studying the 3-character classic for 2 months. You don't recognize many words, but you've learned the tone of a bookworm. You're a genius. Miss, you have sharp eyes. My master also said the same thing. I'm very proud of you. Oh, by the way, Miss, your bodyguard should be here soon. Since I'm useless, I'll take my leave now. I still have to go home and study the 3-character classic. Don't go. You're also someone who's read the books. Why don't you know that saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda? Ah. Big sister, you must be joking. Didn't I just say that I'm reading the 3-character classic? Is there such a sentence in the 3-character classic? Let me count, it's about 10 words now. By the way, this sentence sounds familiar to me. It seems that an old monk in my village who always asks people to give alms often said this. This. Little Orange didn't know how to convince this fake scholar, but she felt that it would be a pity if she let this fake scholar go. According to this scholar, he was just from the countryside and had just become a scholar, so he must have some strength. Moreover, although his nose was a little flat and his eyes were a little small, he was honest and kind. If she asked him to help send the seriously ill young lady to the clinic, he would definitely be the most suitable person. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that the girl didn't know what to say, she was secretly happy. She cupped her hands and said, "If that's the case, Xiaoxing, I'll take my leave first. If I meet your bodyguard on the way, I'll tell him to come back quickly." After saying that, she turned around and was about to leave. In fact, the reason why Zhang Xiaohua was like this was because Little Orange said yesterday that he looked ordinary and wasn't a good match. He didn't like it when he thought about it. An 18-year-old handsome young man being belittled by someone else's appearance, no one would be happy. Secondly, Little Orange lied to him and said that there was still a bodyguard alive and that she was asking for help. This feeling of distrust made him a little unhappy. With these two factors added together, he acted as if he was purposely making things difficult for her. Of course, he also wanted to let this girl know that he was just an ordinary person and that she shouldn't associate last night's violence with him. When he turned around, he saw Little Orange biting her lips and tears flowing down her eyes. She looked like she was in a difficult situation. He couldn't bear to see her like this. Sigh, forget it. What kind of act was he putting on this time? If he looked ordinary, then so be it. Why would he be afraid of others talking about him? She had just suffered a great disaster, so she naturally had to be careful. Didn't he often lie to others like this? But after all, he was a young man in his prime. Since he had already turned around, how could he put down his pride and stop? He could only pray inwardly, "Hurry and beg me to stop. Hurry and beg me to stop." However, when he turned around, he didn't hear Little Orange's pleas for help. Helpless, he had already turned around. Zhang Xiaohua felt a little remorseful. Right at this moment, a moan came from the carriage. "Don't kill me, ouch." Miss Nia, who was in the carriage, moved and suddenly clutched Little Orange's hand tightly. The last cry of pain must have come from Little Orange touching her wrist again. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. In the end, he still couldn't bear to take the first step. When he turned around again, he saw Little Orange also clutching Miss Nia's hand tightly, tears streaming down her face. That's right, she was just a little girl. How could she have encountered such a situation? It wasn't easy for her to meet a somewhat pleasing fake scholar, but he didn't give her any face. What opinions could she have? Zhang Xiaohua looked around and randomly picked a horse from the scattered horses. He found a water sack on the horse's back and uncorked it to take a look. He walked over with it and raised his hand to hand it to Little Orange. Little Orange was crying inwardly when she suddenly saw a large object being handed to her. She really jumped in fright and looked up in panic. When she saw it was Zhang Xiaohua, she opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but no words came out. She took it with difficulty and carefully fed it to Miss Nia. The water sack was really big. Although Little Orange was careful, she still spilled quite a bit of water on Miss Nia's face. Perhaps it was because of the refreshing water or because she wasn't thirsty anymore, but Miss Nia lay quietly in the carriage again. While Little Orange was feeding Miss Nia, Zhang Xiaohua didn't stay idle. He walked over and brought over the black horse with the water sack. He threw the saddle and other things on the ground and put everything from Little Orange's carriage onto the black horse's back. That black horse was already trained. When Zhang Xiaohua took the water sack from its back, it dodged to the side. Now that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to take it away, it was even more impossible. Zhang Xiaohua didn't panic and only pressed her hands on its back. With a bit of force, the black horse couldn't take the force and fell to the ground. When Zhang Xiaohua let go, the black horse used all of its strength to stand up. The horse's eyes were filled with fear. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't waste any time and easily dragged it to the side of the carriage. That black horse was very docile and obedient to Zhang Xiaohua's manipulation. It was as if Zhang Xiaohua had been training it. At this time, Little Orange was shocked and looked at Zhang Xiaohua's somewhat clumsy but very easy movements. Little Orange had seen the David's deer before and naturally had seen horses. Of course, she knew that horses weren't easy to be controlled by strangers, not to mention that this horse was specially trained. Otherwise, she would have already gotten off the carriage and didn't need to wait for Zhang Xiaohua to come. Although Zhang Xiaohua had never set a carriage before, when he went with Yannan last time, he was just a servant. It was very normal for him to help the coachman unload the horse and set the horse. It was just that he had forgotten about it. The reason why he said it was very easy was because if you had the strength of thousands of pounds, what kind of work wouldn't be easy to do? Not long after, the carriage was set. Zhang Xiaohua said, "Miss, I don't know how to drive a carriage. However, I think that you wouldn't be able to either. Then, I will reluctantly give it a try." Little Orange said gratefully, "Young master, my name is Little Orange. You don't have to be so courteous. Just call me Little Orange. Now that my young mistress is seriously ill, she can't thank you in person. I thank you in advance." Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "You don't have to be so polite. Miss, Little Orange, I am not a young master. I am just a boy from the countryside who has been studying the three-character classic for a few days. The way I spoke just now was very awkward. I am not used to it." "Oh, right, I am Ren Xiaoyao. You can call me Brother Xiaoyao." Seeing this fake scholar reveal his true face, Little Orange's face revealed a trace of a smile. Her anxious heart had a little bit of sunshine. She said, "Young master's personality is very good. So straightforward. My mistress will definitely like it." "Ah." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "This is a good personality. Little Orange, are you saying that all the people in our village are straightforward people? Will your mistress like it?" Little Orange's face turned red and said, "Then I won't be so polite. However, it is not appropriate to call you brother. You are quite tall, but you are about the same age as my mistress. You may not be older than me." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Then you can call me Ren Xiaoyao." "Then, okay, Ren Xiaoyao." Little Orange finished talking to Zhang Xiaohua and looked at the sleeping mistress. She said, "If it is possible, please drive the carriage to the town in front as soon as possible so that you can treat my mistress." Zhang Xiaohua said, "That is exactly what I was thinking." After saying that, she jumped onto the carriage and sat cross-legged on the coachman's seat. She thought of how the coachman used to drive the carriage and imitated him. She picked up the reins and prepared to drive the carriage out. But Little Orange suddenly thought of something and called out, "Ren Xiaoyao, wait." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said with a smile, "Could it be that you know that I don't know how to drive? If you can, then just come." Little Orange said embarrassedly, "No, I just thought of something. This. Little Orange said this for a long time but couldn't say what it was. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and knew what she wanted to do. She smiled and said, "Could it be that you want to go to the toilet?" "Bah." Little Orange's face immediately turned red. She spat at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "No." Actually, how could Zhang Xiaohua not know? She was just saying it casually. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua was now 18 years old. She was in the prime of her life. When would she have the chance to talk to young girls in the past? She had just returned from the deserted island and met these two young girls. Although she didn't have any romantic thoughts, it was normal for her to say something inappropriate. Chapter 348. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had misunderstood her, Little Orange thought about it, then gritted her teeth and said, "Yes, you guessed right. Ren Xiaoyao, I do want to pee, so please, can you hide behind the carriage?" Zhang Xiaohua was startled, then smiled, revealing her white teeth. "Of course, I'll go right now." Then she jumped off the carriage and walked to the other side. After Zhang Xiaohua left, Little Orange gently placed Miss Nie's hand on her body, then slowly and painstakingly got off the carriage. She looked behind the carriage and said, "Ren Xiaoyao, you're not allowed to peek." OMG, Zhang Xiaohua almost fell. She thought, do I have to do this? If I wanted to look, I could have just used my divine sense. Why would I need to peek? Plus, do you think I don't know what you're doing? As expected, Little Orange carefully walked and looked behind her. She walked to the place where the vice hall master had fallen off his horse last night. She looked left and right and saw several corpses lying there. Because of the fear last night, no one saw the vice hall master's face clearly. Little Orange had no choice but to crouch down and search the corpses one by one. Soon, she found a small brocade box from one of the corpses. Little Orange was overjoyed and looked behind her again. She didn't see Zhang Xiaohua peeking. Little Orange stood up and put away the brocade box. She was about to go back, but her brows furrowed slightly and she finally walked behind a small tree with a red face. She only came out after a while. After she left, some strange sounds entered Zhang Xiaohua's ears. Zhang Xiaohua also blushed a bit and muttered in her heart, "Oh, luckily I knew what she was going to do, so I didn't release my divine sense. Otherwise." However, Zhang Xiaohua now had a good impression of this bold and scheming little girl. She no longer criticized her like she did when they first met. When Little Orange got onto the carriage, she called for Zhang Xiaohua to come out. Zhang Xiaohua tactfully didn't ask anything. She got onto the carriage, shook the reins, and imitated the coachman, shouting, "Hiya!" The black horse was very obedient. It exerted force with its 4 hooves and slowly pulled the carriage forward. However, the many corpses in the field also tested Zhang Xiaohua's skills. There were several times when she had to get out of the car and drag the corpses to the side. Huan had been standing quietly by the side of the road, occasionally eating the weeds on the side of the road. Now that it saw Zhang Xiaohua driving over, it also screamed happily and followed her. There was no need for Zhang Xiaohua to call out to it. Little Orange, who was in the carriage, was very surprised. She originally wanted to ask out of curiosity, but looking at the young miss lying on the sickbed next to her, how could she still be in the mood? At this time, Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Little Orange, do you think we should go forward or back?" Little Orange said, "Of course we're going forward. But I remember that there's a village not too far behind us. Maybe there's a doctor there. Let's go forward. Our escorts are supposed to go forward. Maybe we'll meet them after we walk for a while." Little Orange said it like it was real. In fact, she had neglected one point. Zhang Xiaohua had seen their 8 escorts before. If Zhang Xiaohua had looked carefully at the corpses, she would definitely have seen them at the scene. How could there be an extra bodyguard? But in Little Orange's eyes, Zhang Xiaohua was just a young man from the countryside. How could he be so scheming? So she directly ignored him. Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to expose her lie. In his heart, he had only met these 2 girls by chance. It was just in life or on this journey. He wouldn't have any interactions with them at all. All he had to do was help them drive the carriage to the town ahead. At most, he would help them find an escort agency and let a real escort escort them to where they were supposed to go. "I'm not a curious baby, so why should I care about you?" It didn't take long for them to reach the main road. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about the 2 maidservants in the carriage and focused on driving the carriage. Although he hadn't really driven a carriage before, the horses he used to pull the carriage were trained by others. They were much better than ordinary horses, so he didn't have to worry too much about them. Moreover, the carriage didn't go very fast, so naturally, it became more and more convenient for him. Sitting in the carriage, Little Orange could feel that the carriage wasn't going very fast. Although she was burning with anxiety, she didn't want to rush them. It wasn't until it was almost noon that they arrived at a slightly larger town. The first thing Zhang Xiaohua did when he entered the town was to find out if there were any escort agencies or medical centers in the town. Unfortunately, the town was too small, so no escort agencies were interested in this place. Fortunately, there were still medical centers around. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and chose the largest one to drive the carriage over. Miss Nie's wrist was broken, so Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to move it too much. He wanted to get the doctor to take a look at her in the carriage, but the doctor only sat in the hall and didn't come out. He only asked them to send the patient over. Later, Little Orange had to secretly bribe him with some silver before he was willing to go out to see the patient. Zhang Xiaohua was depressed. Everyone said that doctors should treat their patients with care, but why was this doctor like this? Because he had received the silver, the doctor was especially meticulous. After examining her, he frowned slightly. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Is there a problem?" The doctor was puzzled and said, "From the way you bandaged her and the medicine you applied, they're all excellent. It looks like you're only slightly worse than me, so how did you get a fever and faint?" Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She smiled and said, "I just met a wandering doctor on the side of the road and treated him carelessly. I only rushed over because I didn't know that you're a skilled doctor." The doctor was very pleased and said with a smile, "I was wondering why it was like this. It turns out that you didn't treat her properly and didn't use any professional tools to fix her wrist. This is simple and is just a small test for me. Please wait a moment." The doctor was also very professional. Not long after, he fixed Miss Nie's wrist and wrote a prescription with a stroke of his pen. He then asked the medical center's staff to brew the medicine according to the prescription. Little Orange was still worried, so he carefully read the prescription before agreeing to brew the medicine. After the medicine was brewed, Little Orange carefully fed it to Miss Nie. Zhang Xiaohua carried a lot of medicine bags and put them on the carriage before driving the carriage away from the medical center. When they reached the side of the road, Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Little Orange, do you think we should continue to walk forward, or?" He didn't finish his sentence and wanted to let Little Orange choose to go forward. However, Little Orange had his own ideas and said with difficulty, "Ren Xiaoyao, can I trouble you to find an inn first? It's not good for Miss Nie's health if she continues to travel like this." Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Why didn't he know that patients needed rest the most? However, he was also in a hurry to go home. His family in the Guozhuang house hadn't heard from him for 4 years. His mother must be missing him every day. He just wanted to hurry back. Forget it. Anyway, a few days won't make a difference. I'll wait until I find an escort agency. After making up his mind, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to drive the carriage to find an inn. However, just as he was about to start the carriage, Zhang Xiaohua thought of something. He turned around and asked, "Little Orange, I have an idea. Do you think it'll work?" Little Orange said, "What is it?" "Just say it." "Here's the thing. I saw so many corpses in front of your carriage this morning. You said that someone wanted to kill you and steal your things. Do you think they will send people to chase you again?" "That's right." Little Orange heard this and his expression changed greatly. He said, "Ren Xiaoyao, you're right. They will definitely send people to kill us again. What do you think we should do?" Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. "How would I know? This has nothing to do with me at all. I don't know where you guys are from or where the people who want to kill you are from. I can't even tell who's good and who's evil." After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Since they can chase after you, I'm sure they must have some clues. Maybe it's the carriage, or maybe it's your looks. Looks can't be changed, but carriages can be changed. Don't you think so?" "That's right, Ren Xiaoyao. You're so smart. Are you really a farmer in the countryside?" Little Orange clapped his hands and praised him. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head proudly and thought to himself, "What do you mean by that?" Following that, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Let's get out of this town first. Once we're out, you guys can wait here. I'll come back and find a carriage to pick you guys up. What do you think?" Of course, Little Orange would follow Zhang Xiaohua's lead. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua drove the carriage onto the main road. After traveling for a while, they turned into a secluded area. Zhang Xiaohua tied the black horse to a tree and prepared to ride the deer back to town. At this moment, Little Orange stuck his head out of the carriage and called out, "Ren Xiaoyao, you?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Is there something else?" Little Orange looked at him eagerly and asked, You won't not come back, right?" Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. This wasn't a bad idea at all. Of course, this was just a thought. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't that despicable. With a look of disdain, he snapped his fingers and said, "Look, do I look like that kind of person? No matter what, I've studied the 3-character classic for a few months." Pfft, Little Orange almost fell off the carriage. But after a while, seeing that Zhang Xiaohua still hadn't moved, Little Orange felt strange again and asked, "Why aren't you going yet? Don't tell me you're angry with me for saying that?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at her from head to toe as if he didn't know her. He asked curiously, "Is this still the smart Little Orange? Doesn't Little Orange know that buying a carriage costs money? This carriage is what you want. You don't want the salary I give you to drive the carriage. Do you want me to pay for the carriage as well?" Little Orange blushed and quickly shrank back into the carriage. After a while, she came out with a small green pouch in her hand. She handed it to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Ren Xiaoyao, this is my pouch. There's some money inside. Take it." Zhang Xiaohua took the pouch and opened it to take a look. He couldn't help but cry out, "Aya, you guys are really rich. There's even gold inside." After saying that, he took out a small piece of gold from the pouch and looked at it fondly. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's greedy look, Little Orange didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said, "Take the flowers first. When it's not enough, come find me. Miss has more." Chapter 349. Is that so? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Little Orange maliciously and said, "Aren't you afraid that I will rob you?" Little Orange's face was also full of fear. She trembled and said, "Young master, may I ask, are you going to rape me?" Zhang Xiaohua's face immediately turned red. She slapped the head of the deer and ran away. I was teased. Zhang Xiaohua thought as she ran away. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua gradually disappear into the distance, Little Orange's mouth revealed a smile. But when she looked at the young miss next to her, her face became a little worried. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's voice came from not far away, "Little Orange, tidy up the things in the carriage. Wait for me to come back and rob you." "This guy," Little Orange said as she stood up. Yes, there were a lot of things in this luxurious carriage. There was still a long way to the young Mrs. Villa. If she didn't tidy it up properly, what would she use in the future? Fortunately, Little Orange was a servant girl. Tidying up was her job. In a short while, she tidied up everything neatly and waited for Zhang Xiaohua's carriage to pick her up. But after waiting for a long time, there was still no sign of her. Little Orange couldn't help but feel her heart beat faster. Could it be that her good eye for people was not accurate? Could it be that this seemingly honest young man from the countryside took the money and ran away? Moreover, when she thought of the assassin that could appear at any time, her heart was in her throat. Just as Little Orange was about to get out of the carriage and draw circles on the ground to curse Zhang Xiaohua, he heard the sound of a carriage not far away. He looked up and saw a worn-out carriage being pulled by Huan, the 4 odd beasts. Ji la, the carriage was slowly moving towards them. In an instant, the cold of early winter disappeared. Little Orange had the urge to jump up. Huan pulled the carriage very slowly, as if it was very unwilling. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry. She sat cross-legged and let it do as it wished. When they arrived, Zhang Xiaohua jumped down from the carriage and smiled. "Little Orange, you must have been waiting for a long time." "Yeah, you're dead. Where did you go?" Little Orange immediately realized that something was wrong and quickly changed his words. He looked down at the ground and squinted at Zhang Xiaohua. "What took you so long?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem to hear anything and said embarrassedly, "I'm not very familiar with this place, so I asked a few people. Moreover, there are no places that sell carriages, so I had to look for several places before I found a seller and bought this carriage. Look, isn't it very inconspicuous?" Little Orange was still thinking about its slip of the tongue and did not notice this. It just nodded randomly. Zhang Xiaohua continued, "Besides, Huan is supposed to pull firewood. Now that it's pulling the cart, it it's not happy. That's why it's walking a little slow. Oh, is that so? Huan Huan? Who is Huan Huan? Little Orange answered casually, but suddenly froze. Huan Huan, who was beside it, did not agree. It hissed in a low voice and said, "Please, I've already condescended to pull your cart, but you don't even know my name?" Alas, this animal was just like a human. It had just left Songning town and it was already tired of pulling carriages. Little Orange finally understood that this animal's name was Huan Huan. If it was any other day, it would have jumped over to look at it. However, last night's incident seemed to be a catalyst that made her mature. He smiled and said, "Then I'll have to trouble your mount. When we go back, I'll find something it likes to eat as compensation." Zhang Xiaohua heard this and said happily, "That's great. Huan Huan, aren't you going to thank Little Orange?" Huan Huan shook its head and wagged its tail. It stuck out its big head and stuck out its big red tongue to lick Little Orange's face. Little Orange was scared and quickly hid. Huan Huan hissed in a low voice and said, "This girl doesn't give me any face." Zhang Xiaohua saw this and laughed in her heart. She said, "Also, when I was looking for a carriage, I found a decent inn. I used the money you gave me to reserve a small courtyard. We can go there later." Little Orange heard this and was very happy. He praised, "Ren Xiaoyao, you're so thoughtful. Miss will probably need to recuperate for a while. It won't do if she doesn't have a secluded courtyard." "Ah. What do you mean she needs to recuperate for a while?" Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised and disappointed. Little Orange said curiously, "It takes 100 days to recover from a serious injury. How can she not recuperate?" She did not hold back and directly treated Zhang Xiaohua as one of her own. However, she did not think that Zhang Xiaohua had something to do. "Then, okay." Zhang Xiaohua could only be speechless. Then, he took out a package from the small carriage and threw it to Little Orange. He said, "You change first and then help your miss change. If you need my help, I don't mind." Little Orange was stunned. He reached out and took the package that was not heavy. When he opened it, he saw that it was some clothes that were not too shabby. She immediately understood what Zhang Xiaohua meant. She and her miss were dressed in this luxurious carriage. If they were to sit in a small carriage, wouldn't it be more obvious? It was better to change to a carriage. In addition, she had just shown her face at the medical hall. If she did not change her clothes and was seen by others, they would know that she had just been to the medical hall. If an assassin came, he would definitely ask around and find out. Why didn't she think of this? Little Orange could not help but pat her forehead. Usually, she was the smart one in the manor. Otherwise, her miss would not have brought her out. Why was it that in front of this Ren Xiaoyao, her cleverness disappeared? With that thought in mind, she spat at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "You're self-reliant and have plenty of food and clothes." After saying this, she turned around and entered the carriage. There was a rustling sound from inside. Not long after, a simple peasant girl appeared. However, she encountered difficulties when she helped her miss change her clothes. First, her miss was unconscious and could not cooperate at all. Second, her wrists were fixed with splints and could not be moved carelessly. Little Orange tried a few times, but in the end, she still could not help her miss change her clothes. At this time, she could not help but grit her teeth and secretly said, "Sigh, I really have to ask him for help. This country boy is too lucky." Little Orange raised her head from the carriage and said, "Ren Xiaoyao, can you come up and help?" Damn, Zhang Xiaohua almost fell down. Just now, she was just joking. Did he really need her help? Although she did not know how the servants of the rich young masters served their young masters and young mistresses, but helping the young mistress change her clothes should be the most basic skill. Moreover, she heard that when the rich young masters were drunk, their servants would help them bathe and dress them. Just thinking about it made her drool. Was this Little Orange a fake? Did she not know how to dress people? Of course, Zhang Xiaohua was not stupid enough to think that Little Orange wanted him to help her dress. Hee hee. However, Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled and was about to walk over. Little Orange frowned and shouted, "But, Ren Xiaoyao, you have to close your eyes." "Close my eyes? Then how can I help?" Zhang Xiaohua understood. This help was still very thought-provoking. Very naturally, Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Does your miss not wear underwear?" "Bah," Little Orange glared and scolded, "You don't wear underwear. Why are you talking nonsense? If someone else heard you, wouldn't it damage my miss reputation? Even if I don't wear underwear, you won't know." Zhang Xiaohua thought viciously. "Even if she wears underwear, if a man like you sees it, my miss reputation will be ruined. So even if I ask for your help, you can't look." Little Orange explained. "So troublesome, but, there's no one around, what are you afraid of?" Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. "Miss always told us that God is watching what we do. No matter what you do, you don't have to care if there's anyone around, or if anyone is looking. The most important thing is to stay true to your heart. It's best to have a clear conscience." Tang. It was as if a spark had ignited something in Zhang Xiaohua's heart. At that moment, Zhang Xiaohua's state of mind was growing at a perceptible speed. That's right, when she saw Little Orange and the others being hunted down last night, Zhang Xiaohua felt extremely repulsed. If it wasn't for something in her heart, or if it wasn't for the fact that the bad guys left without killing anyone, Zhang Xiaohua might not have done anything. This was all because Zhang Xiaohua was afraid of getting into trouble and delaying her journey. But now, Little Orange's words reminded her. If she really didn't do anything last night, how could she face her own conscience? She was afraid that many times in the future, she would think about this matter and ask herself, that night, why didn't I do anything? I wonder what happened to those two pitiful girls in the end? Sigh, luckily, I did do something last night, and I did my best. Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself with a smile. At this moment, he felt that his cultivation that had been loosening up had improved again. What are you laughing at? Forget it, you should just stay aside, I'll do it myself. Little Orange saw Zhang Xiaohua suddenly smile and thought that he had thought of something. She blushed and said angrily. "Io, Little Orange, you're saying that it's a misunderstanding." Zhang Xiaohua realized that Little Orange had misunderstood and quickly explained, "I heard you say that your miss was scolding you, and I thought of something that a friend of mine from the academy told me." Is that true? Don't lie to me." Little Orange did not believe her at all. "It's true. I once knew a scholar who loved to read books. He read a lot of miscellaneous journals, travelogues, supernatural novels, and so on. But one day, he suddenly wanted to write a book of his own. So he started writing excitedly. Who would have thought that after writing for almost 10 months and writing 2 million words, not many people would read it? But he didn't know how to revise it or change to a new topic. So one day, I asked him, "You've worked so hard for so long, but no one applauded you, so what's the point of doing so?" Can you guess what he said? What did he say? Could it be that he is as smart as my miss? How can you say something so philosophical? Zhang Xiaohua clapped and praised, "Yes, that's right." That scholar smiled and said, "No matter what others think, I have kept my heart and wrote down the story that I wanted to tell. I feel that it does not lose to any book, and it is their loss if they don't read it. See, isn't he as smart as your miss?" "That's true. Such an amazing person, I wonder when I can meet him." Little Orange looked forward to it. Zhang Xiaohua looked into the distance, as if he had seen through endless time and space, and smiled, "You will, that day will come." Chapter 350. Although Little Orange was worried that her young miss would be taken advantage of by Zhang Xiaohua, she couldn't do it on her own. She was also afraid of being hunted down by bad people, so she could only hold her nose and ask Zhang Xiaohua for help. Thankfully, Zhang Xiaohua was a gentleman. She closed her eyes and even wrapped her hands with clothes as if it was something she really needed to do. She helped Little Orange support Miss Nia and successfully changed into the farmer's clothes. After changing, Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and couldn't help but praise, "Little Orange, look at your young miss. She's wearing farmer's clothes and looks even more authentic than me, an authentic farmer's child. Could it be that your family is a landowner in the countryside?" "Hey!" Little Orange almost spat on Zhang Xiaohua's face again. This guy looks ordinary and unattractive. He was still acting like a serious nerd in the morning. How did he become so glib in just one morning? She actually couldn't help but want to hit him. "Sigh, let's drink some water first. We'll talk again when you're hydrated." Little Orange looked at Zhang Xiaohua exasperatedly. She picked up the water skin from the carriage and drank several mouthfuls in succession. After she finished, she thought for a moment and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua, saying, "Ren Xiaoyao, you've been busy all morning and didn't even drink a sip of water. You must be tired. You should drink some too." Zhang Xiaohua took it with a smile, but as soon as she handed it over, Little Orange regretted it. What? She drank from the waterskin's mouth just now. Now, if Zhang Xiaohua also drank from his mouth like her. Wouldn't that be? Thinking of this, Little Orange's face flushed red. Unfortunately, the water skin was already in Zhang Xiaohua's hands. Even if she wanted to take it back, she didn't have a good reason. She just needed to lower her head, look sideways, and glance at it from time to time. Zhang Xiaohua saw her strange behavior and did not understand at first. But when he was about to drink, he felt Little Orange's body tremble slightly. He looked at the water bag and immediately understood. He smiled and said, "I'm not thirsty. I'm not tired. I'm working hard for Little Orange in Mississippi. My heart is sweet." Then, he threw the water bag back into the carriage and said, "This water bag belongs to someone else. Let's not take it." When Little Orange saw that Zhang Xiaohua did not drink any water, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. But immediately, a trace of disappointment appeared in his heart. Then, with Zhang Xiaohua's help, Little Orange carefully carried his miss onto the worn-out carriage. Actually, Zhang Xiaohua thought that he could do it by himself. Who knew that this Little Orange was so loyal? He was afraid that his miss would be bullied and insisted on doing it himself. So, Zhang Xiaohua could only help hold his miss's injured arm. Sigh, he had no choice. Zhang Xiaohua put on some clothes on his arm and went to help. After moving the most important Miss Nia onto the worn-out carriage, the rest of the things were naturally taken by Zhang Xiaohua. This time, Little Orange did not stop him at all. The luxurious carriage was not too big, but there were a lot of things inside. It was hard for Little Orange to clean it up so well. It almost filled up all the extra space in the worn-out carriage. Zhang Xiaohua looked at it and could not help but frown. How could this be? It did not look like something from a country family. Zhang Xiaohua told her concerns to Little Orange. Little Orange also felt that it was inappropriate. But looking at these things, he could not bear to throw this away or throw that away. He wanted to use this and that too. He was really a money grubber just like Zhang Xiaohua. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to coax and scare him to throw a small portion of the things that were not too valuable and took up a lot of space back into the luxurious carriage. As for the rest, she covered it with a worn-out felt cloth to hide it. Zhang Xiaohua led the black horse and drove the luxurious carriage onto the main road. She walked forward a bit, looked around, and saw that there was no one around. Then, she slapped the black horse's butt. The black horse cried out in pain and galloped forward. Zhang Xiaohua easily jumped down from the carriage and ran back. Little Orange sat in the small and narrow roof of the worn-out carriage and felt extremely uncomfortable. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua coming back, he asked, "Ren Xiaoyao, why didn't you find a slightly bigger carriage?" Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, "This is already not bad. This town isn't big, so there aren't any places that specialize in selling carriages. Besides, we're just farmers in the countryside now. If the carriage is bigger, it won't look like it." Little Orange muttered, I know the reason. I'm just afraid that Miss won't be used to it when she wakes up and will blame me. Oh right, I even threw Mrs. Carriage away. Do you think Miss will scold me? After Miss Nia finished taking the medicine from the medical hall, her complexion looked better and her fever gradually subsided. Therefore, Little Orange's heart, which had been on edge all this time, finally returned to its original position. He also had the leisure to think about other things. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Little Orange strangely and said, You're your Miss maidservant. I'm not. How would I know your Miss Temper? Who knows if she'll blame you or not? All right, forget it. Hurry up and drive the carriage. Don't let the bad guys catch up to us. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua knew very well that the news of all the bad guys being wiped out would probably only be sent back this afternoon. The next time they would send someone over would probably be tomorrow. That was not including the time they would have to study it. Therefore, he had plenty of time to spare. However, since Little Orange was urging him, he did not say anything else. He walked in front of the David's deer and patted its head affectionately. The David's deer slowly pulled the cart forward while Zhang Xiaohua walked beside the David's deer. The inn Zhang Xiaohua found was not big or new. It was located in a rather remote part of town. She didn't know what the innkeeper was thinking. Why would anyone come to a place like this? However, looking at the innkeeper's indifferent attitude when he saw the customers, she could probably guess the reason. The courtyard Zhang Xiaohua rented was not inside the inn but next to it. It was a very small courtyard that was similar to the one Ji Xiaohua lived in. The shabby appearance of the courtyard was also similar. Presumably, a family used to live there. The courtyard had its own entrance and a small door that was connected to the inn. Zhang Xiaohua led the carriage to the courtyard under the guidance of a waiter. Then Zhang Xiaohua gave the waiter a few copper coins and sent him away. The waiter was very happy when he received the copper coins. It seemed like there weren't many people who tipped him, which made Zhang Xiaohua feel very regretful. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have tipped him. There were 3 rooms in this small courtyard. Little Orange carefully tidied up the largest one before carrying Miss Nia onto the bed with Zhang Xiaohua's help. Before Zhang Xiaohua could say anything, Little Orange kicked him out and said nicely, Miss Nia's boudoir is not for trespassers. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little girl didn't regard herself as an outsider at all. She couldn't wait to get rid of this big burden so she could go on her way. Who would want to provoke her? Of course, she was just thinking about it. Since she had already helped to this extent, there was a saying from ancient times, if you do a good deed to the end, send Buddha to the Western paradise. 1 or 2 more days wouldn't make much of a difference. If she just gave up now, would she still be human? Looking at Little Orange's appearance, Zhang Xiaohua swallowed the words she wanted to say. She turned around and went out. She untied Huan from the carriage and casually threw the broken carriage in a corner. Then, she found a small room nearby and pushed the door open. This small room was clean and tidy, but it was a small town after all. The room emitted an indescribable smell of soil. Zhang Xiaohua felt very comfortable when she smelled it. She couldn't help but think of her own Guozhuang house. Didn't it have the same smell? Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. She wished she could grow wings and fly back home to Guozhuang house. But now, she had to wait for Miss Nia's body to recover. Then, Zhang Xiaohua took out a primeval stone and sat cross-legged. Just as she was about to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra, a thought suddenly entered her mind. Grow wings? If she could obtain the cultivation method after the ethereal steps, perhaps she could fly into the sky? Wasn't the Misty School already destroyed? When she had the opportunity, she should go to the Misty Mountain Villa to take a look. Their restriction must have some Immortal Tao items. If there were some suitable cultivation methods inside, then she would be rich. Hee hee. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. What would it be like to fly into the sky? That day at the tea house in Songming Town, I felt like I was flying into the sky. I flew higher and higher. That shouldn't be my divine sense. Then what could it be? Could it be my consciousness? During this period of time, I was in a hurry to return home and didn't properly comprehend what I learned that day. The comprehension of flying into the sky isn't something that can be obtained easily. Moreover, I risked the danger of my consciousness drifting away to obtain it. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua secretly operated her cultivation method to absorb the primeval qi while carefully comprehending what she had learned from flying into the sky. That day, Zhang Xiaohua sat in the tall building and looked down at the bustling crowd below. It was as if she was high above, looking down at the various states of the world. In an instant, her consciousness left her body and flew towards the boundless horizon. It was similar to the unity of heaven and man realm in the Immortal Tao cultivation. The unity of heaven and man realm, as the name suggests, was to combine one's consciousness with the consciousness of the heavenly Tao. The boundless horizon in Zhang Xiaohua's perception was only the simplest manifestation of the heavenly Tao. The cultivation of the Immortal Tao was the process of exploring, and grasping the heavenly Tao. This unity of heaven and man realm was a shortcut to integrate the essence or meaning of the heavenly Tao into one's consciousness. And the appearance of this realm was extremely rare. Even during the peak of the Immortal Tao in the ancient times, there were only a few that appeared. And these few that appeared were all the outstanding cultivators of the Immortal Tao. They all borrowed the moment when they glimpsed the essence of the heavenly Tao and grasped some of the rules of the heavenly Tao. From then on, they had a great improvement in their cultivation, reaching a level that ordinary cultivators could not imagine. The reason why Zhang Xiaohua was able to enter this exceptionally precious realm was not only because of the deep accumulation of his 4 years on the deserted island, but also because he had left the mortal world for a long time. When he returned, he had many feelings. It was as if there was a saying, "There is no Bodhi tree, nor is there a bright mirror. If there is nothing at first, where can there be dust?" The moment Zhang Xiaohua's clean mirror came into contact with the mortal world, everything in the world became so clear. It could not help but arouse his feelings towards the heavenly Tao. Chapter 351. Of course, the appearance of the realm of being one with the world was not based on one's level of cultivation. Sometimes, when one had just entered the first layer of Qi practitioner, they might encounter it by chance. Furthermore, in this realm that cultivators yearned for even in their dreams, the amount of comprehension and benefits one could obtain was not based on one's level of cultivation. Two people with the same level of cultivation might experience a situation where one's level of cultivation made a breakthrough while the other gained nothing. With Zhang Xiaohua's current level of cultivation that was close to the edge of the 6th layer of Qi practitioner, it was truly rare for him to enter this realm by chance. However, because his level of cultivation was too low, he had never received any systematic education in this area. As a result, as soon as he entered the realm of being one with the world, he flew towards the horizon uncontrollably without comprehending the mysteries of the realm in detail. As his consciousness drifted away, some comprehensions that he was unaware of were deeply engraved into his mind. However, the greater danger was that his consciousness would expand endlessly and draw closer to the boundless heavenly way. In the end, it would dissipate into the horizon, and his body sitting in the tea house would become an idiot. As a result, although Zhang Xiaohua was unaware of the danger he was in, he could faintly sense that Ji Xiaohua's shout was of great help to him. At that time, Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness had entered the realm of being one with the world. Various mysteries of the heavenly way had opened a blurry door to him. Some indescribable things were deeply engraved into his mind. He had never been able to calm down and comprehend them. Today, in this tiny town, in a small hut, he finally had the leisure to immerse himself in the memories of that day and carefully comprehend the heavenly way that was as vast as the starry sky. That's right. Even if it was only a fledgling form of the heavenly way, it was as vast as the sea before Zhang Xiaohua. However, since he had the outline of the starry sky in his mind, didn't that mean he had a direction to comprehend it in? Wasn't this countless times better than being illusory and unfathomable? As long as he continued to comprehend it, the mysteries of the starry sky would be completely comprehended one day. didn't that mean that the heavenly way was within his reach? At this moment, the droplet of essence in Zhang Xiaohua's dantian suddenly trembled, like the ripples of a drop of water falling into water. A black dot faintly appeared in the center of the essence. Afterwards, the essence began to tremble in a profound manner and slowly revolved. It was so slow that it was almost imperceptible. Perhaps, only in this nameless town, in this inconspicuous hut, did Zhang Xiaohua truly see the essence of cultivation and take the first step into it. Meanwhile, in the tea house of Songning Town, the curtains to Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation began. After an indeterminate amount of time, perhaps an instant, or perhaps an entire afternoon, Zhang Xiaohua felt some changes in the true qi in her meridians when she was meditating. It rapidly revolved and charged towards the bottleneck of the 6th layer of qi refining. As a result, Zhang Xiaohua temporarily stopped her comprehension of the heavenly way and increased her absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The accumulated true qi finally broke through the final barrier after several collisions and created new meridians in Zhang Xiaohua's body. Zhang Xiaohua finally broke through to the 6th layer of qi refining. Zhang Xiaohua suppressed the joy in her heart and slowly circulated her true qi according to the 6th layer of the Carefree Heart Sutra. She absorbed spiritual energy from origin stones and refined it in the new meridians before flowing it into her dantian, gradually stabilizing her 6th layer of qi refining. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was comprehending the heavenly way and cultivating the Carefree Heart Sutra to a new level, Miss Nia also slowly opened her eyes in the hut next to her. Miss Nia opened her eyes and felt weak all over. She turned her neck with difficulty and examined her unfamiliar surroundings. Only then did she see Xiao Orange sleeping next to her. Miss Nia was startled and stared at Xiao Orange's clothes for a long time. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Orange's hair was very familiar, she would have thought it was a stranger. She called out softly, but her voice was weak and hoarse. Xiao Orange's head didn't move at all, as if she was deeply asleep. Miss Nia smiled bitterly in her heart. Of course, Xiao Orange must have had a sleepless night after such a big incident last night, and she even had a high fever. She looked outside and saw that the sky had already darkened, so it should be the afternoon of the next day. Xiao Orange must have used up all her strength to drive her from the wilderness to this place by herself. With her body, it would be strange if she could still endure it. Looking at Xiao Orange's clothes, Miss Nia lowered her head and looked at herself, gratification filling her heart. This careless girl knows how to change her appearance. At that moment, pain came from her right wrist. Miss Nia couldn't help but look at her arm on the bed out of the corner of her eyes. It was actually also in a splint. Although it looked sloppy, it had fixed the broken bone in place. She had treated it simply last night, so she wasn't sure if the bones were aligned properly. With that thought, Miss Nia raised her arm worriedly and placed it in front of her chest. Her light movement immediately caused Xiao Orange, who appeared to be deeply asleep, to shiver. She lifted her head and opened her hazy eyes. Mississippi, seeing Miss Nia open her eyes, Xiao Orange's sleepiness immediately disappeared. She cried excitedly, "Miss, you scared me to death. You're finally awake." Then, she placed her hand on Miss Nia's forehead and tested it. "Miss, your head still has a bit of a fever." Seeing Xiao Orange wake up, Miss Nia smiled weakly and said, "Give me some water to drink." Xiao Orange quickly stood up and poured some water from the teapot on the table. She lifted Miss Nia's head and fed her the water. Miss Nia gulped down the entire teacup, then licked her lips and said, "What's the taste of this water? It doesn't taste good." "Oh right, Xiao Orange, where are we?" Xiao Orange placed the teacup on the table and helped Miss Nia lie down. Then, she recounted the morning's events in detail. When Miss Nia heard about Zhang Xiaohua's appearance, a strange light flashed through her dim eyes. She said in a low voice, "Eccentric, he really is an eccentric." "What?" Xiao Orange smiled. "Miss, you're wrong this time. No matter how I look at him, he's just a normal country bumpkin who can't be normal." "Why do you say that?" Miss Nia was confused. "Oh, miss, you didn't see him. He's petty and rustic. He wants to speak like a scholar, but he can't. He's neither fish nor fowl. No matter how I look at him, I don't find it strange. Oh. It's only been half a day, and you've already figured him out so thoroughly? Well, you'll know when you see him later. He's definitely not one of our people from last night. Alas, I didn't say that he was our man last night. Last night, the man didn't show up, but he killed more than a dozen people with the legendary flying sword skill. This kind of skill can't be practiced without decades of hard work and excellent talent. It's estimated that a senior master was playing in the world and happened to meet him, so he helped him. Although this man named Ren Xiaoyao is tall, he seems to be 14 or 15 years old. Even if he practiced martial arts since he was born, he may not have such skill. Yes, miss, I think so too. But haven't you thought about it? Why did he appear in the suburbs so early in the morning? When he saw the corpses all over the ground, he didn't panic or run away. Instead, he came up to ask you and helped you drive the carriage to this town? No, Mississippi. He wanted to leave, but in the end, maybe he found his conscience and stayed to help. Well, let's not talk about that for now. Then, he helped us buy clothes from the countryside, bought a broken carriage, and let our carriage and black horse go. Are these ideas something a youth from the countryside could think of? Why wouldn't it be possible? I think I can think of these things too. It doesn't mean he's a superhuman. Alright, whether he's a superhuman or not, I feel that he's not a simple country bumpkin. By the way, miss, what do you think this is? After saying that, Little Orange took out a small brocade box and handed it to Miss Nya. He said, I sent Ren Xiaoyao away and took this from the corpses. If he's a superhuman, he would have known. Why would he fall for my trick? Thinking of the method he used to send Zhang Xiaohua away, Little Orange's face heated up. Miss Nia looked at it and said uninterestedly, maybe. Miss, you don't seem very happy. Aren't you excited that you can keep the treasure? What's there to be excited about? Didn't I say that treasures are dead and people are alive? With this treasure in our hands, bad people will come looking for us sooner or later. Ah, yes, Mississippi. Let's take it one step at a time. You should keep this treasure well. It's not safe with me. Miss Nya smiled. What's not safe about it? You should keep it. If bad people come looking for you, they'll only come looking for me. Of course, Little Orange wasn't willing to take it. He put the brocade box on Miss Nya's uninjured left hand. Miss, you should keep it well. The two of us are very safe together. Miss Nya smiled and put it in her pocket. Then, Miss Nya brought her right hand to her chest and carefully examined it. She smiled and said, the doctors here are average, but their basic skills are solid. When they put the splint on, they actually didn't open my set bone. Yes, Mississippi. You still have a fever. Shouldn't you change your medicine? Yes, let me take a look at the prescription the doctor gave this morning. Little Orange thought about it and went out. He rummaged through the small carriage and brought the prescription and herbs into the room. Miss Nia took a look and said with a smile, this prescription is a bit lacking. It's harmful to the body and can't treat my illness. Bring me the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. I'll make some changes. Hearing this, Little Orange was a little embarrassed and said, Miss, in order to avoid being noticed, I also sat in a carriage to come to this inn. I'm not familiar with the road. I think I'd better call Ren Xiaoyao and ask him to help us. Chapter 352. Miss Nia and Little Orange had completely different attitudes toward Zhang Xiaohua's identity. Miss Nia felt that Zhang Xiaohua should be an otherworldly mutant. Just the way he pretended to be deep in thought while sitting on the deer was enough to make people ponder deeply. Of course, this was also because Miss Nia knew and understood the habits of animals like the deer. If it was anyone else, they would just think this guy was a mule-riding brat. Speaking of brats, Miss Nia was a bit hesitant because of Zhang Xiaohua's age. Although Zhang Xiaohua's height was basically all grown up, his facial features weren't much different from a few years ago. It was just that the shape of his face was slightly longer, shedding the childishness of a youth and replacing it with the vitality of a youth. The youthful aura that assaulted her face all indicated that the young man in front of her was in his prime during the rainy season. This puzzled Miss Nia. How could a mutant be so young? However, Miss Nia, who had a good eye for people, could read a certain depth in Zhang Xiaohua's seemingly normal eyes that she had never seen before. This was the key to why she kept saying that Zhang Xiaohua was a mutant. However, she couldn't explain what that depth was. It's just a woman's sixth sense. Miss Nia said. You're the only one who's a woman. I'm not a woman. Little Orange pursed his lips and said in his mind. That's right, in Little Orange's eyes, wasn't it normal to wake up early in the wilderness? He heard that the farmers outside the farms worked at sunrise and went to bed at sunset. It was extremely easy for a young man in the countryside to wake up so early. Wasn't he afraid of corpses? Nonsense, he was a man. What was a man? A careless guy. As long as he was a man with a bit of courage, he shouldn't be afraid of corpses. Most importantly, if he was a mutant, how could he talk to a girl like that? Thinking about those details, Little Orange's face heated up. That guy definitely wasn't a mutant. Little Orange had already decided on Zhang Xiaohua's character. It had to be said that first impressions were truly too important. Zhang Xiaohua was a classic example. So when Little Orange was about to order Zhang Xiaohua to do something without hesitation, Miss Nia was a bit hesitant. She asked, "Is this appropriate?" Little Orange snickered in his heart and cursed, "Miss, while you were unconscious, I wonder how many things you had that guy do." However, she also had a contemplative look on her face. After a long while, she probed, "It should be possible. Young miss, look at his honest face, and the way he speaks is also amiable. Even if he's a mutant, he should be approachable. Moreover, this kind of thing that men like to do the most to help beautiful women. I guess they can't wait to do it." Bah! Miss Nia spat at Little Orange and said with a smile, "I'd believe you if you said you were a beauty, but how am I?" If Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense, she would know why Little Orange liked to beat him up. Xiao Juezi's face blushed and she smiled. Everyone judges a book by its cover, but they don't know how much beauty you have in your heart. Not only do I not dare to look up to you, even ordinary men cannot compare to you. Miss Nia rolled her eyes in boredom and said, "Little Orange, why are you blushing? Normally, you're always so proud of yourself when you praise yourself. Why is it different now? Could it be?" Little Orange's face became even more embarrassed. She rolled her eyes and changed the topic. Miss, it's really a pity to talk about this prescription. If you didn't give all the pills you brought with you to that injured heroine last time, we probably wouldn't have to go to the pharmacy to sell medicine right now. Plus, we'd have to trouble the mutant in your heart." Hearing this, Miss Nia's interest was piqued, and a trace of redness appeared on her pale face. She said in high spirits, "Speaking of which, Little Orange, you're wrong. If we didn't meet heroine Shui and help her by taking care of her for half a day, our journey would have been delayed. Think about it, if we were attacked yesterday morning or the night before, it would have been a problem whether we could have met someone to save us. Who knows, we might have been 2 corpses by now. This is the cycle of karma, 1 drink, 1 peck, it's really fated." Little Orange also nodded thoughtfully. Then, Miss Nia became even more interested. She seemed to have forgotten about her illness and continued, looking at heroine Shui's valiant appearance, "I'm so envious. Sigh, it's a pity that I'm still young. Father only wants my daughter to take over his business and doesn't want me to practice martial arts. But father doesn't know that I've always liked to roam the Jianghu since I was young. It's a pleasure to repay kindness and revenge." Little Orange didn't want to disturb Miss Nia's mood and could only say half-heartedly, "That's right. If Miss Nia was skilled in martial arts, you wouldn't have to bring along a maid. You wouldn't have to hire those 8 bodyguards either. You could have just used Qinggong to move around." Naturally, you wouldn't have encountered such danger. Little Orange's words hit Miss Nia's soft spot. She was a little dispirited and said, "Sigh, even if I've been practicing martial arts since I was young, I might not be able to fight against 8 bodyguards right now. Do you know who that expert with the flying sword is? If I have the chance to meet him, how good would it be to have him as my master?" Then, Miss Nia's eyes turned and she said, "I wonder how that mutant's martial arts are." "Miss, didn't I tell you before? His name is Ren Xiaoyao. You can just call him by his name." "Why does this mutant sound so weird to me?" "Oh, right, Miss Nia, we just wanted to chat. Don't you still need to go get the medicine? Hurry up and tell me. I'll write down the prescription first. Later, I'll ask your mutant to go get the medicine for us." Miss Nia was also speechless. Although she was still sick, she was overjoyed to be out of danger. She couldn't help but chat a little more with Little Orange, tossing the matter of getting the medicine to the back of her mind. Little Orange looked up and saw that there was no writing brush, ink, paper, or inkstone in this simple inn. He had no choice but to stand up and say, "Miss, I'll go find the inn's manager and get some writing brush and ink." As soon as Little Orange got up, he looked at the sky and shouted, "Oh, miss, it's almost dark. Are you hungry?" When he said, "hungry," there was a rumbling sound from their stomachs. Both of them blushed. It had been almost a day and night since the attack last night. They only drank a little water and didn't eat a single grain of rice. How could they not be hungry? Little Orange stomped his foot and said, "This Ren Xiaoyao, why didn't we see him for the whole afternoon? He must have fallen asleep. Why didn't he wake us up for lunch?" Looking at her angry and energetic appearance, she didn't look like someone who was looking for a mutant at all. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaohua in the small hut had already stabilized her 6th level of qi refining. The speed at which she absorbed the qi of heaven and earth had increased a lot, and the range of her spiritual sense had also expanded. In her spiritual sense, she had a clearer understanding of heaven and earth. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua was absorbing as much qi as she could from the vitality stones and circulating it through her meridians to familiarize herself with the 6th level of qi. Although Little Orange came out in a huff, when he went out, he became gentle. He looked at the closed door of the small hut and walked over slowly. He raised his small hand and knocked on the door. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't release her spiritual sense, her eyes and ears were still very sharp. At this time, she wasn't comprehending the Carefree Heart Sutra, nor was she comprehending the laws of heaven. When Little Orange came to the door, she already knew. When the knocking sound came, Zhang Xiaohua raised her voice and said, "Who is it? Please wait." Then he stood up and opened the door. When he saw Little Orange, he pretended to be surprised and said, "Oh, Little Orange, did you call me to eat?" When Little Orange saw this, he couldn't help but be angry and said, "You little brat, now you know how to eat? Why didn't you call us when you were staying at the inn earlier? Now Miss is so hungry that she's sticking to her back." "Ah, your Miss is already awake?" Zhang Xiaohua asked. "When I put Miss down earlier, I wanted to ask you if you needed anything, but you kicked me out. How could I have the time to ask about this?" Little Orange was a little speechless. Yes, at that time Zhang Xiaohua wanted to say something, but he kicked her out first. How could he blame her now? Therefore, Little Orange quibbled, "Even if you didn't say it in the hut, why didn't you say it outside? Didn't you want to see us make a fool of ourselves?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and didn't say anything. Then, he asked, "Has your young miss recovered from her illness? Can she eat now?" Little Orange was a little worried and said, "Yes, Miss has woken up, but her fever hasn't subsided yet. Our Miss wrote a prescription herself, so I'll have to trouble you to go to the pharmacy and get some medicine for her." Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised and said, "Your Miss knows how to write a prescription herself?" "Of course, my master is." Little Orange said proudly, but he knew he had misspoken, so he quickly shut up and said perfunctorily, "Our Miss is very smart. These are just minor illnesses, so she'll be fine with just a dose of medicine." Unlike the doctors in town who have been taking medicine for almost a day, their fever hasn't subsided yet. Is that so? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, then what medicine do you need me to get? Oh, go to the inn and get some brush and ink. When Miss tells me, I'll write it down for you. When Zhang Xiaohua heard that, she nodded and turned around to leave. Also, Little Orange added, don't forget, it's getting late, so it's time for dinner. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled. How could he not know? In order to cover his tracks, Zhang Xiaohua did not ask the waiter to send the food over. Instead, he brought it back in a food box. The inn in town was also very simple, and there were only a few types of food available. Zhang Xiaohua took the food box, brush, ink and other things to the cottage where Little Orange and the others were staying. He gently knocked on the door, and Little Orange happily opened it. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to pass the things to him and go back into the cottage, he heard a soft and hoarse voice from inside. Hero Ren, please come in too. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he was shocked. Please add it to your collection, please tip it, thank you. Chapter 353. Hero. Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled and a little surprised. It was impossible for this girl to see him using a flying sword. She also did not see him using any martial arts such as Qinggong. Why did she call him a hero? Hearing Mrs. greeting, Little Orange flashed and invited Zhang Xiaohua in. Zhang Xiaohua entered the room and put the food box, pen, ink, and other things on the table. At this time, the room was already lit with candles. The light of dusk and the dim light made the whole room not clear. Miss Nia was nestled on the Kong with her back on the thick quilt. Her upper body was slightly raised, and her lacquered eyes stared at Zhang Xiaohua without blinking. Zhang Xiaohua coughed and said, Miss, did you recognize the wrong person? My name is Ren Xiaoyao. I'm not a hero. Little Orange heard and hurried over to introduce. By the way, Ren Xiaoyao, I haven't introduced my family's miss to you. Her surname is Nia. Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, so it's Miss Nia. I heard from Little Orange that Miss Nia's health is still not good. Do you need to get medicine? Miss Nia nodded and said, my surname is Nia, and my full name is Nia Qinyu. If you don't mind, you can call me Little Yu or Little Qian. Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose helplessly and said, Miss Nia is too polite. I'd better call you Miss Nia. I'm just a country bumpkin with little experience. You're a girl from a big family, so I don't dare to be so close to you. Zhang Xiaohua kept saying afraid that Nia Qinyu would put the hat of a hero on him. But the more humble he was, the more Nia Qinyu felt that this person had the attitude of a master. Nia Qinyu said, hero. Just as she opened her mouth, Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Miss Nia, you'd better call me Ren Xiaoyao. This hero makes my hair stand on end. I suddenly thought of the pile of corpses in the morning. I guess that was the masterpiece of a hero. Nia Qinyu thought for a moment and said, if that's the case, don't be angry. I'll call you by your name. That's great. Miss Nia, you don't have to be so polite. I'm not some hero. Ren Xiaoyao, I think Little Orange has already thanked you in the morning, but I still want to thank you in person now. Thank you for lending a helping hand when we were in danger. I will never forget this kindness. When I return to the villa, I will definitely report it to my father and give the hero. Oh, give you a big reward. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua had a strange expression on her face. She smiled and said, Miss Nia, you're being too polite again. I was just passing by. It was a piece of cake for me to bring you and Little Orange to this town, so how could I owe you a favor? If you think highly of me, just give me some gold and silver. I don't dare to covet your rewards. Well. Nia Qinyu looked embarrassed and said, I didn't bring any extra gold and silver with me when I came out. If we return to the villa, I can still take it out. But now, I'm just saying it without any evidence. Please don't laugh at me. Zhang Xiaohua laughed in her heart, but she didn't say it out loud. She pretended to be surprised and said, I see. Miss Nya, Little Orange gave me a lot of money earlier. I bought your carriage, medicine, and paid for the inn. There's still a lot left. You don't know, right? I'll give it to you now. Ah. Nya Qinyu's eyes flashed with surprise. She thought to herself, that counts as money? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was about to take something out of her pocket, she quickly stopped her and said, Ren Xiaoyao, there's no need to take it out. You should keep the money. Don't you still need to buy medicine later? We'll need money on the way. I'll have Little Orange give you some later. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said, all right then, Miss Nya. This humble one is just a country bumpkin and has never seen money before. Little Orange has already given this humble one a lot of money. When this humble one leaves, you can just give this humble one a little bit. If it's too much, this humble one won't be able to accept it. Leave. Miss Nya and Little Orange both called out in a low voice. Miss Nya looked at Little Orange and asked Zhang Xiaohua, Ren Xiaoyao, from what you said, are you leaving soon? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, that's right, Miss Nya. I still have my own matters to attend to. After I escort you to a bigger town, I'll find an escort agency and an escort. Naturally, I'll get them to escort you home. How can I escort you home? Ah. Is that so? Miss Nya and Little Orange looked at each other with disappointment in their eyes. Yes, they were wrong. They had always thought that since Zhang Xiaohua had lent a helping hand and brought them back to town from the wilderness, she would definitely protect them all the way and escort them safely back home. But who knew that she didn't have that intention at all? Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem to notice their disappointment and only said, unfortunately, this town is still too small and doesn't even have an escort agency. So, I can only send you two back. Ren Xiaoyao, can you send us back to the mountain villa? Little Orange bit her lip and asked in disappointment. However, Zhang Xiaohua still refused and said, Little Orange, it's not that I don't want to, but I really don't have the ability to escort you two back. Actually, when I saw the ground full of corpses this morning, I was scared out of my wits. Wasn't that because I didn't want you to laugh at me? That's why I pretended to be indifferent. Didn't you hear that I kept dropping my satchel? That was just to cover up my fear. I think Miss Nya, you two must have encountered some enemies or robbers. Even if I were to escort you back, I wouldn't be able to ensure your safety, so I might as well leave it to the professionals. Besides, I really have an extremely important matter to attend to. I can't afford to be delayed at all. My heart is burning with anxiety while accompanying the two of you. When Nye Qianyu heard this, she said indifferently, if the hero is in a hurry, just leave us behind. Our lives are just a bunch of shepherd's purse that can be harvested by others. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Miss Nya, don't try to provoke me. The teacher said that if you want to help Buddha, you have to help him all the way to the west. Even though I'm not that talented, I have to send you all the way to India. Well, you'd better quickly write down the prescription for me and eat quickly. If you don't give me the prescription, the pharmacy outside will be closed soon. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's nonsensical analogy, Nye Qianyu, who had a straight face, also laughed out loud. She was born with a precious jade in her mouth and was doted on in the villa. This time, she came out because she was stubborn and refused the arrangement of her family. She wanted to rely on her own ability to do something. Now that she encountered a setback, she was already bitter in her heart. Moreover, she was rejected by Zhang Xiaohua. She made up her mind. It was just a life anyway. Now that she heard Zhang Xiaohua's words, she could only take this opportunity to get out of the embarrassing situation. In the small room, the situation was also eased. Therefore, Nye Qianyu dictated the prescription, and Little Orange wrote it down and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua looked at it and frowned. Little Orange wrote it very well, but if you take it to the pharmacy like this, it will definitely attract attention. Nye Qianyu's eyes lit up, but Little Orange was puzzled. It's written well, but it will attract suspicion? Why is that? Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to speak, Nie Qianyu smiled and said, Ren Xiaoyao is very careful. Since this town is very small, there must be very few people who can write well. There are almost no women who can write with such fine and beautiful handwriting. When the pharmacy staff see it, they will definitely remember it. If someone asks, they will naturally know. Then what should we do? Little Orange immediately became anxious. Then he looked at Zhang Xiaohua and his eyes lit up. Do you know how to write? Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said, Didn't you hear me say that I studied the 3-character classic for a few months? How can this be difficult for me? 3 months of studying the 3-character classic. Nie Qianyu almost laughed out loud. Therefore, under the light of the small house, Zhang Xiaohua held an ink brush in her hand and carefully copied the prescription that Little Orange had written. Only then did she show her handwriting to the two of them. Looking at the messy handwriting of all sizes on the paper, Little Orange almost laughed out loud. Yes, any of the servants in the villa who had studied for a few days could write better than him. Nie Qianyu, on the other hand, was smiling. She couldn't help doubting her own judgment. She had been writing since she was young, so she could naturally see that this was Zhang Xiaohua's handwriting. There was no trace of falsehood. Could this young man really be a country boy? And not the hero she had imagined? Zhang Xiaohua was a little embarrassed by Little Orange's unladylike laughter. She said angrily, Little Orange, you don't have to. Even if I can't write well, it's because I haven't practiced enough. If I practice for a few more days, I may not be worse than you. Little Orange held back his laughter and said, Well, Ren Xiaoyao, if you come with us and send us to the villa, I'll teach you how to write on the way. How about that? By the time we reach the villa, your handwriting will be well proportioned. Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said in a low voice, You wish. After saying that, he put away the paper with the prescription and said, Then, Miss Nie, please eat first. I'll be right back. Nie Qianyu nodded and said, Thank you. She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Zhang Xiaohua clasped her hands, tidied up the brush and ink on the table and left. After Zhang Xiaohua left, Little Orange said with a smile, Miss, did you see that? I told you that Ren Xiaoyao was just a boy from the countryside. I was right. Sigh, maybe I made a mistake. But I keep feeling that something is not right. He is only a teenager of 14 or 15 years old. If he was a child from the countryside, how could he be so calm? Moreover, looking at him, he seems to be going on a long journey. Do you think his family will be at ease with him going on a journey alone? Won't they ask someone to take care of him? I remember that the children outside the village need someone to take care of them when they leave their relatives. Little Orange said disapprovingly, He didn't say where he's going. I guess it's somewhere nearby. Besides, I heard that there are many brothers in the countryside. He's so tall, maybe he's the eldest in the family. He's been taking care of his younger brothers and sisters since he was young. Of course, he knows how to take care of himself. Miss, you should eat first and have a good rest. It's his loss if he doesn't send us. Can't we find a bodyguard? Nie Qianyu didn't answer. She seemed to be thinking about something. Even when Little Orange was feeding her, she was absent-minded. Suddenly, she patted the quilt with her left hand and said, Alas, I finally understand. I was almost fooled by this boy. Her words were so sudden that Little Orange was so shocked that he almost dropped the bowl of soup in his hand. Please vote for me. Thank you. Chapter 354. Zhang Xiaohua returned the innkeeper's brush, ink, and other items and went to the pharmacy in high spirits to get some medicine. Little did she know that she had already given herself away in front of the innkeeper. Although the sky had darkened and smoke was rising from all over the place, many shops were still lit up and open to welcome customers. The pharmacy was also open, so Zhang Xiaohua naturally did not go to the pharmacy she had visited earlier. She just went to a random pharmacy. The shop assistant was not very busy. When he picked up the prescription that Zhang Xiaohua handed over, he only frowned slightly but did not seem surprised at all. In this town, although there were people who came to get medicine with a neat prescription written by a doctor, most of them were like Zhang Xiaohua, who hired someone else or copied other people's prescriptions to get medicine. Zhang Xiaohua's crab-like handwriting could only help the shop assistant gain some experience and did not do anything else. Zhang Xiaohua took the medicine brewed by the shop assistant and paid for it. She casually threw her calligraphy into the trash in the shop. At this moment, Nie Qianyu explained to the confused Little Orange with a smile, "Little Orange, blame me for teaching you to pay more attention to details. You should know that details determine success or failure. Didn't you see that Ren Xiaoyao kept saying that he had only learned the 3-character classic for 3 months? But he didn't know that it was his handwriting that gave him away. Is that so? Miss, I think his handwriting is really not good. Even if he copied your handwriting, it was extremely ugly. Could you tell that he was faking it? No, those words are his true level of handwriting. But it's precisely because he didn't fake it that I could tell. Miss, don't keep me in suspense. Where are the flaws? Tell me quickly." Nie Qianyu was still unhurried as she said, "Do you still remember what my father said when he evaluated the calligraphy of famous masters?" Little Orange thought for a moment and said, "In my impression, it's nothing more than that. The words are just like the person, round and smooth." Pfft. Nie Qianyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. She mocked, round and smooth, and even plump and charming. Little Orange begged, "What do you think?" When father praises people, he usually says that it's thick and thin, dense and natural, simple and clumsy or delicate, square or round and soft, reserved or ostentatious. The strokes of the brush are like floating clouds, swift and fierce like a dragon, strong and round, powerful, and so on. Little Orange still didn't understand. She looked at her mistress and said, "Could it be that Ren Xiaoyao's writing skills have so many advantages? Why can't I tell?" Bah! Nie Qianyu spat at Little Orange and said, "How can his handwriting have so many merits? It's just one spot." Little Orange asked curiously, "That crab handwriting has a great advantage?" "Yeah," Nie Qianyu said thoughtfully. "Strong and powerful. The force of his strokes penetrates the bottom of the paper. I heard from my father that most of the people in Jianghu are uneducated. They don't practice calligraphy, but when they write, they often inadvertently use their inner strength. Even a real calligrapher can't compare with them. Do you think Ren Xiaoyao is like that?" He couldn't help but praise Nie Qianyu. She was really an expert at such a young age. Although Zhang Xiaohua was enlightened by Shuo Wen Jie and read countless books about herbs in a short period of time, practicing calligraphy was the most important thing. He didn't have time to practice calligraphy. He didn't even know the strokes of most words, let alone study calligraphy. Of course, his handwriting was extremely ugly. But after all, his body was full of genuine qi. Moreover, he had just seen a trace of heaven's way. The path of calligraphy was just a trivial skill. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to write, but every stroke of his contained endless inner strength and a trace of heaven's way. Although Nie Qianyu was talented and understood the force of Zhang Xiaohua's strokes, she was not a master. She didn't see the natural charm of his calligraphy. But even this simple recognition was enough to confirm Nie Qianyu's thought, this guy must be a martial arts master. But then, another question popped up. How old is this young man? Because according to Nie Qianyu's limited experience, a master of Jianghu who could write with such force must have been immersed in the inner strength for decades. Only when the inner strength was used to a certain extent could one understand all the other things. Only then could one apply the inner strength to the performance of calligraphy. Generally, a master of Jianghu who was much older than Zhang Xiaohua might not be able to write with such force. Nie Qianyu was still thinking about this question when Zhang Xiaohua came back with the medicine. Zhang Xiaohua entered the room and took out the medicine that was still warm. She said, "Miss Nie, this medicine is still warm. Can it be used? If not, I'll heat it up in the kitchen." Nie Qianyu looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a smile and said, "It's okay. This medicine is warm." At this time, Zhang Xiaohua noticed that Nie Qianyu and Little Orange were looking at her strangely. She couldn't help but raise her guard and said, "Well, that's good." After that, she handed the medicine to Little Orange and was about to leave. Nie Qianyu wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. She shouted, "Ren Xiaoyao, wait a moment. I have something to ask you." "Oh, what is it, Miss Nie?" "Please tell me," Zhang Xiaohua asked carefully. Little Orange looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a complicated expression and said, "Wait a moment. I'll help Miss Nie finish the medicine first." Little Orange's expression made Zhang Xiaohua even more uneasy. She couldn't help but step back and stand with her hands behind her back. After Nie Qianyu finished the medicine, she stared at Zhang Xiaohua for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua stood there, feeling like a fish being stared at by two female cats. She felt a little creepy and couldn't help but ask, "Miss Nie, what's the matter? If you have something to ask, please tell me quickly. I've been tired all day and need to rest quickly." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's evasive tone, Nie Qianyu became more nervous. She asked with a smile, "Ren Xiaoyao, where's the prescription you just transcribed?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned and thought for a moment. He didn't know what was so special about the prescription he wrote, so he said, "When I came out of the pharmacy, I just threw it away." "Does Miss still want to use that prescription?" "Oh, right. Do you still need to take the medicine tomorrow morning?" "I forgot." Little Orange rebuked, "Miss Nie wrote the prescription. She doesn't need to take a second dose. This bowl of medicine is enough." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She asked tentatively, "So Miss Nie's medical skills are very good?" Nie Qianyu waved her uninjured left hand and said, "Little Orange, you're flattering me. Although I know a little about medical skills, I can only treat minor diseases. My current condition is caused by anxiety and a little injury on my wrist. It's really minor. Of course, it can be cured with some medicine. If it's something else, I can't guarantee." "Oh, I see." Zhang Xiaohua felt a little regretful. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua like this, Nie Qianyu asked curiously, "Could it be that your family members are sick and need a miracle doctor?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and told her about Ji Xiaohua's mother's illness. Of course, he ignored the details of his encounter with Ji Xiaohua and only told her about a neighbor. Nie Qianyu listened and said with a smile, "According to your description, it's just a simple case of tuberculosis. It's very simple. It's just that the family has been poor for a long time and didn't receive timely treatment. The ordinary doctors in town can cure it. If you're still worried, I can write a prescription for you. You can take the medicine and recuperate for 10 days to half a month. You should get better. However, it's been a long time and it's difficult to fully recover." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed to hear this. Just as he was about to ask her for a prescription, he heard that ordinary doctors could also cure it. He thought about the money he had left for Ji Xiaohua and figured it should be enough. He smiled and said, "Since Miss Nie says so, let them go to the medical hall for treatment. I thought it was some serious illness." Nie Qianyu was a little disappointed when she heard this. She said, "However, this is just your description. The way to cure a disease still lies in looking, listening, asking, and feeling the pulse. Everything has to be carefully examined. If it's convenient or on the way, I'll go and have a look." Zhang Xiaohua was not willing to let her know the details. He only said, "That's too much trouble for Miss Nie. You haven't recovered yet. Let's talk about it in the future when there's a chance." Then he was about to leave. Nie Qianyu realized that she had been led astray by Zhang Xiaohua again. She couldn't help being angry and amused. She said, "Ren Xiaoyao, wait a minute. I haven't asked you the question yet." Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, "Nonsense. Of course I know you haven't answered. I just don't want you to ask." But he said, "Then please enlighten me, Miss Nie." Nie Qianyu said, "How old are you this year?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua said naturally, Miss Nya, you'd better tell me your age first. Then I'll answer your question. Xiao Juezi was unhappy and scolded, Ren Xiaoyao, what are you talking about? Don't you know that a girl's age is confidential? How can you tell others? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said, a girl's age can be confidential. Why can't a boy's age be confidential? The teacher once told me that if you want others to do to you, you must do to them first. I don't understand it very well, so please enlighten me, Miss Nya. When I want to ask someone a question, shouldn't I answer their question first? Nye Qianyu and Xiao Juezi were at a loss for words. Wasn't this the reason? She had asked him a question for no reason. Naturally, she had to pay him back. Nye Qianyu couldn't help but be a little angry. How can this guy be so unkind to girls? After thinking for a while, Xiao Juezi said, Ren Xiaoyao, I'm 14 years old this year. You can rest assured now. Can you tell us your age? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, hee, when did I say that I'll tell you if you tell me first? Miss Nya said angrily, you can't go back on your word. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't angry at all. She smiled and said, besides, even if I want to tell you, I have to wait for Miss Nya to finish before it's my turn. Miss Nya was the one who asked me first. So, I'll stay up all night and covet the urge to update. I'll kindly accept it. Thank you, Sijiao. Shoo, just this once. I hope everyone likes it. Please vote for me, hee hee. Chapter 355. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua behaving like this, Nye Qianyu was really mad. She had never seen such a rascal like Zhang Xiaohua. All the men she had met before, no matter their age, were respectful and kind to her. How could she meet such a strange person today? But if she didn't ask this question, not to mention the knot in her heart, she would think about it all the time in the future. Even Little Orange would have told him her age for nothing. She would have suffered a great loss tonight. Instead of this, she might as well ask his age. After thinking about it, Nye Qianyu said, since you said so, I will tell you my age. After you hear it, you must tell us your age immediately. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, Miss Nya, why do you want to know my age so much? Is it important? Nye Qianyu smiled and said, it's nothing. I'm just curious and want to know. Little Orange also said, does a woman need a reason to know the answer? Bang! Zhang Xiaohua almost fell to the ground. Is this the real reason? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua so embarrassed, Nye Qianyu and Little Orange seemed to have won back their pride and became complacent. Zhang Xiaohua saw that she couldn't avoid it, so she had to say, well, Miss Nya, please say it. When you finish, I will answer your question. Nye Qianyu was stunned and felt her face was a little hot. It was the first time she talked about her age in front of a boy who was the same age as her. How could she not be shy? This Ren Xiaoyao, if there was a chance, she would definitely teach him a lesson. 1 month from today, it will be my 12th birthday. Nye Qianyu said it in a very low voice. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's ears were not ordinary, so she heard it clearly. Oh, you are 12 years old. Zhang Xiaohua said it unconsciously, but she sighed in her heart. Look at her. TSK. She's not even 12 years old, but she's already out here with her maidservant. She speaks so logically and is so calm when she's in danger. Look at her last night. She's even better than me now. It's as if she's seen the world. Alas, I'm not afraid of comparing myself with others. Compared to her, I'm simply useless. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua really wanted to shake the sky and shout, why is there such a big difference between people? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua pondering, Little Orange became anxious and said, Ren Xiaoyao, are you going back on your words? Oh. Zhang Xiaohua came to her senses and said with a smile, do you think I, Ren Xiaoyao, am that kind of person? Nye Qianyu and Little Orange looked at each other. Both of them felt the same way, but they wouldn't say it out loud. It has been 2 months since my 18th birthday. Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation. What? Nie Qianyu and Little Orange both cried out, You can't lie to us. You're already 18 years old? Yes. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled and said, What is there to lie about? Since I said I would tell you, why should I lie to you? Do I have to? But you look like you're only 14 or 15 years old. 14 or 15 years old? That was 4 years ago. Hee, maybe God was jealous of me and made me so delicate? Zhang Xiaohua pinched his chin with a smug look on his face. Bah! The two girls in the hut spat at the same time. The hut fell into a subtle silence for a while. Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, Miss Nia, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. It's already late, so please rest early. At this time, Nie Qianyu said in a low voice, that Ren Xiaoyao, I didn't expect you to be so much older than me. You are even older than my cousin by 2 years. Can I call you Brother Ren in the future? This time, it was Zhang Xiaohua and Little Orange's turn to be surprised. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, Miss Nia, you look like a lady from a big family. Why do you have to make things difficult for me? If you call me that, it will shorten my life. Nie Qianyu smiled and said, It is very impolite to always call you by your full name Ren Xiaoyao. What if I call you Brother Xiaoyao? Are you willing? When the words, Brother Xiaoyao, came out, Zhang Xiaohua was so scared that she shrank her neck and had goosebumps all over her body. She waved her hand and said, Whatever, Miss Nia. Anyway, it is only a matter of a few days. You can call me whatever you want. Just don't call my soul away. Okay, you rest early. I will go out. After saying that, she did not wait for Nie Qianyu to reply and left in a hurry with her hands crossed. Before Zhang Xiaohua's figure disappeared, a burst of bell-like laughter came from behind. It was Nie Qianyu's cheerful laughter. Little Orange got up and closed the door of the hut. She said unhappily, Miss, how can you call him Brother Ren? He is just a person from the Jianghu. Even if you think highly of him, you don't have to be like this. Sigh, what do you know? Little Orange, could it be that you are in love? You've taken a liking to this Brother Xiaoyao, that's why you're so jealous? Little Orange looked a little uneasy and rebuked, Miss, look at what you are saying. I have only met him for a day. How could it be like what you are thinking? I just feel that he is always shameless. I feel that it is not worth it for you. Nie Qianyu looked at her seriously and laughed, I am just joking with you. Why do you take it so seriously? You don't know. I heard from Dad that people from the Jianghu are the most carefree. They are always quick to repay kindness and revenge. Looking at Ren Xiaoyao, I think he is really planning to dump us to the bodyguards as long as there is an escort agency in the next town. Hearing this, Little Orange still did not understand and said, If we meet an escort agency again, we can just find a few more highly skilled bodyguards. Ren Xiaoyao is so young. How can he be compared to the escorts in the agency? Nie Qianyu shook her head and said, The escorts in the agency are just second-rate people in the Jianghu. Even the best of them can barely be considered as first-rate. Looking at Ren Xiaoyao's young age, his internal strength should be very profound. He must be much better than the escorts in the agency. Moreover, Nie Qianyu hesitated for a moment. Little Orange continued, Moreover what? Is he better than the 8 escorts? Moreover, Ren Xiaoyao has such a high level of internal strength at such a young age. Think about it, his background must be extraordinary. He must be a disciple from a famous sect in the Jianghu. Didn't you hear him say that he has something important to do and can't be bothered to escort us? According to my speculation, disciples from famous sects are all chivalrous and brave. They like to root out the strong and help the weak. He can't even escort us, so he must have something more important to do. Maybe it is the purpose of his experience in the Jianghu this time? I call him Big Brother so that I can get closer to him. If he is soft-hearted and gives me a token from his sect, or spreads the news that we are related to him, then the people who want to kill us will have to be careful when they take action. They will have to weigh their own weight first. Ah. So Miss has thought so much. Hee, I thought Miss had taken a fancy to him, so I wanted to get closer to him. Little Orange said with a smile as if relieved of a burden. Little Orange, could it be that you really have such an idea? Are we implying this in our words? Nie Qianyu seemed to be used to Little Orange's teasing. She changed the topic to Little Orange and said, if that's the case, you have to be careful. Ren Xiaoyao is a disciple of a famous sect. Although he looks ordinary, he has a deep background after all. Maybe many heroines will take a fancy to him. You have to seize the opportunity and seize the time to capture him before he leaves. Little Orange's face was not very clear under the dim light. She laughed and said, only Miss thinks he is a treasure with profound martial arts. In my opinion, he is just a young man from the countryside. No matter how you look at him, he does not have the demeanor of a Jianghu hero. Just look at his stingy look just now. Does he look like one? Yes, De Xia and Xiao Xia are magnanimous. How can they be like him? Nie Qianyu was also a little confused. But the handwriting on the prescription was still vivid in her mind. The strength of the handwriting was not fake. Then, what was the problem? Seeing that her miss was deep in thought, Little Orange did not dare to disturb her. She sat alone under the light and rested her chin on her hand. She looked at the swaying flame and did not know what she was thinking. Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the house and shook her head. She thought, you just want to get close to me so that I can send you back. Hee, do you think I will fall for your honey trap so easily? Well, you are not a beauty anyway. She hummed a tune and walked back to the house. Seeing that it was still early, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged. She was not in a hurry to practice the Worry-Free Heart Sutra. Instead, she began to comprehend the first glimpse of the way of heaven. The comprehension of the way of heaven was really endless. She had comprehended it for almost an entire afternoon, but she had only seen the tip of the iceberg. And this small gain made Zhang Xiaohua feel endlessly useful. She felt that she had scratched her itch. The more she comprehended it, the more she felt it was endless. The more endless it was, the more she wanted to comprehend it. It was not until this moment that Zhang Xiaohua truly understood the joy of cultivation. It was really something that could only be understood and not explained with words. Moreover, it was not until today that Zhang Xiaohua realized that only the comprehension of the way of heaven was the true way of cultivation. The cultivation of the Worry-Free Heart Sutra and other cultivation methods of qi refining, although it could not be said to be trivial, the purpose of cultivating the Heart Sutra was to enhance one's ability to understand the way of heaven. The 18th layer of qi refining and the legendary foundation building were only the extent to which one could grasp and use the way of heaven. Now that she knew this, how could Zhang Xiaohua neglect the essentials and focus on trifles? Chapter 356. Zhang Xiaohua was sitting cross-legged, wholeheartedly comprehending his own way of heaven. He did not hear the words of the two girls in the hut beside him. In fact, even if he was sitting in the hut, he would not necessarily release his spiritual sense to peep into their hut. After all, men and women should not touch each other. This principle was something that Zhang Xiaohua could still adhere to. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt something. He opened his eyes and looked at the moon that was gradually rising in the sky outside the window. He could not help but secretly nod. The comprehension of the way of heaven was indeed unpredictable. Usually, he would only feel something when he was about to fall asleep. That was just a conditioned reflex of his body when he was about to fall asleep. However, today was different. To be able to feel something while he was meditating was actually a kind of active reminder. The essence was different, the difference was like the difference between clouds and mud. After thinking, Zhang Xiaohua stood up and pushed the door open. He carefully listened to the slight snoring sounds coming from the hut beside him. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and stood in the middle of the small courtyard. He made a gesture with his hands and sent a few strands of junqi around the small courtyard, forming a simple restriction that protected the small courtyard. He originally thought that since he had only set up restrictions the size of the hut before, it might be difficult to set up restrictions that were several times larger. However, when he started, he felt that his understanding of restrictions was actually deeper than yesterday. He could set them up with ease. This could only be attributed to the short moment of comprehension of the way of heaven in the afternoon. In fact, it was not only the cultivation of mental cultivation methods. Formations and restrictions, alchemy, refining weapons, escaping techniques and other cultivation methods of the way of immortals were all different elaborations of the way of heaven. Zhang Xiaohua's glimpse of the way of heaven from afar naturally stimulated all his cultivation methods like a catalyst. Using a kind of top-down view to look at these cultivation methods, of course, there would be surprising results when using these cultivation methods. After setting up the restriction, Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands, very satisfied with her technique. She walked back to the hut proudly and took out 2 more primal stones. She sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate the 6th level of the Carefree Heart Sutra. After midnight, the starlight from the entire sky shone down like silk, faintly emitting a fluorescent light. It was different from before. The quantity and quality of the starlight were also several grades higher. A spherical light screen tightly wrapped Zhang Xiaohua. Inside the light screen, Zhang Xiaohua was like a baby, calmly absorbing the endless starlight. The next morning, when the rooster crowed, Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes. A flame flashed in her eyes, and there was a bit more light. Zhang Xiaohua floated up. First, she practiced the Big Dipper fist several times in the courtyard. To her delight, she discovered that the Big Dipper fist had actually entered the 9th level. Every time she practiced the Big Dipper fist, the energy flow would appear once, tempering all the bones in her body. Only after she finished practicing the 9th time did the energy flow stop. Apart from her delight, Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. This Big Dipper fist was very strange, it was completely pieced together from the memories in her mind. The 9th level was also randomly set by her. Now that she had practiced to the 9th level, she did not know how to train from now on. However, Zhang Xiaohua was not worried. Left and right, it was just practicing. In the past, she practiced from the beginning to the end, but in the future, would she still practice from the back to the front? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. If she practiced from the back to the front, what would happen? However, she was used to practicing from the beginning to the end. It was not that simple to practice from the beginning to the end. Before she had time to think carefully, she heard a coughing sound from the small house. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua did not have time to think about the fist technique. She made a hand seal and removed the restriction around the small courtyard. As soon as he was done, he heard the door creak open, and a person walked out from inside. When Zhang Xiaohua turned around, wasn't it Miss Nie Qianyu? When Nie Qianyu saw Zhang Xiaohua standing there and seemingly doing something, she immediately became spirited and smiled. "Good morning, big brother Ren. Are you practicing martial arts?" "Miss Nie, why don't you call me Ren Xiaoyao? I feel very awkward when I call you big brother Ren." Nie Qianyu repeatedly waved her hands. "Don't. Didn't you say last night that you could call me big brother Ren? I think it's pretty good this way." Zhang Xiaohua helplessly said, "Sigh, it's up to you. It's really up to you. By the way, why did Miss Nie wake up so early? Are you feeling better? Don't you want to sleep a little longer?" Nie Qianyu smiled and said, "Didn't big brother Ren wake up even earlier? Isn't there a saying, dance at the sound of the chicken? Are you practicing martial arts?" Seeing that Nie Qianyu kept pressing him and did not even answer her question, she could only say, "I don't practice martial arts. I'm just used to waking up early. I don't have any farm work to do, so I'm walking around here to exercise my hands and feet. The young people in our village are already up and working in the fields. I'm not used to not working in the fields. You're just making things up." Nie Qianyu did not believe a single word Zhang Xiaohua said and only looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua felt a little uneasy under her gaze and could only ask, "How's Miss Nie's condition?" "I've recovered a long time ago. My fever went down in the second half of last night. I've slept for almost a day and a night. I didn't feel sleepy this morning. I thought I was already very early, but I didn't expect Big Brother Ren to be here." After Nie Qianyu finished speaking, she also slightly moved her hands and feet. Zhang Xiaohua felt very strange and asked, "Miss Nie's wrist is also very good? Has the swelling gone down?" "Yes, it also went down last night." "Ah." Zhang Xiaohua said in surprise, "Miss Nie is really a divine doctor. Just one decoction and the fever has gone down. Even the swelling on your wrist has gone down. It's really incredible." Pfft, Nie Qianyu laughed out loud. Her black eyes were filled with spring breeze as she said, "Big Brother Ren, you've overestimated me. That decoction only reduced the fever and only had a slight effect of removing blood stasis and reducing swelling. The reason why the swelling on my wrist went down so quickly was because I had already applied the ointment in advance. After a day of the ointment seeping into my wrist, I saw the effect last night." Zhang Xiaohua felt very embarrassed and asked casually, "Miss Nie's medical skills are so brilliant. I wonder if it's passed down in your family? I wonder if someone like me can learn it." Nie Qianyu rolled her eyes and said, "Of course my medical skills were passed down from my father. Medical skills are also passed down from generation to generation in my family. However, if Big Brother Ren escorts us home, I'm sure my father will consider this request carefully." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately interrupted. Looking at the unlatched door, she asked, "Why hasn't Little Orange woken up yet? She's an incompetent maid. How can a maid not serve the miss when she gets up?" Pfft, Nie Qianyu laughed out loud again and asked, "Could it be that Big Brother Ren has read too many novels? Although Little Orange is my maid, she grew up with me. We're like sisters. Why would I need her to serve me at all times? Moreover, Little Orange has been watching over me for a day and a night without any rest. Last night when she saw that my fever had subsided, she felt relieved and went to sleep." Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to talk to her anymore. She cupped her hands and said, "Miss Nie, please move around and breathe in some fresh air. I'll go back to my room and sleep again." Nie Qianyu said anxiously, "Hey, Big Brother Ren, even a hard-working farmer needs to sleep again?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Who doesn't eat dumplings during the New Year? It's rare for me to be free. Naturally, I have to make up for the lost sleep when working in the field." After that, she turned around and walked back to her room. Without looking back, she said, "Miss Nie, you'd better not go outside so as not to be seen by others." Nie Qianyu bit her lips and stamped her feet helplessly. The next 2 days were peaceful and quiet. Zhang Xiaohua and the others hid in the small courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua would go to the inn to get their daily meals. She did not allow the waiter or the innkeeper to take half a step into the small courtyard, afraid that they would leak out any information. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua also knew that even if those bad guys were from some big Jianghu sect, they wouldn't be able to search every house like the government. At most, they would go to inns and tea houses to inquire about information. However, for safety's sake, he still hid in the small house. However, even if he hid in the small house to meditate and comprehend the Way of Heaven and Heart Sutra, he still released his divine sense. With Zhang Xiaohua's current divine sense, his divine sense could already cover the entire town. From time to time, he could see many Jianghu people riding on horses on the main road. There were also some unknown people inquiring about the town. However, whether they were looking for Nie Qianyu or not, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't be sure. There were also people inquiring about the inn Zhang Xiaohua stayed in. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know that. He was immersed in the pleasure of comprehending the Way of Heaven, so how could he waste too much time on this? When the inquisitor saw that the inn didn't intend to enter and saw the innkeeper's lazy look, he became even more impatient. When he heard that there was a carriage in the yard behind, he he stuck his head out to take a look. When he found out that it was a village boy driving the carriage, he didn't waste any more time and went to the next inn. However, his carelessness saved his life. Zhang Xiaohua was already prepared. If anyone came looking for him, as long as there were only a few people, he would kill them all. Therefore, he was quietly cultivating and waiting for someone to take the bait. Early this morning, Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to scan outside and found that the unknown people from 2 days ago had disappeared. Therefore, he came to look for Nie Qinyu. Nie Qinyu's body was already fine. It was just that her wrist was fractured, which was inconvenient. She still needed to rest for a few more days. However, didn't she have Little Orange? She didn't feel any particular inconvenience. When Zhang Xiaohua entered the house, he didn't stand on ceremony and directly said, "Miss Nie, we've been hiding in this small town for 2 days. Come to think of it, those people who were chasing after you should have passed by now. I think it's better for us to set off now and find an escort agency as soon as possible so that we can find a bodyguard who can protect you. That's the most important thing." Nie Qinyu thought for a while and said, "It's about a 2-day journey from here. We should be in Tanha City. There should be a large-scale escort agency there. I wonder if it's convenient for Brother Ren?" Chapter 357. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while. Fortunately, the place was on the map Ji Xiaohua gave him. It seemed that it was on the way. So he nodded and said, "Miss Nie, it's great that you know the way. Since it's on the way, I'll accompany you for a while." "It's on the way, Brother Ren. May I know where you're going?" Nie Qinyu asked in surprise. Little Orange's eyes flickered. "Where am I going?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said with a smile, "Sorry, I can't tell you." The 2 expectant ladies almost choked and rolled their eyes. Was it necessary? After all, they had gone through thick and thin together. Why couldn't he tell them such a small thing? However, the 2 of them seemed to have forgotten that they didn't even tell him where they were going. Well, maybe they had the rule of ladies first in their hearts, but the Guizhuang house was also Zhang Xiaohua's taboo. Unless it was a last resort, he would never say a word about it, especially when there were so many wolves following behind them. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua looking up at the white clouds in the sky, as if there were endless stories there, Nie Qinyu could only pout and ask Little Orange to pack up and get on the carriage. Fortunately, they didn't plan to stay here for a long time. Everything was in the shabby carriage, so it was easy to pack up. Not long after, they got on the carriage. Zhang Xiaohua went to the counter of the inn to settle the bill and tactfully tipped the waiter a few copper coins. He felt very awkward, but the innkeeper was very happy. Not to mention how much the tip was, this young man had booked an old courtyard and didn't even need the waiter to call him. If there was anything, he would come to the counter himself, which saved them a lot of trouble. They only met a few customers like this in a year, so when Zhang Xiaohua left, the innkeeper sent him off far away, almost wiping his tears with his sleeves. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know and thought that it was the reason for the tip. He praised the charm of the money and raised his vigilance, afraid that the innkeeper would find clues from the carriage. Actually, he was worrying too much. The shopkeeper had also been running the inn for many years. Although he was lazy to run the inn and treated people indifferently, he still had a pair of eyes, didn't he? How could they not see clearly? You have stayed in the small courtyard of the inn for many days. Even if they did not deliberately observe you, they would still have a rough idea. When Zhang Xiaohua often took 2 portions of food from the inn, he had long been labeled as eloping or running away from marriage. He was taken care of by the experienced innkeeper. This was also the main reason why they were not harassed by people who wanted to find out more information. Zhang Xiaohua did not release her divine sense, so of course, she could not see the ambiguous look in the shopkeeper's eyes. She drove the carriage slowly forward and was very satisfied with her performance in this town. Who said that people with no hair on their mouths couldn't do their jobs well? This young master has just entered the pugilistic world, and I've already played those bad guys in circles. On the road again, Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry. First of all, Nie Qinyu's wrist had not fully recovered and she was afraid that it would be damaged by the bumps. Second of all, there might be bad guys blocking the way ahead. Who would be stupid enough to rush forward? Third of all, Zhang Xiaohua was sitting cross-legged in the carriage leisurely. It was a good time to comprehend the heavenly Tao. Cough, cough. Actually, the most important thing was that the shabby carriage Zhang Xiaohua bought could not go too fast at all. Along the way, she listened to the creaking sound of the small carriage. Every time there was a slightly bumpy road, she would feel her heart in her throat. She was afraid that the carriage would fall apart. Finally, Little Orange could not stand it anymore. She lifted the somewhat dirty curtain and asked, Ren Xiaoyao, are you doing this on purpose? Her question pulled Zhang Xiaohua back from her daydream. She was very puzzled and asked, Little Orange, what's wrong? Why would I do that on purpose? Look at what kind of carriage this is. It might not be able to travel much in a day. When will we be able to go home? If you want to spend more time with us, just say the word. We see that you have worked hard and let you escort us for a while. What you are doing is unnecessary. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, Little Orange, when I bought the carriage that day, didn't you agree? Why are you going back on your words now? It's really hard to be a good person. Nie Qinyu's soft voice sounded again, Brother Ren is doing it for our own good. Little Orange, don't blame him. If he is not in a hurry, why should we be in a hurry? But, Little Orange was a little annoyed and said, he used our money to buy this junk. Pfft, Nie Qinyu laughed and said, I was wondering what was going on. So you are worried about your own private money. Hee hee, I know you are a good wife who can take care of the family. You don't have to show off here. You. Miss, you, just, wait, I can't even say a word. Little Orange's words were spoken intermittently, and he couldn't hear them clearly. Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua complained in her heart. There was a saying that, 3 women make a play. These 2 girls were also 500 ducks. They were not out of danger yet and they were already flirting with an innocent young man. Zhang Xiaohua did not say anything and reached out to pat Huanhuan's butt. Huanhuan seemed to have received an order and started to run quickly. There were 2 clangs from the carriage behind them and a slight cry of pain. Then there was the loud creaking sound of the carriage and it was quiet in the carriage. Even though Huanhuan ran fast, the carriage was still very slow. The 3 of them were starving for food and drink along the way. It was only when it was almost dark that they arrived at another town. They found an inn and settled down a little. Zhang Xiaohua went to inquire for information. According to the innkeeper's introduction, this place was still about a day and a half away from Tanha City. Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback, but he immediately understood that his carriage was too slow. It had only taken him half a day's journey the entire morning. The next day, they set off again. Zhang Xiaohua did not increase her speed and instead slowed down a little. This was because she knew that there was only one main road from Tanha City to the town where they were attacked. It should not be too difficult for the group of people who were chasing after Nie Qinyu to find the luxurious carriage that she abandoned. Of course, she could also imagine that Nie Qinyu would change to another carriage and they would definitely rush to Tanha City to look for clues. Of course, there were no clues there. Zhang Xiaohua was betting that the group of people would think that Nie Qinyu had been rescued by her family and took another road or had run out of their hunting range. But they did not expect that Nie Qinyu was still strolling slowly on the road to Tanha City. Besides, they were not the government, so of course they could not set up checkpoints to check one by one, right? Didn't the books often say, the most dangerous place is the safest place? Perhaps it was because of Zhang Xiaohua's intuition that almost nothing unusual happened for the rest of the day. In the afternoon, a group of people dressed in similar clothes to the people who were chasing after Nie Qinyu passed by in a hurry. The leader of the group only casually glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and his David's deer before immediately looking away and rushing straight ahead. When those people were far away, Nie Qinyu poked her head out. After looking for a while, she frowned. Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Are these people chasing after you?" Nie Qianyu shook her head blankly and said, "I don't know. Their clothes look similar, but there are many people in the Jianghu who wear similar clothes, so I can't be sure that it's them. Besides, to be honest, I don't know which immortal is chasing after us." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Even if you were killed, you would still be confused ghosts." Bah! Nie Qianyu spat and shrank back into the carriage. However, she immediately poked her head out again and asked curiously, "Brother Ren, didn't you say that you're an ordinary farmer in the countryside? Why aren't you afraid at all when encountering such a fierce man in the Jianghu?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and thought, "Isn't that right? How could there be such a calm country man like me?" He touched his nose and said, "Didn't I tell you before? I've studied the three-character classic for a few months and I know the principle of might cannot be bent, wealth cannot be obscenities. You're just making things up." Nie Qianyu angrily retracted her head. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and felt that arguing with a girl seemed to be as interesting as understanding the way of heaven. Not long after, there was another town that he could rest in. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment. Although it was still early, he stopped moving forward. Sleeping in the wilderness was something he had no choice but to do. It was better to be careful. He asked the locals and found out that this place was only half a day's journey away from Tanha City. He estimated that he would reach his destination tomorrow afternoon. What made Zhang Xiaohua the happiest was that according to the locals' introduction, there was a large-scale escort company in Tanha City called Fushan Escort Company. It was said that they were very powerful and could escort people as well as deliver items. Zhang Xiaohua secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After sending them to the escort agency, his task would be completed. He had to go home as soon as possible. It was already winter. If he hurried, he might be able to go home for the new year. Thinking that his family could sit at the same table and have a reunion dinner, Zhang Xiaohua felt warm in his heart and wanted to go home as soon as possible. Early the next morning, Zhang Xiaohua woke them up to hurry. Nie Qianyu and Little Orange looked unhappy, not knowing whether it was because they didn't sleep well or because Zhang Xiaohua wanted to leave them to the escort agency. They didn't meet any Jianghu people along the way. There were a few who were alone and had nothing to do with them. Also in the afternoon, they arrived at a slightly deserted area. While chatting with Zhang Xiaohua, they heard the sound of hurried horse hooves ahead. Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense and saw 5 men in neat clothes riding toward them. He didn't dare to be careless and quickly asked the 2 to hide in the carriage while he pretended to drive the carriage. Huan was still the same, pulling the shabby carriage to the middle. Zhang Xiaohua quickly asked it to return to the side of the road. The 5 men in neat clothes only looked up at Zhang Xiaohua and his shabby carriage and didn't care. When they were about to pass by, a man with very thick eyebrows suddenly shouted, "Hall master, please wait for a moment. There's something wrong with this carriage." Chapter 358. The 5 horses were running very fast and couldn't stop in time. They all rushed forward very far. Zhang Xiaohua heard someone talking and couldn't help but frown slightly. She continued to pretend that she didn't hear anything and patted the 4 odd beasts to continue forward. When the 5 people stopped their horses by the side of the road and saw Zhang Xiaohua's carriage leisurely moving forward without any hurry, they didn't rush to stop her. They heard the leader ask, "Jiang Heshu, are you talking about that shabby little carriage?" The thick-browed Jiang Heshu nodded and said, "Yes, Hall Master Qiu. It is that carriage." Hall Master Qiu stared at the carriage for a while and muttered, "There doesn't seem to be anything different. Could it be that you can see how many people are in the carriage?" Hall Master Qiu must be joking. "This little one doesn't have X-ray eyes, so how can I see?" "Then it's like this, Hall Master Qiu. This little one led my brothers to search for you yesterday and saw this carriage by the side of the road. At that time, this little one only gave it a slight glance and didn't pay it any attention. However, when I saw it again today, I found some clues." You're quite attentive. As expected of someone I brought in from the outer hall. Tell me, don't you think it makes sense? Hall Master Chiu is wise. Look at this shabby carriage. It has long been broken. If it was a normal person, they would definitely have left it outside their house to rot, or simply used an axe to chop it up for firewood. However, this young man used a mule to pull his carriage and traveled for 2 days. Don't you think it's a little strange? When Hall Master Chiu heard this, he frowned and said, Little Jiang, what you said doesn't make any sense at all. The farmers in the countryside are all extremely poor. How could it be like what you said, where they would casually throw everything around and use everything to chop firewood? This young man used such an ugly mule to drive such a shabby carriage. It's really normal. There's nothing strange about it. But, Hall Master, he has traveled for 2 days. He should have tidied up this shabby carriage a little earlier. But look at the wheels of his carriage. They are already crooked and can't bear the burden. I estimate that they will fall apart in half a day. If he is seriously going to travel a long distance, how can he not fix it in advance? This. Hall Master Chiu seemed to be stumped by the question. He smiled and said, To be honest, I really can't tell that the wheel is about to fall apart. Little Jiang, how can you tell? This lowly one. When this lowly one was young, before I entered this hall, I was a coachman with a whip. Jiang Heshu said embarrassedly. When Zhang Xiaohua, who was eavesdropping in front of them, heard this, she almost fell off the carriage. Her luck was truly too terrible. When this carriage was bought, it had been left unused for a long time. Of course, it couldn't travel long distances. Furthermore, she didn't plan on using this shabby carriage to travel. She only wanted to use it to safely send Miss Nia to the escort agency. Then, she would wash her hands of it and let a professional take over. Great, they hadn't even reached Tanha City yet, but she had already met an expert. Hall Master Chiu seemed to be a curious child who wanted to get to the bottom of things. He continued to say, Little Jiang, you also know that before our sect appears in the Jianghu, everything must be done in a low-profile manner. I can't just disturb the people based on your simple deduction. Do you have any other evidence? Zhang Xiaohua really despised this Hall Master Chiu's way of doing things. What low profile? All he did was kill and rob, and he was recruiting people all over the streets. How could this not disturb the people? However, she also wanted to know where the flaw was, so she couldn't help but perk up her ears. Jiang Heshu continued, Also, Hall Master Chiu, your inner strength is profound. I'm sure you can hear how many people are in the carriage from beside it. Hall Master Chiu nodded and said, That shouldn't be difficult. That's right. If it was the luxurious carriage that they found earlier, it would be fast and silent. You would be able to hear the breathing sounds in the carriage as soon as you passed by it. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to keep it a secret. Listen to this carriage, it makes creaking sounds along the way. Can you tell? They must be afraid that people would discover the number of people in the carriage, so they specially chose an old carriage. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was secretly happy. She didn't think that she was so smart. Why didn't she realize this before? She was even discovered by someone else. No wonder people often said, a horse of 1,000 li is common, but a talent scout is hard to find. Hall Master Chiu nodded slightly. Jiang Heshu continued, Actually, Hall Master Chiu, there's still the most important point. Hall Master Chiu was a bit unhappy. After talking for so long, he was still keeping her in suspense. He didn't even mention the most important point. Seeing that Hall Master Chiu was frowning, Jiang Heshu hurriedly said, You also know that this little one was a coachman in the past. Look at his carriage, it seems like the cushion is already broken. When he moves, it's already shaking up and down. The shaking is still very big. This means that there's definitely something heavy in the carriage. Also, look at the mule in front. Oh, that doesn't seem to be a mule. This little one has used a mule to drive a carriage before. It seems to be a bit strenuous. Although a mule is slower than a horse, a mule can pull things. Since a mule is strenuous, there must be something heavy in this shabby little carriage. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she couldn't help but blush with shame. Of course, her sword was on the back of the David's deer. How could it not be strenuous? The carriage that she had arranged had actually been seen through in 3 places. Sigh, she couldn't help but admit that she was still lacking in Jianghu experience. This expert didn't seem to have grown up eating anything. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's carriage was already some distance away from the 5 men. The 5 men were not in a hurry and were still eagerly studying the carriage from behind when they heard Hall Master Qiu say with a laugh, "Little Jiang, your martial arts are weak and cannot convince the others, but I still appointed you as the team leader because I can see how meticulous you are and how you can think things through. Hee, not bad, you were actually able to see so many problems from this shabby carriage. This means that I did not misjudge you. If you can really find those 2 girls and complete the sect master's orders, I will definitely reward you handsomely." When Jiang Heshu heard this, he was overjoyed and repeatedly said modestly, "It's all because of Hall Master Qiu's good fortune that this little one was able to see it." Hall Master Qiu smiled and said, "However, after analyzing for so long, what if this youth is just a tenant farmer in the countryside who borrowed a shabby carriage from elsewhere to deliver grain to Tanha City? The grain is very heavy and the carriage is prepared to be repaired at Tanha City? Wouldn't your deductions all be for naught?" This. Jiang Heshu was speechless. Hall Master Qiu said proudly, "You don't have any other ideas, right?" "Yes, Hall Master is wise. Perhaps this little one was wrong." "It doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. I have a way to know if you're right or wrong." Jiang Heshu's face was filled with longing as he asked, "Hall Master, please teach me?" "Ha ha 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 ha," Hall Master Qiu laughed loudly and said, "All your deductions are nonsense. Stop him and let him open the carriage's curtains to take a look." After saying this, he urged his horse to chase after Jiang Heshu. At this moment, Hall Master Qiu had tossed their gate master's order of not disturbing the people to the highest heavens. Seeing that Hall Master Qiu was happy, Jiang Heshu was also overjoyed. He also patted his horse and followed behind, not forgetting to say with concern, "Hall Master is wise. This little one can't flatter you. However, Hall Master should still be careful. After all, Vice Hall Master Zhang is a good example." Seeing that Jiang Heshu was both flattering and showing concern for Hall Master Qiu, the eyes of the other 3 also lit up. What a talent! No wonder he could climb from a coachman to a captain. He really wasn't bragging. That's right, the coachman was a youth. Even if he knew martial arts, how could he be Hall Master Qiu's opponent? These words naturally made Hall Master Qiu's heart warm up, feeling the warmth of spring. Presumably, even if there was nothing wrong with the carriage, Jiang Heshu would still be promoted later. When Zhang Xiaohua heard the sound of horse hooves behind them, she sighed inwardly. You don't want to take the broad road, but you want to take the narrow wooden bridge instead. When the 5 of them caught up to the carriage, they heard Hall Master Qiu shout, "You brat, stop the carriage." Then, the 5 of them surrounded the carriage and drew their swords from their waists. Obviously, even if they hadn't eaten pork, they would have seen a pig run. We don't know how to flatter, so we should learn from him. Seeing that this youth is unarmed, we should also draw our swords and pretend to be loyal and devoted. Hall Master Qiu was very satisfied with the performance of his subordinates. With a serious expression, he asked, "Young man, where is your carriage going?" "What's in the carriage?" Zhang Xiaohua trembled as he got down from the carriage. He cupped his hands and asked, "Are the 5 officials from Tanha City's garrison?" Hall Master Qiu was stunned. He really didn't dare to rashly admit it, so he could only say, "We are not officials." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, his expression relaxed. He said, "If the 5 of you are not officials, please step aside. This humble one has already reported to Tanha City's garrison. If there is anything, you should look for the city's garrison." After he finished speaking, he turned around and pretended to leave. When Jiang Heshu saw this, he raised his sword and shouted, "Brat, stand still. This lord is asking you a question." Zhang Xiaohua was so scared that he trembled. However, he still rolled his eyes and said indifferently, "Didn't this humble one say that this humble one's carriage was reported to the garrison? Since you are not soldiers, please step aside." In fact, when Zhang Xiaohua stopped the carriage, Hall Master Qiu had already carefully listened to the movements inside the carriage. His internal energy was profound, so he could barely hear the breathing of two people in the carriage. He already had some doubts in his heart. However, this young man kept saying that he was an official, so he was intimidated. However, if he didn't see it with his own eyes, he really couldn't be at ease. After thinking for a moment, he took out a large ingot of silver from his bosom and said, "Brat, if you answer my question, this is yours." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He immediately beamed with joy and said, "If you give it to me first, I will naturally answer." Hall Master Qiu sneered and threw the silver ingot to Zhang Xiaohua. He was in a hurry. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and secretly said, "Is he going to make a move now?" Qidian Chinese website welcomes readers to read the latest, fastest, and most popular series of works at Qidian Originals. Chapter 359. Just as he was about to dodge, he saw Hall Chief Qiu's interested gaze and couldn't help but smile in his heart. He was wearing a long robe and naturally wasn't afraid of any harm from the silver. He pretended that he didn't know martial arts and didn't know how to dodge. He only reached out to grab it. In the blink of an eye, the silver was in front of Zhang Xiaohua's chest. Just as it was about to hit his body, it suddenly curved and fell down, falling straight to the ground in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua's hand naturally missed. He's also a hidden weapon expert. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be a little vigilant. He smiled as he picked up the silver from the ground and put it into his pocket. He said, "Didn't Sir just want to know what's in the carriage? That's the 200 caddies of rice that Captain Wu's brother-in-law ordered from our village last time. This little one borrowed a carriage to send it to the city." "So it's like that." Jiang Heshu was clearly disappointed. Hall Chief Qiu asked again, "There's only rice in the carriage and nothing else. For example, is there anyone inside?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "How could there be anyone? Sir must be joking." Hall Chief Qiu's expression changed and said, "But when I passed by your carriage just now, I heard the voices of women inside." Zhang Xiaohua's expression also changed. He thought for a moment and gritted his teeth and said, "Sir, you have to keep this a secret for me. To be honest, there are two women in the carriage, but they are the lovers of Captain Wu and his brother-in-law. They met in our village and this time, they took this little one's carriage to Tanha City. This little one knows that Captain Wu and his brother-in-law are men who are afraid of their wives and don't want to get involved in this kind of business. However, they threatened this little one. If this little one didn't take the carriage, they wouldn't let this little one send grain into the city in the future. This little one is really wronged." Hearing the two people's heavy breathing in the carriage, Zhang Xiaohua was very happy. Although Zhang Xiaohua's acting was quite convincing, Hall Master Qiu didn't seem to have any intention of letting her go. He only smiled and said, "This one has met Tanha City's Captain Wu once and I know his preferences. How about this little brother let this one take a look at his lover's appearance? In the future, this one will be able to imitate her and suit his tastes. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua had a troubled look on her face as she said, "How can this do? That's inappropriate." As he spoke, he unconsciously rubbed his fingers together. Hall Master Qiu smiled. She fished out another ingot of silver and tossed it to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua casually caught it and said with a smile, "Since they're Captain Wu's friends, it's only natural for us to meet them. Hee, wait a moment, this little one will have them come down now." With that, he turned around and walked back to the carriage. Standing beside Huan, he pulled open the curtain of the carriage and said with a smile, "Everyone, please take a look." When Hall Master Qiu saw Nie Qianyu and Little Orange, who had already changed into village girl's attire, his smile froze on his face as he shouted, It's the two of them. Men, capture them." On the other hand, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange were nervous and their faces were red. They didn't expect Zhang Xiaohua to really pull open the curtain of the carriage. When they saw the 5 people holding swords, they became afraid. Before Hall Master Qiu's voice fell, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Hall Master Qiu, I've already answered your question. I've also let you see them. The silver is mine now." Then, she casually picked up the sword on Huan's back and said sinisterly, "However, you blocked my path and actually saw through my weakness. What face do you have left? You've embarrassed me in front of this little girl. This is a big problem. Come. Eat my sword first, then we'll talk about other things." With that, she exerted a little force with her right leg and executed the levitation technique. She leaped high into the air, half a body taller than Hall Master Qiu, who was riding on the horse. Then, she raised her sword high and slashed at Hall Master Qiu. When Hall Master Qiu saw Zhang Xiaohua's qinggong, he was shocked. However, when he saw the flaws in Zhang Xiaohua's swordsmanship, disdain appeared in his heart. A treasured sword is for stabbing, not for slashing. Then, he casually raised his sword to block. But the moment the 2 swords came into contact, a weight as heavy as Mount Tai came from the sword. Hall Master Qiu immediately took a deep breath and forcefully circulated his internal energy, wanting to withstand the weight. Unfortunately, how could he withstand the weight of 10,000 kilograms? With a crack, the treasured sword in his hand broke into 2. Zhang Xiaohua's sword did not lose its momentum and smashed directly on Hall Master Qiu's shoulder. Then, with a "pu" sound, his shoulder was smashed into a bloody mess and half of his chest collapsed. At the same time, the horse under him also let out a mournful neigh and collapsed to the ground. Then, Zhang Xiaohua lightly tapped the horse's head with her sword. The horse immediately fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Zhang Xiaohua's sword strike was so powerful that it left everyone present dumbfounded. Yes, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange were first embarrassed and angry, then scared. Then, they saw the ordinary-looking young man who had been with them for a few days fly up high like a god and slap a person who was skilled in martial arts to death on the back of a horse. That strength was so strong that the horse was forced to kneel. Was he still human? In that instant, the 2 of them had the same thought in their minds, mutant. Then, under the watchful eyes of Nie Qianyu and Little Orange, Zhang Xiaohua did not hold back. The moment she landed, she tapped her foot and flew towards another man. The tip of her sword was pointed at that man's chest. That man did not know what to do and was about to dodge. However, Zhang Xiaohua's qinggong was so amazing that before that man could think, her sword had already pointed at his chest. With just a light tap, that man's chest caved in. That man vomited blood and fell off the horse. Zhang Xiaohua kicked the horse he was on and used the momentum to shoot towards another man like an arrow. That horse, however, fell to the ground and could not get up. In just a short while, the 5 living martial arts masters and their horses were all lying on the road. Zhang Xiaohua looked left and right, then put the long sword back on Huan's back. He easily cleaned up the mess on the road and threw them far away into the forest by the side of the road. Only then did he clap his hands and return to the side of the carriage. At this time, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange were completely petrified. They looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was both familiar and strange at the same time. Their eyes were burning with a trace of fear. It seemed that they wanted to say something, but they did not wake up from the bloody scene just now. Zhang Xiaohua ignored them. She put down the curtain and sat cross-legged on the carriage. She patted Huan's butt and Huan ran happily on the road again. Nie Qianyu and Little Orange heard Zhang Xiaohua muttering to herself, "Is this carriage really so shabby? It can only run for half a day. If I had known, I would have kept that guy alive and repaired the carriage for me. Then I would have killed him." Clang! The 2 of them flipped over the carriage and did not know what to say. Fortunately, this place was very close to Tanhe City, and the road was much smoother. Zhang Xiaohua finally arrived at Tanhe City before sunset, and half a day before the carriage's lifespan was up. This was a city bigger than Pingyang City. One could see the prosperity of this city from the bustling crowd. Zhang Xiaohua drove the shabby carriage and entered Tanha City from the middle of the city gate, as if she did not have the consciousness of a poor person. She did not know if it was the negligence of the city guards or because there were too many people entering and leaving the city as it was getting dark, so they did not find trouble with Zhang Xiaohua. Since she had entered the city, Zhang Xiaohua felt more at ease. Although Nie Qianyu's opponents were people from the martial arts world, they could not be compared to the officials. The city was full of officials and they had to be wary of them. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua did not deliberately look for a remote inn. She only looked for a few random ones, but none of them were satisfactory. She had no choice but to continue driving the shabby carriage forward. Nie Qianyu and Little Orange were puzzled. There were obviously a few inns with empty courtyards for them to stay in. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and walked away. However, Zhang Xiaohua had given them too much of a shock. Not only did they not dare to talk to Zhang Xiaohua along the way, they were still afraid of her even now. However, in the end, Nie Qianyu could not help but ask, "Hero Ren, the inns just now obviously had courtyards. Why didn't you stay there?" Zhang Xiaohua looked back at her and said faintly, "I still have 3 coins left from the money Little Orange gave me. However, the cheapest inns just now cost at least 5 coins. How can I stay there if I don't have enough money? Why don't we stay in the guest room?" Nie Qianyu frowned and said, "Hero Ren, the hall leader seemed to have given you 2 ingots of silver. It should be dozens of taels. How can you say that it's not enough?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Miss Nie, you are wrong. Those 2 ingots of silver were for me, not for you. I helped you find an inn, so you should be the one paying the bill." "You." Nie Qianyu did not know how to answer this young man who was ridiculously skilled in martial arts but who was so clear about the difference between money and money. Little Orange, who was behind them, said softly, "Stingy." After that, she rummaged inside and then threw out an emerald green pouch. She said, "This is Miss Nie's pouch. There is some gold in it. You can spend it however you like." If it was a few days ago, she would have said, "Keep the rest for yourself." But today, she did not dare to say this sentence out loud. She could only secretly whisper it in her heart. Zhang Xiaohua took the pouch and opened it. He said with a smile, "Miss Nie, you are so stingy. You should have taken it out earlier. You even made me go to so many places." Then he put it in his arms naturally. With the silver, it was easy to do things. He did not need to search further. He just found a slightly cleaner inn and stayed there. This night was a little lonely. Nie Qianyu and Little Orange did not dare to joke with Zhang Xiaohua like before and ask him to do this and that. Zhang Xiaohua was also dutiful. He still did not let the waiter enter the courtyard. He only brought in the food and other things, which made them feel a little relieved. After settling the 2 girls down, Zhang Xiaohua closed the door and sat in the pitch-black room to meditate and cultivate. In the small room next to him, the 2 little girls could not help but whisper in a low voice. Chapter 360. There was no light in the hut. It was pitch dark, and there was no other sound except for the unnatural breathing of the 2 people. After a long time, Little Orange finally could not help but ask, "Miss, are you asleep?" "No." Nie Qianyu answered firmly, "How can I sleep?" "Me too, Mississippi. I can see Ren. Hero Ren killing people as soon as I close my eyes. Sigh, a few days ago, that group of people killed 8 bodyguards in front of our eyes, and those people were killed by an unknown senior. Such a bloody scene was not as shocking as Hero Ren killing people today. Not to mention you, even I, even though I was prepared, was caught off guard. I really did not expect him to be so strong." Nie Qianyu's voice was getting lower and lower. Little Orange sighed and said, "Miss, you have sharp eyes and can see the true face of this guy. I was deceived by him and even ordered him to do some servant's work. I don't know if he remembers it or not. Ba, Nye Qianyu could not help but spit and said, you want him to remember, but he also has to be patient. If he is not willing to do it, even if you talk until your mouth is broken, he may not do it. Then, she murmured, Little Orange, do you think we have some fate with him? Fate? Little Orange was a little panicked and said, Miss, don't talk nonsense about fate. You see, we just saved a heroine, and after a delay, we met him a few days later. The crazy words you said were all heard by him, do you still remember? He even waved at us, and then asked about us, the David's deer. If he asked about other things, I can't guarantee, but if he asked where the David's deer is, I think in this world, maybe only our Rejuvenation Valley has it. Although the question he asked was very simple, it could be considered as a good karma. That's right, Little Orange. Don't you think that his appearance that morning was very sudden? He seems to be related to the senior who saved us the day before. Maybe he was sent by that senior to protect us. Pfft. Little Orange laughed, and the atmosphere in the room became lively. She said, Miss, you're not telling me a story from a novel, are you? If he was the disciple of that senior, he would have appeared the night before. Moreover, he would have directly escorted us back to the villa. Why would he be like him, refusing to send us back with so many excuses? Well, that's true. Besides, I didn't see any white-bearded or white-haired old man beside him that day. Then, the room fell into silence again. After a while, Nye Qianyu hesitated and said, Little Orange, do you think he will really throw us into the escort agency and send us away with a few bodyguards or armed escorts? Miss, I think. In the dark, Little Orange was also very hesitant. He said, I think it's very possible. But, doesn't he have any sense of chivalry? We are both poor and weak girls. Can't he just help us a little and send us home? Little Orange was silent for a while and did not say anything. Nye Qianyu was a little anxious. She said, Little Orange, are you asleep? No, Mississippi. I can't sleep now, just like you. Then why don't you answer my question? Alas, Miss, do you feel that your mind is in a mess right now? You can only imagine him holding a long sword in his hand, leaping up from the ground, like a hero stepping on a colorful cloud, descending from the sky. A long sword that can cut through any evil, without hesitation, slashing at the heinous devil in front of him. That sword that you have never seen before, as if once slashing down, you will be protected by him, and you will never be afraid of the troubles of the world. Ah! Nye Qianyu exclaimed in a low voice. She said, Little Orange, how do you know? Little Orange sighed deeply and didn't answer her question. Instead, she asked, Miss, we've never met him before. First, he helped us pull our carriage back from the wilderness and took care of us for several days. Then, in the afternoon, he killed a few people who wanted to steal the treasure right in front of us. Judging by the way those people acted, their status should be even higher than the bad guy who attacked us the first time. To be honest, we owe him more than the senior who used the flying sword. You're constantly thanking the senior who you've never met, yet you're blaming this person who just saved our lives. Do you think this is still the calm and decisive Miss Nye who's always been so calm and decisive? Well. Nye Qianyu was speechless. After a while, she said, Little Orange, you usually don't know anything. I have to teach you everything. How come you suddenly know so much? Miss, it's nothing. I am just a few years older than you. What do you mean? Nye Qianyu was very confused. Alas. Little Orange sighed again. It seemed that he had sighed more tonight than he had in the past 14 years. After a while, perhaps young Miss will know for herself? Really? Nye Qianyu was a little confused. However, Nye Qianyu immediately asked, then, what do you think we should do now? Little Orange's worried face could not be seen in the dark. He only said, Miss, I am just like you. My heart is in a mess. Don't ask me. Then, Nye Qianyu asked tentatively, Little Orange, do you think I should tell him about our situation? Please don't, miss, Xiao Juzi immediately stopped her. As the saying goes, you may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. He doesn't know that we have treasures on us now. Once he knows the value of the treasures, he might come up with new ideas. He might even be more vicious than the people who tried to kill us. If he wants to take the treasures, he can kill us both as easily as killing chickens. No way, Little Orange, he doesn't look like that kind of person. I feel safe when I see him. Little Orange said in a trembling voice, it's better, not to tell him. The more he said, the weaker his voice became. Ouch. Nie Qianyu suddenly thought of something and said, oh right, when you took the box from the bad guy, was he also there? Or did you take it before he came? Hearing Nie Qianyu's question, Little Orange's face suddenly became hot. His heart was beating fast. He said carefully, no, I took it before he came. Oh, that's good, that's good. Nie Qianyu seemed to be patting her chest with her left hand. She smiled and said, since he didn't see it, I didn't lie to him. He won't ask anyway, right? Yes. Little Orange answered vaguely. It was already late at night. There was no moonlight outside the window. It was dark outside. It was a good time to sleep. However, the sound of tossing and turning could be heard in the dark room. It was the same sleepless night. It was the same aftertaste. The only difference was their mood. That tall and thin figure with superhuman abilities. That long sword in his hand was shining brightly, cleansing the world of filth. He was right in front of me, showing off his power. Although his eyes were a little small, they were bright. His nose was a little flat, but it looked good. His ears were a little small, but they were pleasing to the eye. His face looked young, but he had a mature aura. Every word he said had the charm of a game. Could it be that he flew here on a 7-colored cloud? He is my hero. In the room next door, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know that his image in the hearts of the two girls was becoming more and more perfect. He just closed his eyes and meditated, slowly understanding the endless way of heaven. Only when it was close to midnight did he take out the primeval stones from his bosom and began to circulate the carefree Heart Sutra to cultivate the Heart Sutra. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua had just practiced the Fist of the North Star 9 times. He wanted to understand the 108 moves and see if he could perform them in reverse. However, he heard footsteps behind him. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly as he stood in the middle of the courtyard. The door opened with a creaking sound. Nie Qianyu and Little Orange walked out with dark circles under their eyes. Their eyes were bloodshot. They looked dispirited. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and asked with a smile, Miss Nie, why are you so tired? Did you not sleep well last night? Why is Little Orange like this too? Looking at the ordinary smiling face that had appeared countless times in her dreams last night, Nie Qianyu suddenly didn't know what to say. On the other hand, Little Orange held her young lady's arm and said, sigh, the sudden change of environment is very uncomfortable. At night, I have nightmares. A cat is catching a mouse. The mouse keeps swaying in front of me, but I can't get caught by the cat. Don't you think so? Mississippi, oh, that's right. That cat is so stupid. Zhang Xiaohua pinched his nose and said with a smile, so you two actually had the same dream. What a deep relationship between master and servant. Seeing that the two girls were a little embarrassed, Zhang Xiaohua changed the topic and said, please wait a moment. I'll go to the front of the inn to get some food. You two can eat first. I'll go to the city to see if the Fushan escort agency is interested in this escort. Run. Hero Ren, you really can't escort us? Nie Qianyu still didn't give up and looked at him expectantly. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and turned to leave the courtyard. Not long after, he brought the food into the room. Zhang Xiaohua asked, by the way, Miss Nie, where are you going? Nie Qianyu thought for a while and said, Rejuvenation Valley. Then, she carefully observed Zhang Xiaohua's reaction. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's reaction disappointed her. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Miss Nia, Rejuvenation Valley is the valley where your house is, right? You have to tell me where it is. Otherwise, how am I going to tell the escort agency? Chapter 361. Carefree City. Nie Qianyu had no choice but to name the place. Then, he said, Hero Ren, I've never told you the name and location of our villa because I have my own difficulties. I hope you can be magnanimous and forgive me. Zhang Xiaohua felt strange and asked, Miss Nia, why do you think I'm unhappy? I haven't told you where I'm going either. Everyone has their own privacy. I don't have the time to meddle in other people's business. Besides, we're going to part ways soon. What can I do even if I'm angry with you? Nie Qianyu's face turned pale and tears welled up in her eyes. Zhang Xiaohua felt strange about Nie Qianyu's reaction. However, he had no time to coax her. He turned around and walked out of the house. But when he stepped out of the house, he paused for a moment. He said, Miss Nia, you called me Hero Ren. Hero Ren, I feel very awkward. If possible, let's call me Hero Ren. What do you think? Well, okay. Nie Qianyu nodded like a chick pecking rice and said, I'll listen to you, Hero Ren, no, Brother Ren. Her face, which had been gloomy just now, immediately turned sunny. She smiled through her tears. Xiao Orange, who was beside her, looked very unnatural. Fushan Escort Agency was some distance away from the inn. Zhang Xiaohua did not ride the David steer. He just strolled around casually and checked if there were any Jianghu people who looked strange. Tanha City was a very big town, not inferior to Pingyang City in any way. There were many people coming and going in the city, and there were also people of the pugilistic world who held swords and sabers. However, they seemed to be in a hurry and did not look around. They were probably not Nie Qianyu's enemies. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua was relieved. He walked slowly because he wanted to draw their attention to the road ahead. It seemed that this method was working. In fact, he killed those people yesterday to warn them and let them see his strength. If they knew what was good for them, they might give up the search for Nie Qianyu. Of course, this situation was almost negligible. The second purpose was to confuse them and make them think that Nie Qianyu had turned back from the original path to look for help. In this way, Nie Qianyu and Xiao Orange would be escorted to Carefree City by the bodyguards of the escort agency. The risk would be reduced. In fact, man proposes, God disposes. Zhang Xiaohua was just doing his best. If nothing happened to him, it would not be difficult to send the two of them to Rejuvenation Valley. Fushan Escort Agency's entrance was huge, more than twice the size of Lotus Escort Agency in Pingyang City. One look and one could tell that it was the kind that was more powerful. Two stone-carved lions stepped on embroidered balls and glared fiercely. However, the entrance of the escort agency was wide open. There were merchants coming and going from time to time, but there were no guards at the entrance. This made Zhang Xiaohua feel a little strange. Could it be that the rules of Tanha City were different from those of Pingyang City? She remembered that the guards of Lotus Escort Agency were guarding the entrance when the door was opened. Firstly, they could greet the guests, and secondly, they could show the strength of the escort agency. Did Fushan Escort Agency not need this? Following a few people into the escort agency, Zhang Xiaohua took a look. The layout was exactly the same as that of Lotus Escort Agency. In front of her was an incomparably huge public square. In the corner were weapons, stone locks, and other objects. Early in the morning, there were also a few men practicing martial arts diligently. Seeing this familiar scene, Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Although the days of recuperation at Lotus Escort Agency were dull and painful, they were also unusually heartwarming. Then, Zhang Xiaohua familiarly walked towards a large hall on the right side of the entrance. In her impression, that was the place where Lotus Escort Agency received business. In fact, there was no need to ask further. There were already a few people in front of her walking in that direction. Turning around a projector wall, before Zhang Xiaohua could get close, she heard an anxious and loud voice saying, "Chief Escort Lu, you must make a decision for me. You have already agreed to the conditions earlier. Why did you suddenly change it today? If this batch of goods of mine can't be escorted to Swallow Creek Town in time, I will lose a lot of money." Another loud and clear voice sounded, "Shopkeeper Mo, it's not that I don't want to help you. We have been doing business for more than 10 years. If it weren't for the special circumstances, how could I not do business with you? Our escort agency had already issued a notice 3 days ago. Fushan Escort Agency will temporarily stop doing business in the direction of Vao City." "Shopkeeper Mo, did you not notice?" "Oh, that's right. I have been preparing my goods these past few days. How could I have the leisure to consider other things? Besides, your esteemed escort agency has never delayed my matters. I simply didn't think that there would be a problem at your most reliable link. My apologies, my apologies. Shopkeeper Mo, you should think of another way first. After this period of time, I will pay you a visit to apologize." "Forget it, let's not talk about apologizing. I'll hurry and find a few guards who know how to fight. Let's send my goods over first before we talk about anything else." "Oh, that's right. Chief Escort Lu, what exactly happened that made your esteemed escort agency make such a decision? Did something happen on the way to Vao City?" Ha, Shopkeeper Mo, don't ask so much about this matter. These are all matters of the Jianghu. It's not good for you to know too much. In any case, I don't think anything will happen if you ask the guards to deliver your goods. You should hurry up and do what you need to do." When Zhang Xiaohua walked into the hall, a short and fat old man with white hair and beard was panting as he ran out of the hall. As he walked, he said, "All right, Chief Escort Lu. If something like this happens in the future, please inform me as soon as possible." Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw that there were many people in the hall. Just then, a hale and hearty old man with a red face replied in a loud and clear voice, "All right, Shopkeeper Mo. This Lu will remember." At this moment, another person beside him asked, "Chief Escort Lu, it's fine if you don't escort Shopkeeper Mo's goods. But my daughter just wants to go to Vao City to spend the new year with her aunt. She's a living person, so I don't feel comfortable asking her to be a guard. Can't you assign 2 bodyguards?" Chief Escort Lu looked at him and said with a wry smile, "Scholarly, you are also a scholar. This humble one has made it very clear in the notice. Not only goods, but even if you want to protect people, our escort agency won't accept them. Especially women. We won't send anyone." "How preposterous. Which escort agency in the world has such rules?" Scholarly turned around and left in a huff. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. Her brows were already furrowed. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? She wanted Fushan Escort Agency to escort Nie Qianyu and Little Orange to Vao City. Oh, Fushan Escort Agency issued a notice saying that they wouldn't accept any goods or people in the direction of Vao City. Needless to say, this must be the good deed of those people who were after Nie Qianyu. What kind of treasure was in that brocade box in Nie Qianyu's hand? Why did they put in so much effort? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel curious. At this moment, another one-eyed man asked in a low voice, "Chief Escort Lu, the notice also seems to state that all red goods entrusted to your escort agency must be inspected first. Is this true?" Chief Escort Lu nodded solemnly and said, "I know this is against the rules of the escort agency, but this humble one really has some difficulties that I can't disclose. Please understand. Also, I'm sure everyone knows that the other 2 escort agencies have issued similar notices. Therefore, if everyone can't agree with these rules of our escort agency, then please find someone else. If you are willing to be escorted by our escort agency, then please follow the notice." The one-eyed man said, "My item isn't going to Vao City, so there's no need to inspect it." Chief Escort Lu replied, "I'm sorry, if it's not going to Vao City, Fu Shun Escort Agency can naturally escort it, but it must be inspected. Even if we are escorting people, we still have to see their faces first. Oh, Chief Escort Lu, now that you mention it, I really do remember. Other than the East City Gate, which is the same as usual, the other 3 city gates seem to be. A few others also shouted, yes, now that you mention it, I really do remember. It seems like 3 days ago, there were a few Jianghu people with swords and sabers guarding outside the city gates. It's been a few days now, and I thought it was strange at that time. That's right, Chief Escort Lu, what's going on? Did something happen? Chief Escort Lu stroked his beard and said with a smile, it's nothing. I dare to guarantee with my life that even if something happens, it has nothing to do with you. The notice from Fu Shun Escort Agency is probably only temporary, and it will return to normal in a few days. If you're not in a hurry, you can come back in a few days to take a look, and perhaps you can escort it according to your wishes. Chief Escort Lu cupped his hands in salute and walked out of the hall. Those who were not in a hurry, or those who were really unwilling to be inspected by the escort agency, such as the one-eyed man, left first. Only a few bodyguards who were in a hurry and could accept the harsh conditions stayed behind to be taken care of by the other escorts. What about Zhang Xiaohua? The bodyguard he wanted Fu Shun Escort Agency to protect was precisely the one they wanted to inspect, so he naturally followed the others out. However, as he walked, he released his divine sense to follow Chief Escort Lu. Chief Escort Lu exited the main hall and walked towards the backyard. After passing through several courtyards, he arrived at an elegant room. A scholarly middle-aged scholar was tasting food in the room. When he saw Chief Escort Lu return, he stood up with a smile and went up to greet him. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua looked around and walked to the side of a screen wall. With a twist of her body, she immediately disappeared. When she reappeared, she was outside the elegant room. Zhang Xiaohua poked her head out to look around. She exerted force with her legs, and her body floated up like cotton wool and landed on the elegant room. She pricked up her ears and began to eavesdrop. Chapter 362. The scribe said, Chief Escort Lu, we will have to trouble you. However, this is only a temporary measure and will be rescinded in a few days. We will be responsible for all the losses of your escort agency. Chief Escort Lu cupped his hands and said, Commander Zhou is too polite. Elder Shi of your esteemed sect is my savior. If I don't help out with such a small matter, wouldn't I be worse than a pig or a dog? Don't mention this compensation again. However, Commander Zhou disagreed and said, Chief Escort Lu, you're wrong. Your friendship with Elder Shi is one thing, but we're already very happy that you're willing to help us with this big favor for Elder Shi's sake. This will delay the escort agency's business, but it's a matter of official business. We can't let private matters affect official business. Moreover, this is also my sect leader's intention, so please don't decline. Otherwise, when I return to the sect, how will I explain this to Elder Shi? I can't let Elder Shi laugh at me for taking advantage of others because of him. Ha ha ha, Chief Escort Lu laughed loudly and said, if that's the case, then I won't stand on ceremony. Thank you for your sect master's kindness. Commander Zhou also laughed and said, likewise. I still have to thank Chief Escort Lu for your kindness. The two drank tea for a while, then Chief Escort Lu asked, Commander Zhou, it's already the 4th day, and we still haven't seen the person or thing you mentioned. I presume they're no longer in Tanha City. Perhaps. Some of the sect's brothers have already followed the path down, but there hasn't been any news back yet. Hall Master Chiu also returned to the sect yesterday to report the completion of the mission. Looking at the situation along the way, there's an 80 to 90% chance that they've already been picked up by their experts. Chief Escort Lu asked with interest, Commander Zhou, what are you looking for, and who are you looking for? Can you tell me a little? Commander Zhou laughed and said, this isn't Chief Escort Lu's style. You haven't asked me about it for 3 days, so why are you asking again today? Aren't you making things difficult for me? Chief Escort Lu chuckled and said, aren't people always curious? Ah, curiosity killed the cat. Chief Escort Lu, it's better if you don't know what you shouldn't know. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but it'll really kill you if I tell you. Ah. Chief Escort Lu was dumbfounded. He quickly said, then it's better if Commander Zhou doesn't say anything. Then, he changed the topic and talked about something else. Zhang Xiaohua was bored and was about to leave when she heard Chief Escort Lu ask again, how is Elder Shi doing in your sect? I haven't seen him for many years. How did he join your esteemed sect? That's right, your sect doesn't seem to have a great reputation. I've been in Jianghu for most of my life, so why? Why haven't I heard of it? Hee hee, Chief Escort Lu laughed and said, that's right, I really haven't heard of it. However, since Elder Shi was able to join your sect, you must be from a prestigious sect, right? A prestigious sect? Commander Zhou sneered and said, how can a prestigious sect be compared to us? I'm not afraid to tell you that if it weren't for Elder Shi's personal relationship with the sect leader, with Elder Shi's skills, he might not have been able to occupy the position of the last elder in our sect. Ah. Chief Escort Lu was shocked. He had always thought that his savior was an important figure in this sect, so he had been neglectful in front of this scholar a few days ago. Now that he knew that the person he thought was his backer might not even be in his eyes, the expression on his face immediately became more respectful. Then your esteemed sect. Chief Escort Lu seemed to want to ask something more. Zhang Xiaohua also pricked up her ears outside, wanting to know what kind of powerful sect this was. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from outside. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly curled up her body and heard a person running in hurriedly. He first cupped his hands in salute to Chief Escort Lu, then moved closer to Commander Zhou's ear and whispered a few words. Commander Zhou's expression changed drastically. He stood up from his chair with a bang and shouted in disbelief, what did you say? Hall Master Qiu and his party of 5 were killed at the outskirts of the East Gate? This Commander Zhou's ability to remain calm was actually worse than the person who reported the news. Chief Escort Lu, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but feel a little disdainful. How could such an uncultured scholar be a commander? However, Chief Escort Lu underestimated him too much. Chief Escort Lu and the person who reported the news didn't know the extent of Hall Master Qiu's martial arts. Even if they knew that his martial arts were superb, they wouldn't know to what extent. Commander Zhou, on the other hand, knew Hall Master Qiu's background like the back of his hand. He deeply knew that Hall Master Qiu was a capable subordinate that his sect master had secretly nurtured. Although his martial arts were superb, he had never made a name for himself in the Jianghu. If he were in the Jianghu, he would definitely be the kind that could cause huge waves. His reputation might not be any worse than the current Righteous Alliance's deputy alliance masters who were currently flourishing. And yet, such a formidable figure had actually been beaten to a pulp at the outskirts of Tanha City's East Gate. He couldn't be more dead. 5 people had actually died in the same way. Not a single one of them had escaped. Even the 5 horses had been kicked to death. This was simply something that he had never dreamt of. Where did Rejuvenation Valley find such a formidable helper? After hearing such shocking news, how could he still sit there calmly? Naturally, his previous self-restraint had long been tossed beyond the highest heavens. Commander Zhou couldn't be bothered to look at the 2 people's astonished gazes. He then slapped his head and said, I've fallen for the enemy's diversionary tactic. Chief Escort Lu, this one needs to personally make a trip. Farewell, farewell. Then, he turned to the messenger and said, You, hurry and inform the brothers in the city to assemble fully armed at the East Gate. Release a carrier pigeon and inform the brothers who went south to send a portion of them over. Tell them that Rejuvenation Valley's men are hiding in Tanha City and have now turned back. Ask them to hurry and provide support. Oh right, also inform Sect Master to send an elder-level expert over. We'll attack them from the front and back. Let's see where they can escape. When he finished speaking, he hurriedly left with the messenger. Chief Escort Lu followed him out of the elegant room, muttering as he walked, How did we get into a conflict with Rejuvenation Valley? Really? I was wondering why we didn't send the bodyguard to Macho City. I forgot to ask him if that notice has been withdrawn. Then, he shook his head and said, it's better not to withdraw it yet. When immortals fight, don't involve mortals. Someone will compensate me for my losses anyway. What's the hurry? Zhang Xiaohua was lying on the roof of the elegant room. When she heard these words, she was so angry that she almost released a flying sword from the roof to hack this guy to death. Nonsense, you're not in a hurry, but I am. When Chief Escort Lu left, Zhang Xiaohua also floated down from the roof and disappeared with a twist of her body. She only emerged from the ground after she had used Earth Escape to a secluded place. She was filled with regret. What was all this? The escort agency didn't have any bodyguards. How was she going to get rid of this burden? But now wasn't the time to get rid of this burden. Commander Zhou had fallen for her diversion tactic and had mobilized all the men in the city to the main road at the east gate. When she thought of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but shake her head and wag her tail. Her quick-witted idea at that time had actually been seen as a well-thought-out stratagem. How could she not feel proud? Right now, the most important thing for Nie Qianyu and Little Orange was to leave Tanha City first. Of course, they didn't have to consider the east and south gates. They could only leave through the west and north gates first. Moreover, they'd heard from Commander Zhou just now that the brothers in the city probably included the men guarding the 3 city gates. If they didn't leave now, when Commander Zhou reacted and sent people to guard the gates, they would certainly be able to kill them. However, wouldn't that be beating the grass and alerting the snake? How could she do this kind of work that didn't require any skill? After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly inquired about the address of the carriage company and found a shop nearby. Without bargaining, she found a medium-sized carriage and a good horse and bought them together. Fortunately, Nie Qianyu had just given her a small purse. Otherwise, our hero Zhang would have to pay for it himself. Zhang Xiaohua drove the carriage back to the small courtyard of the inn. Nie Qianyu and Little Orange looked at each other with bitter faces. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua driving the carriage back, their faces immediately changed. Zhang Xiaohua didn't explain and said, "Hurry up and pack your things. Move everything in the small carriage to the new carriage. I'll give you the time to drink a cup of tea." After saying that, she didn't look at the two's faces and hurriedly went to the inn to find the shopkeeper to settle the bill. When she came back after settling the bill, Little Orange had already packed everything and was standing in front of the carriage waiting for her. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and asked, "Where's Miss Nie?" Little Orange looked at the carriage and said, "There, she's in the carriage." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, she ran quite fast." "What about you? Why don't you get in the carriage?" Looking at the martial arts master in front of her who she used to think was a country bumpkin, Little Orange was speechless and only said, You really don't intend to send us off?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Yes, I really don't intend to send you off. Hurry up and get in the carriage." Little Orange bit her lips and bowed to him. She said, "Then, I'll thank you on behalf of Miss Nie for saving our lives. The world is big and the world is full of vicissitudes. I don't know when we'll meet again. Brother Ren, I hope you." Hearing Little Orange's words, Zhang Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. He only kept a straight face and interrupted her and said, "Okay, I know. Hurry up and get in the carriage." Little Orange's unfinished words were choked back by Zhang Xiaohua. She had no choice but to get into the carriage, put down the curtain and stop talking. Zhang Xiaohua led Huan over from the side and patted its head, indicating for it to follow the carriage. She jumped into the carriage and drove towards the west gate without saying anything. She didn't say anything along the way. When they got close to the west gate, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly released her divine sense. As expected, she didn't see any Jianghu people holding swords outside the city. Only then did she feel relieved and leisurely drove the carriage out of the city. But what about after leaving the city? Zhang Xiaohua muttered in her heart. If she didn't find any bodyguards, who would send these two to Carefree City? Chapter 363. The carriage gradually moved forward. A black horse was pulling the carriage, and the bell on its neck jingled. The sound was exceptionally crisp on the road. Nye Qianyu and Little Orange, who were in the carriage, were in a bad mood. They didn't say anything and were too lazy to pay attention to everything outside the carriage. They knew that after a while, the young man who was holding a long sword and leaping into the air would ride his David's deer and part ways with them. In this vast sea of people, they didn't know when they would meet again. They even faintly felt that this mysterious young man might not say goodbye to them when he left. Yes, goodbye, goodbye. It was a simple sentence, but it was filled with deep expectations. Sure enough, after the time of 2 meals, the curtain of the carriage hadn't been pulled open. The interior of the carriage was dusky. From time to time, light would penetrate through the gaps of the carriage, sweeping across the two's tightly stiff little faces. He really did leave. He left without saying goodbye. The two of them thought at the same time. However, when the crisp sound of the bell rang, it was like a deafening bell. Both of their delicate bodies trembled violently. Their gazes collided in the dusky carriage, and both of them were filled with surprise and disbelief. Almost at the same time, they whispered, "Why didn't I hear him talking to the bodyguard? Why are we outside the city?" Right now, it was quiet outside the carriage. Even the occasional sound was soft. Where was the impetuosity unique to Tanha City? If that bell was in the city, how could it have such a heavenly sound? The two of them seemed to have woken up from a dream and rushed to pull open the curtain in front. Wasn't the shoulder that wasn't very broad, the back view that had been deeply engraved in their hearts, right in front of them? Little Orange rushed to say, "Ren Xiaoyao, why didn't you leave?" Nye Qianyu also asked, "Big brother Ren, why didn't you send us to the escort agency? Why did you send us out of the city? Where is this place?" Zhang Xiaohua turned her head to look at the two girls who were overjoyed. Her heart also felt warm. It felt good to be protected by someone. Not to mention a man who could protect a girl. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua truly felt like an adult. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "This is the west gate of Tanha City. We are already some distance away from Tanha City. What are you two doing? Are you afraid of running into bad guys? Are you hiding inside and not daring to come out?" The two of them nodded tacitly and said, "That's right. If we're discovered in the city, we won't be able to escape. There's no need for that now. They've all gone to the east gate and are chasing after you on the way we came. No one should be able to discover you for the time being." "Oh." Little Orange didn't quite understand. "Oh." Nye Qianyu instantly smiled and said, "So it was planned by Big Brother Ren. I really admire you." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. "Miss Nye thinks too highly of me. I just casually killed a few bad guys. How could I think so far ahead? Huh, Big Brother Ren is too modest." Nye Qianyu was not stingy with her words. Little Orange was puzzled and said, Young Master Ren, I still don't understand. Why didn't you send us to the escort agency?" Hearing Little Orange calling herself Young Master and calling herself a maid, Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly and explained, "Little Orange, do you think I didn't want to send you to the escort agency? But even if I wanted to, they wouldn't dare to accept this mission." Little Orange was curious and asked, "Why is that, Young Master Ren?" Nye Qianyu smiled and said, "I see." This smile was very sweet. "Miss Nye, you're really smart and very impressive." Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but praise her. Nye Qianyu waved her hands and said, "It's useless to be smart. In front of Big Brother Ren's powerful martial arts, any little trick is just a small trick." At this moment, Little Orange also understood. Looking at her Mrs. excited face, her expression changed slightly. Then, she immediately returned to normal and said, "Miss is really amazing. I really admire you." Zhang Xiaohua told her about how she went to the escort agency to find bodyguards. Then, she shrugged and said, I didn't have a choice. I couldn't just watch you fall into the hands of the bad guys. Moreover, if those people returned and couldn't find you, they might return to Tanha City. I had no choice but to bring you out first. Sigh, it seems like we have to wait until we reach the next town. Hearing this, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange's expressions turned ugly. They looked at each other and Nie Qianyu asked, Big Brother Ren, can you tell me where you're going now? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, Miss Nie, can you tell me where Macho City is? Or do you know how to get to Macho City? Zhang Xiaohua didn't know where Macho City was, let alone how to get there. When he was at the escort agency, although he wanted to ask, he was afraid of attracting attention. However, this Miss Nie in front of him was only 12 years old. In his imagination, she might not know how to get there. Who would have thought that Nie Qianyu would only ponder for a moment before she explained the route from Tanha City to Carefree City clearly without any hesitation? Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. The thought of, why is there such a big difference between people, flashed into his mind again. He thought about how he had only just found out how to get to Pingyang City. Look at this 12-year-old girl. TSK. She was so much better than him. However, immediately, a little person appeared in his mind and advised earnestly, don't compare yourself with others, silly boy. You're the son of a farmer. Being simple is your true nature. Pooh. Zhang Xiaohua spat on the ground. He had Nie Qianyu's charm. He thought to himself, do nobles and generals have guts? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's behavior, the two people in the carriage were surprised. They thought in unison, is this habit also contagious? From Nie Qianyu's explanation, Zhang Xiaohua found out that Macho City was south of Tanha City. It was about a month's journey away. The Pingyang City that he requested was southwest of Tanha City. It was still very far from Macho City. The two routes were completely separated at Tanha City. Of course, all roads led to U City, but the most comfortable official road was like this. If Zhang Xiaohua wanted to return to Pingyang City, he would have to go through the west gate of Tanha City. There was an official road that passed by several cities before reaching Pingyang City. This was also the route that Ji Xiaohua had drawn for him. If he wanted bodyguards to escort Nie Qianyu, he would have to go through the south gate of Tanha City. There was also an official road that led to Macho City. That was also the direction that the unknown gang was pursuing Nie Qianyu. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua still had a choice. In the first 10 days, there would be a famous escort company in a big city. It was not a bad idea to let them escort Nie Qianyu. However, this would delay Nie Qianyu's journey and take a lot of detours. Thinking of the detours, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly had a new idea. He stroked his chin and thought carefully about the possibilities. Behind him, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange saw that Zhang Xiaohua did not say anything after asking for the location of Macho City. They sat quietly in the carriage and looked at the passing scenery outside. However, they did not pay attention to anything. They only secretly prayed, will he change his mind? Will he send us to Rejuvenation Valley? After a while, Zhang Xiaohua said, Miss Nie, I have an idea. Do you think it will work? Nie Qianyu asked curiously, please speak, Brother Ren. Actually, I originally planned to hire bodyguards to escort you two back to Macho City in Tanha City. However, I did not expect that Fu Shun Escort Company would not accept the escort to the south. Therefore, I have no choice but to place my hopes on the next city. However, I cannot guarantee that there will be a suitable escort company in the next city. Moreover, I am not sure if the escort company will be like Fu Shun Escort Company and not dare to accept this escort. Moreover, to hand you two over to unfamiliar bodyguards, that I have decided that I can't bear it. Nonsense. You only realized it now. So you have been treating us like goods and letting people escort us. God has opened his eyes. You only realized it now. Nie Qianyu and Little Orange looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with joy and relief. Zhang Xiaohua continued to explain, "The place I am going to is definitely not where you two can follow me." However, seeing Zhang Xiaohua dawdling, Little Orange became impatient and said, "Can't you finish your sentence in one sentence?" Nie Qianyu hurriedly pulled Little Orange's sleeve with her uninjured left hand and said, "Little Orange, let Brother Ren finish." Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and said, "However, you two can follow me all the way there. After I am done with my business, I will send you back. How about that?" Ah! Nie Qianyu and Little Orange could not believe their ears. Nie Qianyu hurriedly asked, "Brother Ren, I have thought of this idea. However, the matter you are going to do must be extremely confidential and important. It will probably cause a sensation in the martial arts world. If we follow you, won't we affect you? That's why I don't dare to say it." Zhang Xiaohua scratched the few strands of mustache on his chin with his fingers and said with a smile, "It's fine. As long as you don't have to follow me when you reach a place. When I'm done, I'll meet you at that place and send you off." "Oh yes, Miss Nia, are you in a hurry to go back to Macho City?" Nie Qianyu smiled and said, "Even if we are in a hurry, we need to be alive to go back. The place Brother Ren is going to is definitely not in the same direction as Macho City. It might even be very far away. The further we go, the harder it will be for those bad guys to find us. Brother Ren, you are so smart. What a brilliant plan. You can achieve 2 goals with 1 stroke. I admire you." After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua raised his invisible tail high. He was just short of a feather fan to show the elegance of a wise man. Actually, as long as people get along with each other, it is inevitable that they will want to protect each other, let alone 2 budding girls. Since Zhang Xiaohua had the ability to send the 2 girls home after visiting the Guozhuang house, as a man, how could he refuse such a cushy task? Everything was caused by male chauvinism. Chapter 364. Faint snowflakes drifted down like salt grains, covering the mountains and rivers, and even dyeing the boundless fields white. A thin layer of snow had already accumulated on the straight and wide road. The road was slippery in the snow, and there were very few people on the road. At this time, there was a clear ding-ling sound, and a carriage came from afar. Pulling the carriage was an ordinary black horse, and there was nothing special about it. But what was strange was that the carriage didn't travel in the middle of the official road. In the middle of the road, parallel to the black horse pulling the carriage, there was a glossy and spirited mule. On the carriage pulled by the black horse sat a skinny young man. His eyes were closed as he rested. His hands were in an extremely mysterious position. It seemed that he had already fallen asleep. Everything seemed so normal. However, if one were to pay close attention, one would be able to clearly see that although the snowflakes that filled the sky and became bigger and bigger stained everything, they did not seem to disturb the young man's beautiful dream at all. This was because there seemed to be a transparent cover around the young man's body. When the snowflakes landed on his body, it was as if they had landed on an abnormally smooth surface. They could not stay there and would slide to the side. Therefore, the snowflakes that filled the sky could not leave a single mark on the young man's body. Right at this moment, a soft and clear voice sounded out. "Big Brother Ren, the snow is getting heavier and heavier. Aren't you going to take shelter in the carriage?" Wasn't it Nie Qianyu's voice? The 3 people in the carriage were none other than Zhang Xiaohua, Nie Qianyu, and Little Orange, who had come out of Tanha City. Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes, loosened his hands, and released his divine sense. Immediately, a faint smile appeared on his face. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was different from before. Although he had not seen him for more than a month, his youthful face seemed to have matured a lot. His smile also had a mature charm. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Little fishy, it's okay. I like to see the scene of snow staining the earth. This snow can make me think of vitality and hibernation. Why don't you come out and have a look? Big Brother Ren, I've said it hundreds of times. Don't call me little fishy. My name is Little You. Really? Nie Qianyu's reproachful words came from the carriage. Zhang Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said, You too, one is Little Orange, and the other is Little Fishy. Aren't you a good match? Luckily, I'm smart enough to think of such a good name. Little Fishy, aren't you going to give me more money for the name? Bah, Nie Qianyu spat and said, Shameless. Another voice sounded, Miss, I think you'd better take out those few golden leaves, lest young Master Ren keeps thinking about them. What? The food and drink expenses along the way, the hotel expenses, and Huan's expenses, which one of them didn't use my money? How can he have the nerve to say that? Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohua felt very refreshed when he heard this. Of course, he didn't spend a single cent of his own money and rushed over from Tanha City. How could he not be happy? Upon hearing Zhang Xiaohua's laughter, the people in the carriage also laughed. Nie Qianyu smiled and said, Big brother Ren, the sky is going to be dark soon and the snow is getting heavier. I'm afraid we won't be able to make it to the town. Nie Qianyu felt very strange. They had been traveling for more than a month. Zhang Xiaohua was unusually cautious and never spent the night in the wilderness. Even when he saw that it was still early, he stayed in an inn and didn't move forward. Logically speaking, with his superb martial arts, why would he be afraid of some petty thieves? However, since Zhang Xiaohua didn't explain, she didn't feel right to ask. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, It's okay. Pingyang City is about 4 to 5 miles ahead. If we speed up, we should be able to make it by the time the sky turns dark. We've already passed the first day of the new year on the road, and we'll have to pass the 5th day of the new year in Pingyang City. Nie Qianyu said in surprise, Big brother Ren, aren't you always bad at directions? How did you know that we're reaching Pingyang City today? It's all white outside the carriage. How can you tell? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua only laughed and didn't explain. Nie Qianyu in the carriage also seemed to be used to it and didn't pursue the matter. Zhang Xiaohua shouted habitually, Hiya, the deer immediately swung its tail and hit the black horse's buttocks. The black horse's hooves tightened again and it galloped forward quickly into the boundless snow. After Zhang Xiaohua left Tanha City, she told Nie Qianyu about her thoughts. Although Miss Nie was young, she was much more experienced than Zhang Xiaohua when she was the same age 5 years ago. She was also insightful about the ways of the world. How could she not quickly cozy up to Renbaqian? Naturally, she didn't have any objections. Wasn't it just a detour? Even if she had to go out to sea for a round, as long as she could return to Carefree City safely, she was willing to do so. Besides, there was another small thought. Let's not expose other people's privacy. From Tanha City to Pingyang City, it was only a short curve in Xiaohua's scroll. Zhang Xiaohua drove the carriage for almost a month to pass through the few cities in between. Even the first day of the new year was spent hurriedly on the road. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua didn't return to Guozhuang House during the new year. In the beginning, Zhang Xiaohua used the whip on the carriage to drive the black horse. However, after a long time, she got tired of it. Huan, the deer, was indeed the spirit beast that Zhang Xiaohua mentioned. It actually understood its master's thoughts and caught up with Zhang Xiaohua. It only stopped when it reached a fork in the road and waited for Zhang Xiaohua's instructions. Along the way, Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and thanked Xiaohua even more in her heart. When Nie Qianyu and Little Orange saw that the deer was so intelligent, they were also very surprised and liked it. Both of them had reared the deer before and had a deep understanding of its diet. Nie Qianyu's carriage didn't lack money, so along the way, although Huan was a little different from the Rejuvenation Valley's deer, it was also well-fed and shiny. It was no longer as ugly as it was in Songning Town. As for Nie Qianyu and Little Orange, after interacting with Zhang Xiaohua for more than a month, they went from being in awe and fear at the beginning to gradually getting to know him. They knew that this young man with powerful martial arts was not unapproachable and unapproachable. If his mysterious behavior and powerful martial arts were covered up, the Ren Xiaoyao in their eyes at the beginning was his true self. Speaking of mysterious behavior, Zhang Xiaohua had to sleep well every night. Even when sitting in the carriage, he had to close his eyes to rest. Sometimes, he was obviously terrible with directions, but sometimes he could point out the road ahead. Sometimes, he even had the feeling that he could foresee things ahead. This really puzzled Nie Qinyu. What annoyed Nie Qinyu the most was that this guy didn't even take out a single penny along the way. He always stretched out his hand to her to pay for everything. This wasn't the style of a martial arts hero. However, Nie Qinyu was also very gratified by the benefits brought about by this most annoying thing. From Tanha City to Pingyang City, they had encountered all kinds of bandits, robbers, and other evil deeds. However, at this time, the value of a martial arts man was fully displayed. This guy didn't care how many robbers there were in front of him. He just looked left and right and came over with his long sword. He randomly found an extremely thick tree or a huge rock. He took a deep breath and swung his sword down. No matter how thick the tree was or how hard the rock was, it would collapse at the touch of his sword. Then, Zhang Xiaohua leisurely got into the carriage while all the robbers were dumbfounded. He shouted, "Go," and the black horse automatically drove away, leaving behind the admiring gazes of the robbers. Of course, there were also some who felt good about themselves because they had more people. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hold back. No matter how many people there were, she killed them all with one strike and then used the second strike. Nie Qianyu and Little Orange were starry-eyed when they thought of that. Then, they spat and laughed, "This guy is really barbaric." At the same time, they hid in the carriage and covered their mouths. How much money would it take to hire such a brave and fierce bodyguard? It was a tiring but joyful journey for more than a month. Unknowingly, they were close to Pingyang City. Nie Qianyu was so smart. Ever since they left Tanha City, she didn't mention where they were going. She only followed Zhang Xiaohua's wishes. Occasionally, when Zhang Xiaohua couldn't make up her mind, she would raise her own opinions. Her tone didn't show any intention of inquiring about Zhang Xiaohua's destination. However, Nie Qianyu was very familiar with the distribution of each city. Zhang Xiaohua's route was also very clear. As early as more than 10 days ago, she already knew that Pingyang City was on her route. She just didn't know that this Pingyang City was Zhang Xiaohua's destination. 5 days ago, on the first day of the new year, the three of them spent it in a very small town. Zhang Xiaohua didn't mind. She hadn't spent time with her mother and father for many years. Although she really wanted to, she gave up the idea when she saw that it was still far away from home. She only felt a faint longing in her heart. However, Nie Qianyu was different. It seemed that she hadn't spent the new year outside since she was young. That night, her eyes were red and she didn't eat much. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to persuade her. She only comforted her and accompanied her silently. Fortunately, Little Orange took his young mistress out for a walk. When they returned, although Nie Qianyu's eyes and face were red, she was in a good mood. It was just that she kept glancing at Zhang Xiaohua. She even toasted Zhang Xiaohua with a few cups of wine on a simple table. Chapter 365. Recalling how Nie Qianyu's eyes were as red as a rabbit's, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help smiling. It was true that the saying, "Every festive season, one would think twice of one's loved ones." Even though Nie Qianyu usually behaved like an adult, it was only at this moment that Zhang Xiaohua realized that she was just a little girl who had just turned 12. Zhang Xiaohua had given Nie Qianyu the name Little Fish that day. He had wanted to call her Little Rabbit, but there were no similar words in her name. Therefore, he could only take a step back and call her Little Yu as Little Fish. Anyway, it was Nie Qianyu who asked him to call her Little Fish. What did it have to do with Zhang Xiaohua? At first, Nie Qianyu was very happy, thinking that Zhang Xiaohua finally called her by her nickname. However, after listening carefully, she realized that it was not her imagination. Therefore, she clung to Zhang Xiaohua and begged him to change it. However, until now, didn't Zhang Xiaohua still call her little fish? Thinking of Nie Qianyu's red eyes, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but think of the occasion when he celebrated Nie Qianyu's birthday. Before the three of them entered Tanha City, they had told each other their ages. At that time, Nie Qianyu said that she was going to celebrate her 12th birthday in a month. At that time, Zhang Xiaohua only felt that this little girl who was not even 12 years old had more experience than him. He could not compare with her at all. However, on that day, he suddenly had this idea on a whim. After counting the days, wasn't it the little girl's 12th birthday? That day, when they passed by a rural town, Zhang Xiaohua saw that Nie Qianyu and Little Orange seemed to have forgotten about it. Therefore, he got off the car at the last minute and went to an inn to buy 12 red eggs for Nie Qianyu. Yes, I remember when I was in Guozhuang house, didn't my mother cook eggs for me on my birthday? Since today is Nie Qianyu's birthday, I naturally have to buy her boiled red eggs. This was also the only thing Zhang Xiaohua bought with her own money along the way. Thinking back to the time when he saw Nie Qianyu's face full of surprise and gratitude, Zhang Xiaohua felt happy in his heart. After all, the price of 12 copper coins was reduced to 11 copper coins by him, and he even won the little girl's laughter. How could he not be happy? That day, Nie Qianyu was tearing up while eating the eggs, as if the eggs were the most delicious thing in the world. Thinking of her teary eyes, Zhang Xiaohua curls her lips secretly. Eating 6 eggs at one time? Isn't she afraid of choking? No wonder her eyes turned red when she cried. It would be a pity if she wasn't called Little Rabbit. As Zhang Xiaohua thought of the interesting things that happened along the way, the silhouette of Pingyang City appeared in her vision. In the snowy twilight, Pingyang City was still as majestic as ever. However, the people had changed. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes couldn't help but turn red. Galloping into the city, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. She found an inn in a more remote area of Pingyang City. It was the new year now and the inn's business wasn't very good. Seeing that there were guests, the innkeeper was very happy. This was the first business of the new year and they had booked an independent courtyard. According to the coachman, they were going to stay for a few more days. Naturally, the innkeeper was very attentive to them and tried his best to flatter the two ladies. However, after a while, seeing that the two ladies were following Zhang Xiaohua's lead, he realized that he had misjudged them. He immediately changed his attitude and walked towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the patience for this. She drove the carriage to the courtyard and left the odd beasts and the black horse in the care of the innkeeper. She unloaded the items from the carriage and put them in a room. She didn't need the innkeeper to find help. Seeing this, the innkeeper naturally knew what to do. He instructed the shop assistants to do what they were supposed to do and quickly left, so as not to disturb the three of them in the courtyard. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had unloaded the items from the carriage, unlike in the past where she would leave everything in the carriage for the night in order to make it easier for them to travel in the morning, Nie Qianyu and Xiao Zhizi's hearts skipped a beat. Could it be that Pingyang City is the place where he is going to do his business? Indeed, after Nie Qianyu and Xiao Zhizi had finished packing and were waiting for their meal, Zhang Xiaohua pushed the door open and entered. She smiled and said, "It's the 5th day of the Lunar New Year now. I have already asked the inn to make dumplings for you. You must eat your fill later." Nie Qianyu stood up and asked, "Big brother Ren, from what you said, it seems that you don't intend to eat with us later?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I still have something to do and will go out for a while. I may be back late tonight. You guys can eat by yourselves." "Back tonight? Big brother Ren, are you going to do something?" Nie Qianyu asked anxiously. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and didn't answer. Nie Qianyu blinked and said, "Big brother Ren, be careful." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and turned to leave the room. She walked into the snowy night in a few steps. 2 pairs of concerned eyes followed him from inside the house until his figure disappeared into the darkness. Nie Qianyu turned around and asked, "Xiao Zhizi, do you think Big Brother Ren is going to do something tonight? Xiao Jizi smiled and said, Miss, how would I know? But seeing that he didn't answer you, it seems to be the case. But, from what he said, he will be back tonight. Does that mean that we can continue our journey to Carefree City tomorrow? But since we can leave tomorrow, why should we unload the things in the carriage? Xiao Jizi smiled bitterly and said, we don't have to worry about these things. Miss, you just focus on eating dumplings. I heard that the dumplings in the north are different from those in Carefree City. You have to try more dumplings later. Nie Qianyu looked disappointed and murmured, no matter how delicious it is, can it be better than red eggs? If Zhang Xiaohua was here, she would definitely refute her. Of course, braised pork is better than red eggs. Unfortunately, he was on the way to Misty Mountain Villa and didn't know about Nie Qianyu's girlish feelings. Yes, Zhang Xiaohua was walking to Misty Mountain Villa. The sky had already darkened, and the snow continued to fall endlessly. It had already covered the sun, and now it was no different from the night. There were few people on the streets, and they were all wearing new clothes and hiding in their houses to enjoy the rare New Year's atmosphere. Zhang Xiaohua did not intend to use the levitation technique or the earth escape technique, because his thoughts were now very chaotic. He was somewhat anxious to see the Misty Mountain Villa and the Huanxi Mountain Villa, but he was also somewhat afraid. This kind of contradictory mood could only be slowly calmed down by walking in the empty streets and alleys, and walking in the dark night. Zhang Xiaohua walked out of Pingyang City alone in the snow. The sky was also dark and there weren't many people in the city. Even if there were people hurriedly passing by in the snow, they wouldn't pay too much attention to him. Otherwise, wouldn't it be shocking if he didn't have an umbrella in his hand and snow on his body? Walking on the even more spacious road outside the city, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly stopped. He seemed to have figured something out. He looked up at the dark night sky and the snowflakes that floated in from time to time. He turned back to look at the footprints he had left on the snow. They had already been covered by the rapidly falling snowflakes. He then looked at the snow-white road in front of him that didn't have any traces. Zhang Xiaohua's lips curled into a smile. I've walked on the road behind me and left traces, but they won't last long. What kind of thing in this world can last long? It's just a matter of time. I haven't walked on the road ahead. It's up to me to decide what kind of traces I want to leave. They can be the same as the footprints behind me, or... At the thought of this, Zhang Xiaohua floated up and used the levitation technique. He leaped into the air and flew forward like a deity. I can also be different from before and not leave any traces on the road. Without destruction, there can be no construction. This must be the case. The Misty School has long been on the decline in the pugilistic world. It's a miracle that it has survived for so many years. In the pugilistic world, survival of the fittest is the most realistic thing. It's normal that the three sects would join forces to destroy it. Moreover, the Dalan Temple and the incense cult actually allowed Hu Yuni to escape from Ethereal Peak with the descendants of the Misty School. This is an anomaly. Could it be that they let them go because they are all descendants of the Immortal Tao? Or, is there something else going on? The Misty School is now as broken as it can be. However, the foundation of Misty Heights is still there. It's just that it's been occupied by the Righteous Alliance. The two leaders of the Righteous Alliance have been crippled. I don't know what's going on now. They probably won't have any extra thoughts on Misty Heights. It's not impossible for the Misty School to rise again. If there is such a day, I believe the Ethereal Sect will prosper once again. However, Sect Leader O has committed suicide. The Misty School has lost its backbone. Only 3 of the 6 Misty Tigers are left. 2 of them have been crippled. Hu Yuni is also seriously injured and his martial arts have been greatly reduced. The eldest disciple of the sect leader, Zhang Qingyue, has also committed suicide. Sigh, it's like a plate of loose sand now. Forget it. After I send little fishy home, I'll go to the incense cult and find second brother first. I'm also not a disciple of the Misty School. Why should I worry about this for no reason? Although Misty Heights was quite a distance away from Pingyang City, Zhang Xiaohua quickly arrived in front of the archway of Misty Heights with her levitation technique. Zhang Xiaohua stood in front of the straight road and couldn't help but think of the scene when she first came here. Sigh, things remain the same, but people have changed. In the darkness, the smooth road was covered with white snow and reflected white light. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and walked up. It was as if she wanted to relive the feelings of that day. Zhang Xiaohua slowly walked towards the archway of Misty Heights and released her divine sense. Perhaps it was because it was the new year or because it had been many years since the Misty School was destroyed, the Righteous Alliance's protection had already been lax. Tonight, there weren't any disciples of the Righteous Alliance guarding the archway. When Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense saw the two ancient words, Misty, on the archway, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Chapter 366. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense felt that the word Misty on the archway of the Misty Mountain Villa was abnormal. He immediately floated towards the archway without touching the ground. When he reached the bottom of the archway, he stood with his hands behind his back and closed his eyes. He released his divine sense and carefully observed the archway that had been standing for 10,000 years. The fluttering snowflakes were still unable to touch his body. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. After thinking for a while, he floated to the top of the tall decorated archway and looked around in the deep night sky. After which, he used his qigong and headed east. After walking for a long time, he arrived at a deserted area. Using his divine sense, he walked into an abandoned courtyard. He searched as he walked until he reached a wall. Only then did he stop and look up and down. After thinking for a while, his body rose again and continued to follow the Misty Mountain Villa and head to another place. Just like this, Zhang Xiaohua walked around the outer area of the huge Misty Mountain Villa in a short period of time. He would stop at a dilapidated rubbish dump, a new garden, and a half-old house. Every time he arrived at a place, Zhang Xiaohua would stop for a moment and release his divine sense to observe carefully. The confusion in his eyes gradually lessened. When he returned to the front of the decorated archway, the corners of his mouth had already revealed a trace of a slight smile. The Misty School is indeed a big sect that has been passed down for 10,000 years. This archway is actually the eye of the Six Directions Annihilation Formation. It's a pity that for some reason, the other 5 eyes of the formation have been destroyed and this protective formation did not have any effect. Otherwise, even if the Aroma sect, the Dalan Temple and the Alliance of Righteous Sects joined forces, they would not be able to break in. This so-called Six Directions Annihilation Formation is a top-killing formation in the records of Fire Dragon Immortal. It requires 6 people of the Immortal Tao to use different methods to attack the 6 eyes of the formation at the same time for it to be effective. The Qi of heaven and earth is scarce. Where can we find 6 people of the Immortal Tao? This formation should be indestructible. Oh, I forgot. Since the Qi of heaven and earth is scarce, where does the Qi of heaven and earth come from? If you have some primeval stones, that's fine. But does this Misty School not have enough primeval stones? However, look at the 5 abandoned array cores just now. They are all traces of man-made destruction. Some of them have been forcibly demolished to build houses and gardens. Some of them have even been turned into garbage dumps. Alas, man-made disasters are worse than natural disasters. This is the consequence of destroying the environment, forcibly demolishing and building, and illegal construction. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the Misty Mountain Villa with countless lights in front of him. This time, he had come here to explore and see what was going on. Now that he had been delayed in front of the decorated archway, he had wasted too much time. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Xiaohua prepared to go back. However, when his eyes turned to the Huanxi Mountain Villa next to him, he had an idea. He jumped down from the decorated archway and landed on the ground. After he made a gesture with his hands, his figure suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already in front of the herb field of the Huanxi Mountain Villa. Zhang Xiaohua jumped out of the ground and looked around. He could not help but smile bitterly. He wanted to go to the small courtyard where he lived, but he ran to the herb field. At this time, the herb field had long been deserted, and the flat land was covered with thick snow. Thinking of this place where he had struggled in the past, Zhang Xiaohua had an idea. He did not know whether Yan had found the reason why the herbs did not germinate. Thinking of the problem of the herbs not germinating, Zhang Xiaohua now had an incomplete idea. The growth of the herbs needed to absorb a certain amount of qi of heaven and earth. Those herbs that did not germinate must need more qi of heaven and earth. The lack of qi of heaven and earth in the herb field naturally could not provide enough qi of heaven and earth for the herbs to germinate. Of course, the herbs would not germinate. However, the spring water of the Guozhuang house was rich in qi of heaven and earth. If he could use the spring water of the Guozhuang house to water these herbs, there might be some effect. Of course, the qi of heaven and earth in the spring water from the Guozhuang house had long disappeared between heaven and earth. But where did the qi of heaven and earth in the spring water come from? Wasn't it provided by the small pieces of primordial stones at the bottom of the well? Speaking of primordial stones, how much qi of heaven and earth did the primordial stone in Zhang Xiaohua's purse provide? Therefore, in Zhang Xiaohua's mind, if he could put a piece of primordial stone in the water and use the water to water the herbs that did not germinate, it should be possible. However, this idea was just an idea now, and there would be no day for it to be put into practice. Didn't the Decent Alliance say that they would not interfere with everything in the Huanqi villa? Why is the herb field deserted? Zhang Xiaohua was a little depressed. Immediately, he spread out his divine awareness and carefully observed. Of course, he did not want to look at the misty villa. The Huanqi villa was his old place and his first step in Jianghu. How could he not have deep feelings for it? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's mouth showed a smile again. His body did not move, but suddenly, like a gust of wind, he flew to his own small courtyard. In Zhang Xiaohua's earliest hut, the barefoot brother Ma was still sitting on his messy kong, scratching his feet and drinking a little wine. From time to time, he would pick up a few peanuts from the plate on the kong and put them into his mouth. On the kong opposite him, the honest Lu Erhuan was sitting in a corner of the kong. Beside him were several young men in green clothes and hats. They were all staring at Ma Jing without blinking, as if they were listening to something. When Zhang Xiaohua passed by the hut in the small courtyard, she heard a few words floating from inside. You don't know. That year, Brother Shi and I were working in the field, helping our manor lord O to plant rare medicinal herbs. Then we saw several big monks and several men from Jianghu descending from the sky. I was very shocked, but I couldn't ruin the prestige of our Huanqi mountain village. So I stepped out from the crowd and asked, "Who are you?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at the hut in the small courtyard and said, "You don't know." That year, Brother Shi and I were working in the field, helping our manor lord O plant rare medicinal herbs. Do you know how the monk answered? The several people opposite him shook their heads and said in unison, "We don't know." Ma Jing let go of his feet, put the peanuts into his mouth and said, the monk said, "Brother, we are from the Huanqi villa. We are monks from the Dalan temple. We were ordered to come to Huanqi villa to check. Brother, please do us a favor." At this time, a boy asked, "Brother Ma, that's not right. The monk called us benefactors. Why did he call us brother? You are not a monk." Oh. Ma Jing was a little disapproving and said, "Maybe I remembered wrongly. You think that since they were so polite, I naturally couldn't be rude, so I said, Brother Ma, that's not right. I heard from Brother Shi that those people were very fierce at that time. When they came to our Huanqi villa, they searched everywhere and broke a lot of things. They also beat a lot of people. It is said that they were looking for some martial arts secret book." Another person also said, "Yes, it's the house I live in. It's said that it's been ransacked. I just don't know whether they found the martial arts secret book or not." Ma Jing impatiently put his hand in front of his nose and said, "Do you still want to hear it? If you don't want to hear it, I will go to sleep." Yes, yes, of course we want to hear it. Didn't we all come to the villa later? We didn't have time to participate in the glorious history of the villa. We still have to rely on Brother Ma to tell us more about your glorious deeds. Humph, now you know how to respect the old and love the young? Let me tell you, that martial arts secret book definitely wasn't found. Hey. Brother Ma, we know. Brother, she said that he didn't know. Won't it be clear if you use your brain to think? If they found the martial arts secret book at that time, would they still take our villa master O to preach the incense cult? The servants said at once, yes, Brother Ma is right. We have been in the villa for more than 2 years, but we have never seen the villa master. I heard that. I heard that our villa master is a great beauty. Brother Ma, you must have seen the villa master. Ma Jing was speechless. What kind of servants are these? They actually dare to talk about the villa master behind her back. However, Villa Master O is indeed a great beauty. Zhang Xiaohua stood on the roof and listened to the group of servants talking nonsense. She couldn't help but secretly laugh. No, now that she thought about it, O Yen was indeed very beautiful. At that time, she was young and didn't understand. She only felt that O Yen was as kind as a sister-in-law. The servants nowadays are really good. Each generation is better than the previous. Zhang Xiaohua thought so. Then, she used her divine sense to scan the inner courtyard and was ready to leave. However, she suddenly frowned as if she saw something. Her figure flew into the inner courtyard again. When she stopped again, it was the small courtyard where she was stopped when she first entered the inner courtyard. The small courtyard was silent. There was only a dim light coming from a small house. Zhang Xiaohua stood in the middle of the courtyard and thought for a moment. She walked to the door and reached out to knock on the door. A clear voice sounded from inside. Who is it? Wasn't it Qiuju? Zhang Xiaohua said in a low voice. Sister Qiuju, it's me. I'm Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua? Qiuju was obviously stunned. Then, as if she remembered something, she cried out in surprise. Zhang Xiaohua, it's you. Wait a moment, you, then, she heard the sound of hurried footsteps from inside. The door of the small house opened with a k'chila sound, revealing a face full of surprise. Qiuju opened the door. Although she was fully prepared, she was still stunned for a moment. The tall young man in front of her had the same face as the young man in her memory. It was just that the shape of his face was a little elongated, but he had grown a lot. However, thinking about it, it had already been 4 or 5 years. Why hadn't this young man's face changed? She asked hesitantly. Are you really Zhang Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohua touched her face and smiled. Why, Sister Qiuju, I heard that my face didn't change much. Don't tell me you can't recognize me? No, it's just, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua said, Sister Qiuju, I even hung clothes for you in the past. Don't you remember? Chapter 367. How could Qiuju not know that the young man in front of her was Zhang Xiaohua from back then? She covered her mouth and laughed. She moved aside and said, Xiaohua, come in quickly. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and entered Qiuju's room. The layout of the room in the inner courtyard was obviously different from the small room Zhang Xiaohua used to live in. If the room was a brick bed to sleep on, Qiuju would not have let Zhang Xiaohua in so late at night. This was obviously a small room similar to a living room. A small table was placed in the middle and chairs were placed around it. Zhang Xiaohua entered the room and found a chair to sit on. Qiuju picked up the teapot from the side and poured a cup of hot tea. She smiled and said, Xiaohua, drink a cup of hot tea to warm your body. Zhang Xiaohua reached out to take the cup. He took a sip and was about to put it down when Qiuju said, Don't put it down. Just hold it like this. It can warm your hands. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He smiled and said, Sister Choju is indeed attentive. Although he was not afraid of cold or heat, he still held the cup with both hands. He was about to speak when Choju said, Xiaohua, where have you been these years? I remember 5 years ago, I heard from Sister Chiu Tong that you went missing and were killed by a group of bandits. Hee, I'm not talking about you. Xiaohua, you learned a lot of martial arts from Captain He, but you couldn't even beat a group of bandits. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had returned safely without missing an arm or leg, Choju naturally mocked him without holding back. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Sister Choju is wrong. There were hundreds and thousands of bandits. I was just one person. How could I beat them? Unless I had 3 heads and 6 arms. Choju said, with your small body back then, you wouldn't be able to beat them even if you had 9 heads and 36 arms, let alone 3 heads and 6 arms. At this point, she covered her mouth and laughed. Then, she said, oh right, tell sister what happened at that time. Gang leader O sent a lot of people to look for you, but there was no news of you. Miss and Sister Chiu Tong thought that you couldn't come back, so they were sad for a long time. Alas, if they could see you coming back to Huanxi Villa today, they would be very happy. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, actually, there's not much to say about my story. At that time, I encountered bandits who were doing bad things and kidnapped a girl. I thought that I could be considered to have learned martial arts, so I went with second brother to the bandit stronghold to save her. We did manage to save her, but we were discovered by the Tenryu sect and were captured. Tenryu sect? Choju was puzzled, what sect is that? I don't think I've heard of it before. Zhang Xiaohua said, there are countless sects in Jianghu. It's normal that Sister Choju hasn't heard of them. Then what? The Tenryu sect actually captured you for 5 years? You're just a child. They're too inhumane. Zhang Xiaohua giggled and said, Sister Choju, I'm not that young. Choju smiled and didn't say anything. Zhang Xiaohua continued, actually, not long after they captured me, I found a chance to escape. However, I didn't escape on land, but on the vast sea. I drifted to an island alone and didn't return to land until recently. Ah. Choju widened her eyes in surprise and asked incredulously, Xiaohua, you actually went to sea and spent 5 years alone on a deserted island? Yes, Sister Choju. Actually, it's nothing. I wasn't used to it at first, but I got used to it after a while. Really? Alas, poor child. Choju's motherly love burst forth in an instant. She felt that Zhang Xiaohua's experience was unfair. She said, fortunately, you're finally back. Well, that's good. Stay in Huanxi Villa from now on and don't go anywhere else. By the way, when did you return to the villa? Why didn't I hear Qiuxiang mention it? I met Tian Zhongxi in the afternoon, but he didn't mention it. You didn't just come back, did you? Several questions in a row fully showed Qiuju's concern. Qiuxiang? Zhang Xiaohua was also surprised and couldn't help asking, who is Qiuxiang? Oh. Seeing this, Qiuju said with a smile, you really just came back to the villa. You haven't seen Sister Qiuxiang, right? Well, I guess Tian Zhongxi wants to take you to see her tomorrow morning. Speaking of this, there was a trace of sadness on her face. She said, Tian Zhongxi must have told you about the Misty School. Since Miss and Sister Chiu Tong went to preach the incense cult with Madame Gang, our Huanxi Villa has been temporarily taken over by Qiuxiang. Alas, she has been in charge for 3 years. However, Xiaohua, don't worry. Although you haven't seen Qiuxiang, you're still a senior in Huanxi Villa. I have a good relationship with Qiuxiang. Tomorrow morning, I'll tell her in advance in case she refuses when Tian Zhongxi goes to report to her, or it will be too late for me to go there. Hearing Qiuju's words, Zhang Xiaohua felt warm in her heart. She had only met Qiuju a few times, but she took good care of her because she used to be a manservant in Huanxi Villa. Her true feelings were rare. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, let's talk about these things later. I want to ask, Sister Qiuju, do you know the whereabouts of my second brother, Zhang Xiaohu? Is he dead or alive? Qiuju thought for a moment and sighed. I'll tell you the truth about your second brother's whereabouts. Xiaohua, I really don't know. When the Misty School was besieged by the three factions, I only heard the faint sound of fighting in the villa. I don't know the specific situation of the enemy. Moreover, in the end, the disciples of our Misty School were taken back by Madame Gang and brought back to preach the incense cult. I didn't see them, so naturally, I don't have any news about Zhang Xiaohu. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, then what about the situation of Miss O and Sister Qiu Tong, and the current situation of our Huanqi villa? Qiuju's face showed a worried expression again and said, our Huanqi villa and Piaomiao villa have always been one, and we are related to each other. The Misty School was destroyed by the incense cult, the Dalan Temple, and the Righteous Alliance. Half of the disciples died on the spot. Although Elder Hu escaped, the rest of the disciples were mediocre in martial arts, and some of them were destroyed. They were all taken back by the incense cult. Although our Huanqi villa was protected by Nanjingyi of the incense cult, and the other two factions had no choice but to yield, Miss was taken away by them. Sister Qiu Tong couldn't bear to part with Miss, so she went with them. The other sisters and I also wanted to go, but Miss didn't allow it, so we stayed. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua asked, Sister Qiuju, do you know where the incense cult is? This? Qiuju shook her head and said, I don't know about this. That day, there were many of them and they set off together. When I bid farewell to Miss, I didn't hear her mention it. I reckon that Miss herself might not know about it. However, their carriage was heading towards the south. How is the villa now? Is it the same as before? Zhang Xiaohua asked. Qiuju still smiled bitterly and said, Huanqi villa has left the Misty School. How can it be the same as before? Although the three factions have an agreement that they can't interfere with Huanqi villa, the Righteous Alliance is right next to Huanqi villa and has occupied Piaomiao villa. Every move of our villa is under the surveillance of the Righteous Alliance. According to our guards, a few years ago, the villa was surrounded by their disciples, and they were monitoring both openly and secretly. It's only this year that they relaxed their vigilance. However, when you came back today, you must have been interrogated at the entrance of the villa. Even now, it's the new year, they still left people to not let our villa have a peaceful time. Is that so? What about inside the villa? Zhang Xiaohua asked again. There's no change in the villa. Some people saw that Huanqi villa has no future and quietly ran away. These people are really heartless. Mistreated them so well in the past, but they abandoned their conscience and ran away. Xiaohua, you don't know, many of them have sold themselves to the villa. However, under the intervention of the Righteous Alliance, nothing is settled. Zhang Xiaohua smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua, Qiuju smiled and said, you still have a good conscience. Knowing that the villa is in such a state, you still came back. Miss and elder sister Qiu Tong treated you well in the past. However, the medicinal field in our villa has long been deserted. They are preparing to plant crops. Xiaohua, you came from a farming family, so you must be very proficient in this aspect. Let me talk to Qiuxiang tomorrow. Why don't you be Tian Zhongshi's assistant? Zhang Xiaohua smiled faintly and said, that's right, elder sister Qiuju, where did elder Yu go? Oh, elder Yu. He naturally followed Miss to the incense cult. Although he is the steward of the villa, he still has to protect Mississippi. Elder sister Qiu Tong can only serve Mississippi. If it's protection, it can only be done by elder Yu. Oh, I see. Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose with her finger. There are a lot of changes in the villa. However, as long as you work hard like before, your livelihood will definitely not be a problem. Xiaohua, Miss and Qiu Tong are not here. If you have any problems, feel free to tell elder sister. Although elder sister is not Qiuxiang, I can still speak for you. I definitely won't let you suffer. Hee, then I'll thank elder sister Qiuju first. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, however, I didn't come back to the villa this time. I haven't gone home to see my parents, and, Qiuju smiled and said, you came to the villa before going home. Xiaohua, Miss really has good taste. It doesn't matter. I'll ask Tian Chongxi to give you a month's leave. Go back and reunite with your parents. It won't be too late to go back to the villa. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, Elder sister Qiuju, can you let me finish my words? Qiuju smiled and said, I haven't seen you for many years. I'm happy to see the old people in the villa. All right, you say it. I won't interrupt. Zhang Xiaohua said, Elder sister Qiuju, after I go home, I don't plan to go back to the villa. What? Qiuju's expression changed a little. Then she smiled bitterly and said, that's right. The villa is like this now. It's normal that you don't come back. It doesn't matter. Xiaohua, if you have time, just come back and see your old friends in the villa. Zhang Xiaohua said helplessly, Elder sister, didn't you say that you won't interrupt? Only then did Qiuju stop interrupting. She didn't answer. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I plan to go home to see my parents, and then go to find Miss and elder sister Qiu Tong. Qiuju couldn't help but interrupt again. She said in surprise, You really want to find them? Yes. Zhang Xiaohua said, I haven't seen them for so many years. I don't know if they are still alive in the world. Chapter 368. Miss really didn't misjudge you, Miss really didn't misjudge you. Qiuju couldn't help but repeat this sentence, which made Zhang Xiaohua blush a little. However, his heart was calm. Nonsense, I'm going to save second brother. Of course, I can also save O Yan and Qiu Tong. Qiuju is not wrong. Hee. But, Qiuju immediately realized something and said, But, the people of Chuanxiang cult are very good at martial arts. How can you see Miss? Well, if you say that you are a servant of Huanxi Manor, maybe they will let you in. But, how can you go to Chuanxiang cult? Do you know where Chuanxiang cult is? Didn't you just ask me this question? Qiuju said a few, and asked a few more questions, which hit the nail on the head. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, When I came back this time, I happened to meet a disciple of the Misty School called Shu Yunfei. He said that when he went back, he would ask Elder Hu. If he knew the address of Chuanxiang cult, he would find a way to tell me. Then I would know how to get there. Oh, is that so? Qiuju nodded and said, I really envy you, Xiaohua. If I were a man, would also be like you and go see Mississippi, Zhang Xiaohua said. If Qiuju's sister was a man, Miss wouldn't dare to let you see her. Qiuju suddenly realized and covered her mouth to laugh. She had never been so happy in the past few years. Then, Qiuju asked, Xiaohua, where do you live? I remember that your little house has been occupied by the new servant. I don't know where your things are. Zhang Xiaohua was still holding the teacup that was gradually losing its heat. She said, It's like this, Qiuju's sister. I'm not going back to the manor this time, so I didn't inform Brother Shi. Also, I have to go back later. Qiuju frowned and said, Then, you are, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, Didn't Qiuju's sister just say that Captain He and I? Oh, right, where is Captain He? How is he? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized that she hadn't asked about this initiator yet. Perhaps he had already subconsciously regarded He Tianshu as a martyr in the Misty School. Well, Qiuju also shook her head and said, Captain He was not in Huanxi Villa at that time. There were many casualties in the Misty School, so I don't know where Captain He is. Moreover, when the fragrance cult left, the disciples of the Misty School were divided into many small teams, which were all guarded by the disciples of the fragrance cult. Oh, I see. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, I hope Captain He is fine. Then she explained, Didn't I learn martial arts from Captain He? Although I'm not as good as the real disciples of the Misty School, I've made some progress. Tonight, I came directly from outside the villa, so I didn't see Brother Shi and the others. Oh, I see. Choju understood and advised, it's probably the new year now, and it's snowing heavily tonight. The disciples of the Righteous Alliance have all returned to the villa, so they didn't keep watch outside. Xiaohua, I heard that the disciples of the Righteous Alliance are very powerful. Be careful when you go out later. Also, next time when you enter the villa, don't walk around arrogantly. Just come directly from the main door and say that you're looking for me. You're not a disciple of the Misty School, so they probably won't make things difficult for you. Remember? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, I know, Sister Choju. The next time I come in, I'll use your name. Oh right, Sister Choju, don't tell anyone about me entering the villa this time. If the people of the Righteous Alliance find out, they might. Choju smiled and said, I know that. Actually, there might be people from the Righteous Alliance in the villa. Sister, you're not that stupid. Zhang Xiaohua put the teacup on the table and stood up. Since that's the case, I'll go back first. After I see Miss O and Sister Chiu Tong, I'll go back to the villa and tell you about their situation. Choju also stood up and said, Okay, Xiaohua, if you see them, say hello to them. Tell them that I miss them a lot in the villa. I'll definitely say hello. Sister Choju, I'll go now. Okay, Xiaohua. Why didn't you bring an umbrella or something like that? It's snowing so heavily, don't freeze your body. Wait, I'll find you an umbrella. Seeing that Choju was still treating him as the youth from 5 years ago, Zhang Xiaohua felt warm inside. He said, There's no need, Sister Choju. When have you ever seen a person walking around with an umbrella in his hand? Choju patted her forehead and smiled. I didn't know about that, huh? Zhang Xiaohua walked to the door and turned back. Sister Choju, you don't have to come over. It's windy outside. Don't catch a cold. Choju said, Xiaohua hasn't been here for 5 years. I have to send you to the door. As she spoke, she was about to walk over. However, as soon as she took a step, she suddenly shouted, Oh, Xiaohua, wait a moment. When I saw you just now, I was so focused on talking to you that I forgot about something. Alas, but it's just a passing cloud. With that, she turned and walked into the inner room. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. She walked back to the table and waited in confusion. After a while, she saw Choju walk out with an envelope and a small paper box in her hands. As she walked, she blew the dust off the envelope and the box. Choju came to the table and put the envelope and the box on the table. She smiled and said, These 2 things belong to Chiu Tong. Take them and give them to her when you see her. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She said, Sister Choju, since they belong to Sister Chiu Tong, why didn't Sister Chiu Tong take them away that day? Didn't you say something passing cloud just now? Haha. Choju heard and smiled. These things were originally given to Chiu Tong by someone else. However, she left in a hurry that day and I forgot about it. If you didn't mention that you were going to see Chiu Tong today, I wouldn't have remembered. Alright, I'll tell you in detail. Actually, the matter was very simple. On the day that the Misty School was besieged by the 3 factions, Misty Mountain Villa was facing a formidable enemy. However, Huanxi Mountain Villa was no different from usual. Everyone in the villa was busy with their own matters. Choju was in the kitchen preparing something for her young mistress when she saw a rather handsome male disciple of the Misty School come to her with these 2 things. He wanted her to help him pass these 2 things to Chiu Tong. At that time, Choju was very puzzled. Chiu Tong was just at the main hall of the inner manor. Couldn't he just go there himself? Why did he have to do it? However, when she saw the male disciple's face that was so red that it was about to drip blood, Choju somewhat understood. Moreover, the male disciple also said that this was a birthday present that he had prepared for Chiu Tong. Chiu Tong's birthday was 2 weeks later and the male disciple was about to leave for some matters. He probably wouldn't be back for a while. Hence, he asked Choju to pass it to him. He especially said that he wanted Chiuju to pass it to Chiu Tong on her birthday. This way, he could show his sincerity and perhaps give Chiu Tong a surprise. Naturally, Chiuju agreed to this kind of thing immediately. Moreover, she even teased the male disciple at that time. At that time, the male disciple was even more embarrassed. However, Chiuju was so busy that she didn't have time to spare. Hence, she asked the male disciple to put the letter and the box on the shelf in the kitchen first. When she was done, she would take it back to her room. The male disciple thanked her happily and left the box behind. He even specially told her that he would personally pass it to Chiu Tong on her birthday. How could Chiuju forget such a thing? Of course, she waved her hand and told him not to worry. However, things were far beyond her expectations. Before she finished her work in the kitchen and was still wondering when Chiu Tong found a lover from the Misty School, the news that the Misty Mountain Villa was attacked by the three factions came. This kind of news was like a thunderbolt. Of course, Chiuju forgot some small things. She hurriedly put down her work and ran to find Oh Yen. At that time, Oh Yen had already been taken to the Misty Peak by Oh Peng. Naturally, Chiuju couldn't see Oh Yen. At this time, the Huanxi Mountain Villa, which was part of the Misty School, was also attacked by the three factions. Chiuju and the others were forced to return to their rooms and couldn't go anywhere. After a long time, a group of female disciples from the Fragrant Religion, a few monks, and a few disciples from the Righteous Alliance came like wolves and tigers. They searched everyone's rooms and turned everything upside down. No one knew what they were looking for. Chiuju didn't dare to ask and just let them do what they wanted. Later, she found out that they were looking for a martial arts secret manual. Chiuju found it funny. There were many such things in the Misty Mountain Villa. She had never heard of it in the Huanxi Mountain Villa, let alone in the servants' rooms. What followed was a dark life. The Misty School was destroyed and Oh Yen was brought back to the Fragrant Religion. Chiu Tong and Elder Yu also went with her. Chiuju only saw Chiu Tong once when she was sending them off. How could she remember that a male disciple from the Misty School had secretly sent Chiu Tong a message? 2 weeks after Oh Yen left, on Chiu Tong's birthday, Chiuju suddenly remembered this matter. She quickly ran to the kitchen, which she hadn't seen for a long time, and found the letter and small paper box thrown crookedly in the middle of a pile of seasonings. Looking at the letter and small paper box, Chiuju couldn't help but feel sad. Thinking back to that day, that male disciple must have known that he didn't have much of a chance of survival, so he mustered up the courage to confess to Chiu Tong. Chiu Tong, on the other hand, didn't know that there was a male disciple from the Misty School who secretly admired her. No matter whether that male disciple was dead or alive, Chiu Tong had to know of his feelings. Hence, Chiuju still took these two things back. She wanted to personally hand them to Chiu Tong when she saw her in the future. However, she waited for 3 years and Chiu Tong never came back. Chiuju also forgot about the letter and paper box, and only covered with dust every day. After hearing Chiuju's story, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the letter that didn't seem old and smiled. This is an interesting story. Don't worry, big sister Chiuju. I will definitely personally hand these two things to big sister Chiu Tong. I just don't know the name of that Misty School disciple. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.